Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by the wonderful Wadid, who's switched his native language to English here for the final day of LCK, as he has done all season long. It's the end of week 4, very close to the end of the first round robin. And we could have a quick day here today. Wadid?
Yeah, such a one-sided day, I would say.
You'd expect so, but upsets have happened. We've had one. So far.
Only one game, by the way.
Yeah.
In LCK, there was only one game that it was actually upset. So I don't want that kind of situation that we can expect everything, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Especially when you have T1 and Genji. Everyone wants to upset against those huge teams, right?
Exactly. I mean, these are our World Championship teams here in the LCK. We haven't had any others. As far as our Korean organizations are concerned, you go back, you look at Samsung taking 2 World Championships. There are many that good old SKT managed to take as well. So we don't want our dynasties to fall down, and we need to see some more from them as well. I think that T1 certainly has been coming back with a vengeance. I think Canna has been looking fantastic.
Oh, man.
I think ever since Cuz came back into the roster, LM had some good games, but then had some, average games as well. I think Cuz has really been a force for T1, and of course the rest of the map has looked fantastic, apart from effort. Making some weird decisions here and there. He has been pretty consistent, and Teddy and Faker need no introduction when it comes to consistency. They are extraordinarily good. On the other side of the rift, though, for our first matchup, Dynamics, they sort of fell off a cliff. They had a good run at the beginning against some weaker teams, but falling to Sandbox really was the icing on the cake, solidifying them as more of a 6th to 8th place team. As we are going to go into the points of the match. 2 teams with opposite momentum. T1 climbing up the standings and Team Dynamics plummeting to the bottom.
Yeah, Dynamics had lost against Genji last game, and also there is 4 matches that you have to go through. That is T1 today, and after that there is DYN Gaming and DRX Genji in a row. So yeah, their schedule is rough.
Yeah, real rough.
Yeah, but they just need to deal with it, you know? They won against some bottom tier teams, but they need to prove that they are actual good team that you can actually win against some big teams, you know? But they couldn't. Yeah, not yet, but maybe today's the day that they can actually prove themselves against huge teams, right?
Exactly. I like this point 3, fight for the throne, Faker the unkillable Demon King versus Kuzan the Ice Queen.
Oh man.
As he does like playing a bit of Lissandra, who will be crowned with a victory here today. I believe Faker recently played Lissandra as well, so both of them may be fighting for that particular champion, but I highly doubt it. It's not exactly a coveted pick at the moment, but maybe if we see one of these 2 players pick up their very comfortable LeBlanc. Both of these players are, seasoned LeBlanc players. Faker probably the most famous one in the world.
Yeah.
Lissandra does very, very well into that champion. Faker absolutely destroyed a LeBlanc in their last matchup. You might remember that, the Circle of Frost after the distortion, making LeBlanc look very, very silly. Having a look at some of the team stats, some of them do come to mind as champion kills per minute looking pretty rough for T1, who are certainly stuck in the old ways of the LCK. I mean, we don't like killing champions, we like winning games.
I mean, let's be honest, they are most boring teams in LCK. There are 2 teams that they are actually not playing for kills, they are just playing for objectives and more of rotation in the game. But yeah, I guess it's kind of one-sided, but it's also one of the maybe longest game in LCK we can see today. But
might be the longest 2-0 that we've ever had.
Oh yeah, probably. But I hope that is not happening, and today Kaz is playing.
Yeah, exactly. We got Cuz back in the jungle here. No LM this time around. It's been Cuz for the last few matches.
Yeah.
As, of course, no other changes. Not going to be bringing in any of the rookies. Of course, there are so many players on T1, but we haven't really seen any of the others. Gumayushi, though, needs a bit of a shout-out. That guy is murdering solo queue. He has been for years and is still well and truly up there. Let's have a look over the side of Team Dynamics. Rich, the Faker of Hots, is up there and finally going to be facing off against his namesake on the other side of the rift. Beyond Kuzan, Dokdam, and Guga there, of course, it's a veteran roster apart from Dokdam, of course. But the caliber of player certainly isn't up there, as these are our key players. Canna has been popping off. He's trying to save T1's abysmal champion kills per minute stat by killing as many people by himself as he can. 14 solo kills so far just in the Summer Split is insane.
How can you expect that you are a rookie player and you're getting spotlighted between like Faker and Teddy.
I know, right?
That is actually crazy that he's getting like this much of like a spotlight. But the reason why he's getting spotlight is just he's good, you know?
Yeah, damn right.
He's so good player, and he's doing great in every single moments, like in lane and like after laning phase, his team fight is great. But also when Dynamics was good, Reach was the main player.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Carrying Dynamics. So I just want to see like a lot of things happening on the laning phase, and not in like just boring way.
And also
solo kills as well, you know?
The crazy thing is Canna has the most solo kills, but the least jungle participation.
Oh man.
Of any other player.
So he's
11
by
right
himself.
now. Yeah, he's actually just making all of this happen by himself. Whereas on the other side, it is Rich getting a lot of help, but he's then able to translate that into a lot of carrying. Does about 27% of his team's damage, which is highest in the league. And when you've got Noguri here, when you've got, you know, Summit that likes to carry Keen as well, like these top laners that do like to take the bull by the horns,
yeah,
and really carry a game by themselves, that stat actually says a lot about Rich and what he gives to this team. Means that they are relatively top heavy against a T1 that are looking really strong on the top side of the map.
And he's also like one of the players who really likes to play Lucian on the top lane.
Oh yeah.
All the people are saying that Lucian top is not great. I mean, he showed up that Lucian is actually doable and viable on the top lane. And I think also their bot lane is really good on just their 2v2s, right? They're not like having some issues when jungler is not there. So I think that's also a strong part of the dynamics as well.
I also think that Docdom is one of the better Aphelios players as well. He played it extraordinarily well in the promotion tournament. We'll see whether T1 are going to look at that as we jump into ban and pick for our first game. T1 trying to rocket themselves up the standings, 5-2 at the moment, only losing a few games early on in the season, and have since looked much, much better. As Senna going to be taken away immediately, the follow-up is going to be Faker's Twisted Fate. Karma off the board. The Senna ban, I think, is very interesting. We've seen a lot more Senna recently.
Farming Senna.
Yep. Going for that Manamune into the Black Cleaver. But not going to see it here today.
And also you mentioned about Docdom's Aphelios, but Genji last time, they opened the Aphelios when he had 100% win rate on Aphelios, and they crashed Docdom. So I think maybe Dynamics could change their pick orders, but I mean, it's still 5-2. It's still high win rate, right? And it's one of the comfort pick for Dynamics, so I don't think they are gonna change that much. But at the same time, I think T1, they really just wanna pick Azure here.
Oh, 100%.
When they have Teddy especially. And I just wanna see more of
what
new picks.
T1. It's 10-13. It's 10-13.
I mean, as a support player, it's still fine to play Yuumi. I mean, if you're a good Yuumi, then you can use your passive a lot more, and you can hit some skill shots, then it's completely fine. But yeah, it's not a great call for first pick. That's for sure, though.
Yeah, that's very true. Volibear has been very strong, top lane or jungle. His debut in the top lane that Ixu did bring out made him look very balanced. Since then, he's had some really good performances. Noguri especially looking really good on it yesterday.
Yeah, and I think nowadays Volibear jungle is way more better.
Yeah.
Because of his ability and one-on-one in the jungle.
Well, Ezreal bot, really strong
it.
bottom lane. This is a fantastic first round of picks on the red side.
Ugar really wants to move around the map, and also Ezreal is one of the good partner with bot nowadays, and he won't just choose Aphelios and Thresh. But yeah, one thing that is really weird that T1 is not picking up Aphelios that much, and that's maybe the reason why Teddy couldn't pick up the POG in T1 because he was not playing Aphelios that much. I
he
think
needs the backup of the 200 years. He has only played 2 games and actually only won one of them. As Kuzan going to take the Azir into Faker.
Yeah, I think Faker is happy with this because he already said in the Instagram story that he really want to delete Azir because it's one of the boring I mean,
Aha.
boring
He has been forced to play it many, many times.
yeah, so I think Faker is already smiling that he's not playing Azir. But also, there are so many champions that Faker is playing now in solo, especially Nunu mid.
Oh, yeah. Is
I
the
don't
Nunu
push,
mid
man.
going to come out here today is the
Yeah.
question. How does it do into the Pigeon Man? Do you know? Any idea about the matchup?
I think Nunu doesn't care about the mid matchup. He cares about
Doesn't care.
bot lane and top lane more.
Yeah, he just
than
wants
mid
to
matchup.
make the biggest snowball ever and just chase it around the rift.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
the
it doesn't
idea.
matter what matchup you have on mid. You just need to snowball to top side and bot.
Oh, the puns coming out here. You guys know about Korean puns. Koreans love puns. That's why we decided to bust that one out. The Jace to be banned away from Canna, as Rich's champion pool has not been touched really whatsoever. So he can go towards the Lucian or the Aatrox.
Yeah.
That's his champion pool, by the way.
And
His Jace is actually another one, but that's banned.
now in my head, there is only Nunu. Just imagine Oliver and Nunu just jumping
Oh
into
my
the
goodness.
tower.
It's like a menagerie. It's like it's
And
a Felios' crazy menagerie.
Yeah, and you know that it's just not normal Nunu. It's Faker's Nunu mid
Oh yeah.
that we can actually see. But yeah, I guess
Maybe that's not going to happen.
I mean, they are-
Zoe's being considered at the moment.
I mean,
for
stats
Faker.
never lie. They are one of the boring teams, you know. So
Yes, very true. We
I mean,
did
it's-
late game scaling.
yeah, I mean, it's not my opinion. Stats are saying that they are boring. That's not my personal opinion, by the way.
No, I know.
I'm just saying, guys.
I mean, I'm looking at the stats here as well. They have the longest game time by quite a margin,
Yep.
especially as far as the LCK goes.
Yeah, I mean, if they pick Zoe, then
Oh, Kog'Maw mid?
Oh man!
This is just as Pog. This is absolutely just as
yeah,
Pog.
I love it. And it's actually good against Azir as well. Caps
Oh,
already
yeah.
showed it in LEC. He was 1v9ing the game with mid.
I mean, it's just a better version. Oh my god, I hate everything. Oh, it would have been so good because it's like the same idea as mid Varus against Azir. You just outrange him and he can't do anything.
we don't talk about it anymore.
Yeah, well now we can't because we've gone with Corki.
Azir Corki, Azir
Oh
Corki.
my god.
It's 2020, by the way,
Yeah, well, obviously.
and almost half of the 2020.
I'm glad that you brought up the fact that T1 are a very boring team, and then they decided to pick the most boring mid matchup that we could see. As Rich is going to change his mind from a good pick and go to Silas.
Okay. I think, yeah, Dynamics is more about their mechanics and all the games, I guess, because obviously Azir is gonna roll mid against Corki in the early game, and also top lane is, I mean, Silas is good against Cannon, but also it's a mechanical matchup as well.
Also a sick ulti to steal. We've
And-
seen this
yeah.
by Canna, actually. It was Canna that was able to save that game, if you guys remember, with his amazing slicing Maelstrom.
And also they have Graves and Bard in the same team. Normally when you pick Graves kind of jungle that is actually like focused on damage, then you pick like CC main
Yeah,
or
or a
support
tanky
position.
support, right?
Yeah, but this time they just decide to snowball and not going to the normal way against the T1, and I think this is actually great idea because most of the bottom teams are just failing against T1 when they try to just fight the 5v5 and just go for the late game because they have T1 have Faker and Teddy, right? That is
Yeah.
not the right way to play against T1, but I think Dynamics choose the right way to play against this team, and also the picks are just supporting those plays that they have to make in the early game. So
Yeah.
I think, yeah, it depends on their plays, in-game plays, especially in early game.
And I think it's like mid-game especially is when this composition really
Yeah.
spikes. It's actually amazing between like levels 6 to 10, especially once you get your Mura Mana online for Doctorm, like 2-item
Two
spike
cores.
for Ezreal is just absolutely huge. And then the Bard can set up those plays a little bit better. I think that
Yeah.
Bard, like, with the Tempered Fate, really changes how you have to team fight because you can make it so messy by creating these 5v3s, 5v2s, depending on how well the Bard lands his ultimate. You know all about this, of course, we did, being our resident Bard OTP. So looking forward to seeing what you think about what Guga has done so far. I believe he's played a bit of Bard so far.
Yeah, I mean, he was...
Actually looked pretty good.
I already indeed his Bard. Like, his Bard is great.
All right,
But
well, that's
I
exciting.
cannot, yeah, but I cannot agree with his rune setting because personally I think Guardian is really bad nowadays.
Yeah, that seems average.
Yeah, I mean it's average, it's normal.
Yeah.
but it's still fine.
What do you take when you play Bard?
Phase rush.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Yeah.
That's perfect. I like electrocute Bard. I don't know, man. I think if
Yeah.
you're going to meep slap them, you may as well meep slap them for as much damage as possible.
And yeah, there is little tempo on Teddy. He is looking for late game, 100% sure.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is a new one. We've seen since the Conqueror nerf, a lot of people still staying on the Conqueror, Deft being one of those. We saw Press the Attack happen, which works amazingly well with your Onslaught because you can proc it like really, really easily. But Lethal Tempo is a new one, and this is going to mean that when you get the Caitlyn Draven, as our good friend LS likes to say, oh, Guga's got his iron.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, the reason why he picked up Little Tempo is mainly because of like Conqueror Strikes, right?
Yeah.
When enemy has front lane champion like tanks, then Conqueror is so great. Their tanks became your bloodthirster, right? Yeah, this time around, Dynamics has no tank, no front lane, so there is no reason to just pick up Conqueror. So this is great choice, but at the same time, Little Tempo is just purely for the late game as well, you know?
Oh yeah, the
Not
amount of
for the
scaling that you have with that item is just nuts. Looking forward to seeing how it goes here as Rich avoids the Shuriken. Canna's going to have a very good time in the laning phase, though, as you can see. Taking the Unsealed Spellbook, as most of our just true AP cannons are going to take.
I mean, it's really obvious that they're gonna control mid lane because of the matchup, right? So I think they just shouldn't just farm it up until like 15 minutes. They just need to make a lot of situations with mid pressure.
There's the Abduct doing some work there from Rich. Doesn't get the Chain Lash onto Canna, though.
Yeah, they just need to snowball from early. If they just farm it up until like 30 minutes, then they're just gonna lose automatically because of lack of CC, lack of carry players. And all those things are just making it harder when you go to the late game.
They need massive snowball. They need to be able to fight Corki before he hits his power spikes.
Exactly.
Like, this is about like get him while he's in between his like first and second item. That's the dream. As Kuz, looking for the mid lane, actually sneaks. But Kuzan is on the right side of the map, despite his jungler being bot side. I think that's because they knew where Kuz was and that ward being in the river. So Kuz not going to be able to find any joy. An intelligent positioning here from Kuzan. I think somewhere LS is smiling at how he played that positionally. As Kuz will be able to take down this Rift Scuttler, and they'll trade 1-for-1 on that one. So no real worry about invades, apart from Beyond just getting in here and stealing away some Krugs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Maybe
Teddy.
they can look for Toby but
yeah, Teddy gets this. Yeah, that's the hook. It's going to get right past Guga somehow, but Effort's in trouble, has to get himself the shield, and now Beyond is going to come in the minion wave at the perfect timing as Teddy spreads all of the gravitum and gets a really nice snare. He's a one-man army, even at level 3.
Yeah. Their early trades were just way better than them, so even the Graves was there. I think they knew it before and also mid lane.
Well, in goes Kuz. Flash available from Kuzan, but the stun still lands. So great gank and does get a good amount of damage onto Kuzan as well. They push out this wave. Oh, I'm scared for Dynamics already.
Yeah, I mean, it's already getting harder, in my opinion. They already spotted Graves' position, and Kuz is already just invading enemy jungle. Are they gonna just
Yeah, they're just looking straight up for the dive. Exhaust is on cooldown. Teleport comes in from T1 as Beyond is going to turn up as well. Control Ward goes down into the brush.
Okay.
As Faker, I think, was just coming back to lane, and so decides to come back to the bottom lane instead. This is an interesting maneuver.
I mean, it's fine. It's still like TP for reset, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
You just didn't TP on mid, you just TP on bot lane. I don't think they just planned for dive. They were just like looking for some opportunities, but nothing happened. But these are just still great for T1 because obviously they are looking for late game, right? They have Corki mid, they have...
Yeah, Corki affiliates. As soon as you see that, you know that you're going for late game.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, Dynamics, they just need to do something more in the early game. I already talked about it, and I don't think they can actually snowball this timing, especially their Azir lost his flash as well, and their bot lane is getting pushed in.
And their bot lane should not be losing. Like, Ezreal's bot is, like, that's a scary lane to deal with.
I mean, it's great Ollie, but the time goes on, and when
of course.
Yeah, when you get hooked, then you can actually get one shot. And also, Teddy did a great trade in like level 4, so that was great.
Well, in goes Cousin. Oh no, Rich is gonna have to use his own slicing maelstrom because just walks on over. Canna could be in a little bit of trouble. Kingslayer doing some work, but the alcove ain't gonna save you, my friend. He flashes, Cuz flashes after him. Teleport comes forward. Canna's in trouble as Beyond just flashes on top of him. And now Cuz getting kited here by Beyond. In goes Kuzan and picks up a kill for himself. So 2 for 1 in favor of Dynamics. They needed that top lane.
So they ended up just with the great Wizard as well. Azir, he was kind of like having a hard time on the mid lane. But with TP, Kuzan, he got it right. That's falling.
Yeah, pretty smooth as now the Crescendum doing some work. Oh my god, Infernum damage is nutty, but switches over to the Draven Cogmore. And somehow this Thresh Aphelios is looking like an early game combo, which is absolutely not what you want if you're a Dynamics fan.
I mean, that's because of support matchup mainly. Like when Thresh gets like level 5, level 4 and 5, he's tankier, right? So
yeah,
you don't care about poke anymore. And it's all about first reset, and they survived before that, so that is okay now, and their matchup is completely fine for now. And also that's because of the AD carries item difference. Ezreal, he needs to
yeah,
build
true.
up
First
here.
back is a really rough time
Yeah,
for Ezreal. You're right.
first back is just rough time. But on the top side, that was just real great play by Dynamics. I mean, at first that looked like really bad play by Reach, but Cuz's Q was not on time. Couldn't
Also,
land it.
he bought a lot of time here.
Yeah, he couldn't land the CC in time, so it ended up really bad. And also Kuzan picked up 1 kill when he had rough time in the mid lane as Azir against Corki.
Almost has his flashback up as well, so likely to get out of the woods. But you can see that T1 is still 500 gold in the lead, just because they're farming better in every lane. Teddy is just too far ahead as Aphelios into Ezreal. Cuz over here is going to lose out on HLE. Beyond just going to pick that one up by himself. Thanks for the leash, says Dynamics, as Beyond has the most gold in the game. He's almost double the CS.
Yeah,
which you'd expect he'd be ahead, right? But like, that's crazy. Already has his Warrior Enchant. This is a very scary bot, Graves.
Yeah, a lot of jungle Volibears in LCK is failing. I'm seeing that. And I personally think Volibear is early game jungler, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, no, I think so too.
Because you win,
invading.
yeah, because you win most of one-on-one in jungle. So yeah, I expected more from Volibear in the early game, but it's Graves. And yeah, I mean, he's already doing great with Graves, and he stole Headed as well.
Ooh,
so
this could be a big opportunity, but Beyond I don't think has been spotted in this brush.
yeah.
Walks around, he'll be spotted now. The Faker's back in the mid lane. Canna gonna get out of there with the Lightning Rush. Thankfully for the Cannon, the Abduct did not land. So no opportunity here for the Graves.
Yeah, I mean, even though Graves is so far ahead on Volibear, I feel like T1 is just on the comfort zone.
Oh yeah, they don't care.
When you see the CS difference on the mid and AD carry, they're just already in the form of just T1 Dynasty.
Yep, it is chilling, absolutely chilling. And the fact that you're like 20 CS ahead as Aphelios into Ezreal is just insane. So T1 obviously understand that they do not have to do anything. Effort's going to move on over. There's the Lantern Ride. Great playback there from Effort. And Doctarm is well and truly dead. Effort steals away the kill. But Teddy's not going to be too worried because he just wants to get back to killing these creeps. Doctarm caught sleeping right there.
This bowling matchup is just over.
Oh yeah, 100%.
There is no way Ezreal can win against Teddy anymore. Because of the summoner spells difference as well, there is no way they can just problem solve between both of them. They just need some help from Beyond probably. But yeah.
This gold lead is insane. It's 1,000 gold and it's just a few kills that have really happened as Effort just walks on in and Doctarm just was not ready. couldn't even flash.
I mean, that was just way too deep. Bard was just getting vision.
Meeps. Meep priority. So Warriors Beyond looking for the dive up top lane. Does have the Rift Herald that our Cuz delivered to him. They're going to put that one down as Canna's making his way back to lane. So Rich continuing to get a lot of support from his team. His effort, a lot of vision. That Teddy and Effort are just getting turret plates by themselves.
Yeah, I mean, even though Brave is this bad, I don't think they can help their bot lane, because I don't think they can win 3v3 on the bot side ever.
Yeah.
Like, especially with that composition, right? I already talked about the lack of CC on Dynamic side, so it will make it even harder when you think about the bot lane skirmishes, right?
Well, Rich looking to try and get here on top of Canna, who will get zoned away from a lot of CS. Thankfully, the the Canna minion is going to be able to pick up a lot of that aggro. Canna does have Ignite now, but doesn't look like it's going to quite be enough. So the cannon being abused just a little bit, since level 9, or level 10 actually, has been gained here by Rich.
I mean, it doesn't matter because of his CS, right?
Yeah.
His CS is not that behind on Reach as well, so everything is just going so smooth for T1. And the thing is, they don't need to do anything.
Yeah.
All they need to do is just farming.
Sort of like you're watching the train just slowly gather speed.
Oh, yeah. I guess this is farming simulator competition.
That's a great game, by the way. Yeah. Farming simulator.
And you know that there is actually a competition match.
Is there?
For
Farming Simulator esports?
Yeah.
So I thought that's what we're watching right now.
That's what I'm saying.
I need to check out some Farming Simulator esports if that exists.
Yeah, I heard that that is actually existing.
I love it. Perfect. T1 needs to get a team.
When Faker retires?
Oh, there we go. No. He's a Polybridge world champion.
Oh, yeah.
That's 100% what he's going to be doing. As Beyond looking for a bit of invade, and is just going to be able to steal away the big wolf. Continue his onslaught on the jungle. Cuz has managed to catch up just a little bit. As Faker looking to clear out the minion wave. No real worry about what this Azir is doing, but does take a bit of damage from him. He will destroy this control ward. Cuz clearing out vision where he can. Ocean Drake going to be the next one. Cloud or Infernal will be our next Drakes. Is Teddy wants to get that turret plate, but he's not going to be able to.
I mean, Dynamics, they should know that this is not the way that they're really looking for, because I don't think there is a way that they can win against them in the late game. Especially, you're just farming on the mid lane against Corki as Azir.
Yeah.
And also bot lane, there is Aphelios. Yes, Azir and Azir also have a great late game, but when you think about the players, they are the late game players, T1.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Teddy and Faker are the late game. But like, if you talk about like late game champions, Faker and Teddy are the player version of that.
Yeah. They're playing late game champion, and also they are player of the late game.
Very frightening. And Teddy is so far ahead. He absolutely should not be this far ahead as an Aphelios in this lane. And even Faker doing fantastically well as far as the farm.
Yeah, exactly. And you should realize that there is Bard on bot lane, and Bard couldn't make any single roam.
I mean,
as
Faker's
a Bard.
got the package. Cougar's just absolutely dead. That was a fadeaway, but unable to actually make it work. Beyond was coming in as the package. I would have liked that to just be delivered to the Bard in order to grab a kill, but not going to happen. You can see T1, they're not going further than they need to at any point, because they know that if it gets to 35 minutes, they just win by default.
Yeah, I mean, I already told you.
The
thing about the T1 is they just don't need to do anything. They'll just win by the time.
It's exactly the kind of draft T1 needs.
Yeah. I mean, they really like it, and also it's working out because most of the LCK teams are just having rough time against T1.
Anyway,
just snowball in the early game because they're just way too strong, and like, yeah, I mean, when you think about the early game, there is not many of like accidents are happening on the lane, right? So
yeah, especially not for T1, absolutely. So Canna up here hasn't got any solo kills yet. In fact, hasn't got any kills at all, but he's got 9 more stacks on his cull before that one comes in. I have a feeling that like T1 just need to all build culls. I feel like it's the perfect T1 item. You know, you just invest. Invest into the later stages. Teddy very close to getting his Runar's Hurricane. I already done, as Faker's going to go back home. We'll see whether the Sheen can be purchased. And it's Stinger that comes in instead.
When you talked about 5 calls, I just wanted to see like 2 tiers from T1, you know, like
first back tier cull for everyone.
Yeah. I mean, especially on Corki, you can actually build up 2 tiers, you know. Like
oh, yeah.
Bowman Immune and Archangel at the same time.
The double blue.
Double tiers. I mean, actually, one time when Ezreal was like having 2 tiers, that was one of the boring.
Oh, I know.
Boring
and he was super busted as well. I'm glad that one got
super strong.
That actually came in at a World Championship, I believe. That might have been 2018, 2017, maybe. I don't know. Double tier Ezreal was yeah, pretty busted. Thankfully, not a thing. So don't need to worry about it anymore. Beyond is going to just walk in, take away this Ocean Drake, and we're in for an Infernal Soul.
Yeah.
It's a good time here today. As Rich wants to stop Cuz from being annoying. Cougar moves on over. Not going to be able to save his ward as Shirley going to pop down in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I think Dynamics realized that they are on a rush.
Oh, Tempered Fate's going to land onto Faker, but effort. Oh, that's the 2-man play that we were looking for. Magical Journey, Beyond is looking for it, but eventually gets there, gets exhausted. Shirley's going to be taken down, but Dynamics in the end actually works out relatively well for them. They do get the gold lead back, albeit very, very small. Cuz is going to steal away the red buff, but still Dynamics managing to fight, and that is looking better.
I mean, still great move by Dynamics. They got literally everything from the bottom side. They got first tower on the bot lane, they got Drake, and they got first tower on the mid lane. But still, in my head,
yeah,
and
is it enough?
My mind are telling me that this is not enough.
Okay, that's going to be the ulti out there from Cuz, who decides disengaging is what they want. Rich, Chain Lash, but Cuz is going to take the length. Like you say, he'll be absolutely fine. Faker's still wanting to fight this one, but Valkyrie's going to get him to safety. And I feel like this T1 squad is just, they don't want to fight yet.
No.
And they're just not letting Dynamics fight yet.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you, like, is it enough?
Yeah.
Against T1.
It's rough. It's real rough. Teddy is looking for it. Going to get that next item, I believe. And if Hurricane comes in and they're fighting for the next Infernal Drake, like this is... Trinity Force is going to be done from Faker. He already has his transformation, as does Doctum, of course.
I mean, even though they are looking for the late game, I think T1, for the next Drake, I think they are going to just look for it 100%. I think Triforce is going to get
Teddy
completed.
and Faker are both above 11 CS per minute.
Yeah.
It's so silly, this team, man.
I mean, they just know that if they're just farming, they can win.
Yeah. And
never changes.
Is there ever a game that Teddy isn't farming extraordinarily well? His farm this season has just been unbelievable. Kind of gets controlled by the Krugs just a little bit. Beyond comes over and will help finish it off for him. Quick draws over that wall. A lot of pings out onto exactly where Beyond is. And map control, at least, is in favor of Dynamics. Having taken down all 3 of the outer turrets means the map is very wide, and that is absolutely what they want, as Effort just loves Hex Flashing, dude. Reminds me of iRove, now Cabby.
Yeah. I mean, I think they just need... Dynamics need some individual skills, like some intelligent play right now, because if they just ended up farming, then yeah, again, there's no way they can win.
But this is their biggest power spike. I think Kuzan does have enough money to go back and buy his Nash's Tooth. As you can see, core item purchases certainly working out here for Faker.
Oh, he canceled.
Okay, yeah, Teddy looking for Beyond. That looked like a very, very strange hook. They do manage to get out of the way. Oh, Teddy caught by the Tempered Fate. Rich has a slicing Maelstrom as the box comes down, but 3-man, massive damage, and Kuzan gets the sweep. Faker trying to get into position as Kano looking to get himself out of there. Rich goes golden, Magical Journey set up. They want to get on top of Faker. There's the Kingslayer. Faker has to flash. Rockets coming out. There's Doctum. He wants even more. Canna moves on over. Doctum, yeah, you're done with this battle, my friend. As Rich dashes forward. Hots Faker takes down Faker himself, and now Canna could be in trouble. Dynamics a minute until the Infernal Drake win a big fight.
Okay, so as I mentioned, T1 is looking for the fight because they got enough of item, but their fight starting, like their engage was so weird. I mean, they could just back out after those 2 flashes. I mean, 1 flash by Graves. Like, it was already enough, but yeah, that Googer's Bard ulti was just perfect, and they delivered into Cannon ulti.
Yeah, I mean, taking that land was that was a rough decision to make. And Kuzan just comes out of a teleport and immediately gets like the perfect Emperor's Divide for the moment. Really, really well played by Dynamics. And this is exactly what we were talking about. This is exactly when they needed to fight, and T1 walked into it. As Doctum would have died if Faker had hit that that ulti, which is unfortunate. Rich's Silas looking good. We maybe can add that to his champion pool.
Yeah, I mean, they could definitely fight because of their items, you know? They already have enough damage to just fight it out. But the way how they fought on the mid lane, that was just not a great way.
Yeah.
You just wasted so many flashes.
Oh dear, Abduct is going to be avoided there as Faker does have the package. Rich taken down to about half. As Hook is going to land onto Beyond. Tempered Fate not going to land at all as Faker picks up the kill onto the Silas immediately. Faker tells him exactly who the real Faker is. And he's got his Trinity Force. It's building towards his Rapid Fire Cannon as that True Shot Barrage was a lot of damage. Faker is going to survive. And with Rich dead, should mean that T1 can get priority on this Infernal Drake. Honey Fruit just going to
looking
Faker
for
back
Dasher?
up to full health. Oh, well, look, sometimes you got to throw a gauntlet, my friend. Maybe this is the gauntlet they want to throw.
Yeah, they're doing it.
I mean, there is a lot of vision here available for T1. It's a good stun from Guga.
They already know it.
Oh yeah, they absolutely do. I mean, there's a Rift Scuttle vision.
Yeah, I mean, they dashed into it, so probably they thought that there is no vision, but there was a ward that picks the brush.
Scary thing is the Faker got to go down bot lane. He had his teleport available, as that sidestep was really, really clean from Faker as well.
And Reach stacked on, so he must get some burst on that side.
Effort's Thresh is also real clean this
용보다
game.
빠져 탑.
Okay, let's see whether he actually, yeah, he
탑
does
좀만
have
봐줘.
vision
이거
on.
사이드 노플, 사이드 노플. 살짝
That
봐줘.
was blind. That sidestep was basically blind.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I mean,
everybody.
he knew that Silas was there, so
Yeah,
probably
right.
predicted.
Still, great prediction.
But
out of
still,
Faker.
like, you know. And I'm not that surprised because it's just normal from.
Yeah, I know. I feel like we're a bit jaded on some of these amazing plays that do come out. Mechanically, I mean, Korea may not necessarily be winning world championships like we used to, but some of our players are still just extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, how can you imagine that like one player is still on the top after getting 3 wins?
Yeah, I mean, since
Wars.
2013,
Yeah.
like, Faker is still that good.
Yeah.
It's 7 years of being basically the best. Like, yeah, Faker basically needs no introduction when it comes to being awesome at this game.
I mean, that's why I think all the players, pro players, are just respecting Faker.
Oh, 100%. No one has a dynasty like this guy whatsoever. As not going to be able to steal away any Rift Scuttles as Dynamics, I think they're putting all of their cards into the Nasher. That's what they're thinking about at the moment, but Cuz moves on in. He's a big angry bear. Gets rid of all of the vision outside of that Rift Scuttler.
Yeah, and also I think it's really rough for Dynamics to just win it by rotation because they do not have silent champions.
Nope.
They are all set it up for the early game and early game rotation, but it's already done. But they showed up that they can actually win some team fight with their great mechanics and some like great response. So I think they just need to do something random that is not normal, like waiting in a one brush with a 5-man, or like just look for TP behind just randomly.
I think they just need to, if you fight around Guga landing a good Tempered Fate, that can change everything.
Yeah, because straight up 5v5, there's no way they can win it.
Yeah. And they shouldn't have to straight up 5v5, right? Like, Tempered Fate should be able to buy enough time for their massively high damage to be enough to get, like, a pick or two and then that changes the whole way the team fights. Like, I think a lot of this, if Dynamics are going to win, it's going to be on Guga and what he can actually put together.
But their vision control is still really great. You can see it from...
Oh,
like,
that one ward, though, for T1 is trolling Dynamics a lot right here as they do start up the Baron once again. T1 know exactly what's going on.
They are
Cosmic Binding not going to land. Sensol just put into position here. Dynamics are taking a fair bit of damage. Beyond just going to get out of there. Thankfully, Magical Journey is a thing. As effort, he was lining up a hook as the Temper Fate going to be avoided. That was an odd one. Opportunistic ultimate there. The Cosmic Binding was good. They're going to need to wait for that Temper Fate to come back up again. Like we were mentioning, it is so important. T1 actually have a poke advantage here as well, which is a weird thing to say against the comp that does have the Ezreal, but these rockets really are starting to hurt. Faker's Corki.
I mean, Corki was just already fed from the farming, so he already got the third item. Faster than Azir, by the way.
Yeah, Azir looking for his burning face in the Liandry's. He hasn't been back for a while. I think that Zan will have the money for it.
Completed.
He's in base at the moment, so just a couple of control wards. So he didn't actually have enough money for it, which is very unfortunate, especially with 35 seconds left on this Infernal Drake. And Teddy's got the perfect guns. He's looking for his Phantom Dancer. Has a luxury Hex Drinker as well against the double AP. There it is. So Kuzan does have the Liandry's. Teleports available, but he's just going to walk back. So this Infernal Drake fight could be a big one. T1 looking for Soul Point. Dynamics looking to just continue to get ahead, and they do have a gold lead. We're talking about T1 just straight up winning, but Dynamics are ahead as far as gold.
Yeah.
But T1's champions are just getting better and better and better and better.
And I think it's all about poke or engage. I think if they do not engage in time, Faker is just gonna poke on them just freely with this package especially. And also, they should avoid straight up 5v5, and starting up the Drake might be a gamble from here.
Absolutely. I think Dynamics do have to go for it. I like that they're playing proactively.
Yeah, but I like it though. Yeah.
As Cuz getting into position, it's going to look like a 50-50 as Rich is going to pull away from the Drake, releashed. Dynamics are on full vision. True Shot Barrage is great onto 3.
Great positioning.
Yeah, to help soften them up. Just looking like a 50-50 on the Infernal Drake. Gets back into the pit, looking for the reset. This Dragon is very confused at the moment. Dynamics holding the Phalanx, steals away the Drake. And T1 just get out of there because they may as well. Teddy, oh my goodness, the chakram damage is nutty. Knocked up, does not want to take too much of that as Rich. Oh, trying to go aggressive. Tempered Fate onto 3, including his own teammate. But now Canna is going to show them what a slicing Maelstrom looks like. Double kill for Faker in the end. Rich trying to dash around the backline, but it's not going to be enough. And Teddy's still alive. Faker's still alive. T1, they might be able to just go to the Baron right here. As Faker looking for the 1v2. Flashes over, gets one of them. And that's the jungler, and that should lock down the Baron for T1. Oh, the close-in on every angle. Teddy picks up the turret aggro just to make sure that T1 are going to be okay. And now with a clean ace, T1 should be able to go over to this Baron. Not a clean ace, of course, only 3 members alive, but they should be able to grab the Baron if they want to. Oh, they decide not to, never mind.
Yeah, this one I enjoyed. I mean, Kana saved the day again, by the way, once again with his cannon flash ulti. That was just clean, and also that was great still.
I mean, Kuz just walked over and
by Kuz, like, that was great engage, but he was engaging on Corki with the package, by the way, so
yeah,
he's not able to just end it up clean. And also there was great reaction by Kana as well.
The zoning out of that ultimate from Kana was just amazing.
I mean, he saved the day again.
So also, like, this was ballsy as heck.
Yeah.
Out from Faker, but 100% worth, right? Like, you get rid of the jungler with the opportunity of going towards a Baron. Like, that is huge. Maybe they couldn't do the Baron because they missed out on Faker's damage. Sometimes you just want to be able to get an ace. So we check out Faker's point of view.
오면 볼게. 나 발키리 자리 좋거든. 봐봐 이거.
I have good positioning right now. Look at it.
좀만 봐봐.
Look.
볼만하대.
Yeah, I think we're winning.
정면 좋아.
Front line forward is good.
맞을게. 오케이.
Oh yeah, we won.
아 좀만 봐줘. 좀만 봐줘. 아.
I wanted to see that bit, but we're going to see a bit of a fight here towards the bottom side. Dynamics Looking for Kana. Kuzan going to turn up. Mark of the Storm isn't going to come in time. Didn't have his stopwatch as bit early on that one, Kuzan. But Faker does have to Valkyrie out of the way, but there's a lot of years on the back of T1 right here. Easy double kill for Teddy, and he's going to take a land to get back towards this mid lane. Beyond patrolling the Baron. It was, you know, Rich and Kana both falling down, but you'll take a 2-for-1 any day of the week as both solo lanes going to fall. As Docdom going the wrong direction, Cuz manages to get the stun that's going to make a very easy hook for Effort to land. It's Beyond trying to run away. Guga as well. He's got his meeps together as, the big bear is a frightening proposition. Beyond should make it to the base gate, has himself the extra blast cone, thank you to the Infernal Rift. So he's going to survive, but every single carry is dead on the side of Dynamics, and T1 can just go towards the Baron if they want to. They may as well.
Yeah, and at this point, I think T1 is just enjoying the game and stalling on Dynamics because, yeah, it's really low chance they're going to lose.
Oh, you can see Beyond is in the area. They're trying to dive over to lock down this Graves. Flashes on in, but I don't think it's taken enough damage yet as they want to be able to kill Beyond first. Good heads-up smite there from Cuz, who wins 2 in a row. Right here, that was 100% a 50-50.
All chat, nice try, dude.
Oh, it's a roughie. It is definitely a roughie. And Beyond's had a good game, unfortunately for him. It just hasn't been enough as Kuzan takes 1 auto attack from Faker and it costs him half of his health bar. Oh my god.
Styling, man.
Straight up outplayed, but misses the last rocket. So Kuzan is allowed to limp away from this one. Rich. The Cogmore and the Caitlyn here from Teddy is looking real good. And he's got a more of Malmortius. Rapid fire cannon there. May as well add some extra range onto your Caitlyn gun. We're going to have a look at this one once again.
I mean, that was great start by Dynamics because, yeah, as I mentioned, there's no way they can win 5v5 against T1. So, great pickup. But they also looked for Corki at the same time after that play. And he also missed time while Teddy was just walking into them. So, yeah, nice try, but it ended up really bad and worse.
Oh my god, Faker's items, dude. That's a Monka S. He's just doing so much damage.
Yeah. I just want to see one auto attack from.
I know.
That's all. That's all I want to see. Please step up and auto attack.
Well, Teddy's got Tristana Varus. Or Tristana Ashe. Or Jinx Ashe.
Jinx, yeah.
Yeah, whichever one you want. That's a very easy. Infernal Soul is now Rich. Takes half of his health bar and 1 auto attack from Faker through an exhaust. Cuz dives on in, but he goes golden. Is going to... What the hell was that? That was hilarious! Everett Divine is huge, but Teddy just shows them how many years they've been in this game. 35 minutes, and T1 are going to secure the victory. There was no real doubt in any of our minds, I don't think, that the T1 weren't going to take this, but that's the kind of team fight that you want out of a team with this much respect in the LCK.
Yeah.
They will be able to take down the Nexus turrets. It was so patient, it was so calm, and they will take down the Nexus for a Game 1 win against Team Dynamics.
Yeah, whole game, I felt like it was already decided at minute 5, because at that moment already their mid and AD carry was just ahead in CS and just farming with no dash. And it felt just so
inevitable.
Yeah, inevitable as well.
It's so scary, right? Like, you see T1, like, if you have a look, we'll have a look at the goal graph, it will come up relatively soon. But if you look at it, it'll be Dynamics are ahead for, like, a lot of that between 25 and 30 minutes.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
Dynamics actually had a lead, but it straight up did not matter because the champions that T1 picked for themselves were just way better at that time, right? Like, they just had so much damage out from their carries. You need to make a POG selection, and I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that Effort played extraordinarily well this game.
Yeah,
but I think Faker's probably going to win it because he had some of those super plays that did look good, but the Thresh was so sick.
Yeah.
Like Effort, he has some like iffy games, right? You go into Reddit threads and like if T1 have ever lost, it's like Effort's so boosted, blah blah blah. You go into the T1 wins, it's like Effort is so good. I think he's like. At the moment, there are sort of 3 supports in the LCK that are super good. And that's Carrier, Beryl, and Effort. And Effort on a good day can certainly play toe-to-toe with those two. So I think he had a really, really good one here.
I mean, I think there is so many HLE songs in LCK. Like,
Yeah.
that is crazy, man.
Well, Faker did a lot of damage.
Yeah, because of poke, and yeah, also Teddy, he was just farming. And I'm not sure if it's only 200 years of professional
200
experience, right?
200 years
more
of
than 200.
professional farming simulator.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
He would absolutely be their #1 player
Yeah.
for their farming simulator esports.
By the way, guys, Aphelios is getting nerfed again.
Well, I don't know whether he necessarily needs to, because
yeah.
I don't know whether he should have been able to win that particular game as easily as he did. 20 CS ahead as Aphelios into Ezreal Bard. That's a roughie. Let's see whether T1 are going to get it as we move to a game #2. That will be up right after the break. Team Dynamics, it's going to be a tough story. See whether they can win game 2. See you there.
일단 치고 일단 먹어 일단 먹어
먹으면 될 듯. 먹고 본다. 이거 다용이야. 한타 본다. 한타 본다. 이거 위에 본다. 위에
싸움
본다.
볼게 싸움 볼게
부산이 형 랜턴 타봐.
나 뺄게
나 들어갈게. 이거 들어갈게. 좀만 봐줘.
들어간다 좀만 봐줘
좋아. 가져갔어.
들어갔다
났다.
아 랜턴 타다가 죽었는데?
아 나 이거 키보드 이상해 자꾸 끊겨.
야 키보드 바꿔라 그럼.
아 저번에 그냥 탑갱에서 내가 좀 그냥 아꼈다가 큐풀 막을걸
그 풀 빨리 썼으면은
큐를 너무 빨리 썼어 아
아니 풀 빨리 썼으면 잘했을 것 같아 근데
그니까 풀이라도 빨리 썼어야 되는데
둘 중에 하나라도 했어야겠어.
뭔가 했어야지
둘 중에 하나도 못해서
아 돈이 너무 꼬인다.
아 키보드 잘 끊기네.
볼리베어 그냥 한번 해서 저 대회 때 어떤 느낌인지도 보는 것도 괜찮아 보이긴.
볼리베어 일단 칼픽 할게요 그냥
뭐야 저거? 볼리베어였는데요? 적정글 그냥 다 먹어줄게. 아우 우리 볼리베어 귀엽다. 우영. 정글 좋고. 나 가는 중. 내가 공 쏴줄게.
나이스 너 간지나네?
야무지게 먹을게요. 이 무능한 곰을 미안해. 아. 네 이거 얘 잡아야 돼. 이야 뿅. 검거다.
아니 볼리베어 상대인 줄 알고 개쩔어서 쳐지겠어 아우 왜 이렇게 무섭냐 캐릭터 야 어시 좀요 내 거지 까비
캐리. 수고하셨습니다.
Summit?
Yup.
One moment.
잠깐만이래.
This Mowgli use for luck.
왜요? 영어로 뭐라 하면서 뭘 주셨는데 나 영어를 너무 못해서 뭔 소린지 알아.
널 졌다며.
예. 이거.
승리 부적 같은 느낌일 거야. 나한테도 졌어.
아 형 그럼 나 주라.
야 드래곤볼에다가 그것까지?
고고고고.
가자.
가자.
야 뽑을게.
빠졌다.
풀스게.
아나 죽은 거 같은데.
제발 살아줘. 큐한대 제발.
얘들아 게임 다 왔다. 게임 다 왔다. 천천히.
서밋 밀고 있었다고.
얘 공쳤다. 아유 죽나 이거?
다시 컴다운 하자 컴다운.
도너리.
나이스. 볼베 노공이에요.
야 이거 넘어갈 것 같은데?
먹어봐. 먹었어. 볼베 나이스.
야 바로 치자 야 바로 치자 야
치자.
아 근데 각인 거 같긴 하다.
텔 탈게. 나 좀 멀어. 야 이거 잡을 생각해야 돼. 잡을 생각. 싸움 봐.
공각 보고 있어.
야
공각 보고 있어.
공각분대
자 우리 앞에 끌려왔어. 천천히. 나 괜찮아.
이길만 할 것 같기도 하고.
괜찮아.
못 이긴다. 앞에 로컬이긴 해.
루시안 노데시. 나이스. 노데시.
내가 잡았어 얘들아.
고생했다 얘들아. 잘했다. 드디어 이겼다.
재엽이 형 보고 계신가요?
캐리할게요.
네. 킬 주세요.
드세요.
킬 주세요. 살려줘. 킬 주세요. 야, 무조건 이겨. 오 마이 갓. 펜타킬. 로플. 뺏는다. 아우. 김호수이 괴물 같은 자식. 모든 건 팀원 덕분입니다.
야 하고나 너 왜 말이 없어졌냐 근데?
나이스. 형 괜찮아?
하고나 바스라도 해주면 안 돼? 오케이 바스 좋다. 아 전령 댄스 못 보여주겠다.
야 전령 찍어. 야 펜타. 펜타. 아 까비. 야 오늘 칼탱은 뭐냐? 야 너무 달라.
야 하고나.
야 들어가.
하고나.
Welcome back everybody to the analyst desk of the Sunday night. Today we'll be joined by Junghyun Lee and Victor and Lyra.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
네, 4강 팀과 연전을 벌이고 있는
Dynamics, they are going up against the top 4 teams in a row, and today it was T1. T1 proved themselves why they are part of the top 4, the big 4 teams. Looking at the draft, Dynamics took away some of the comfort picks of T1. But T1 didn't really look flustered. They rather got the long-range comp and a better teamfight comp in the end. Well, Graves, he can actually attack or bully Volibear in the jungle in the early phase of the game, but it is not really that easy to destroy Cuz jungle passing because it has a really high consistency in the early phase. Well, Graves can pull up some of the plays and setups in the very early game, but in the later phase of the game, well, Volibear was having a very comfortable game. And turning into the mid and late game, they had Corki on the side of T1. Well, some people thought that this game was too much of a rest and sleeper mode, but we shouldn't really criticize that they were going really slow because they were playing accordingly to their own comp. Indeed, they were having a very late game oriented comp, so there weren't many actions in a very early phase of the game. Then let's check out one of the highlights in game number 1. T1 went for a very classic style, maybe old-fashioned style macro over here. But Dynamics read all their moves with that word. And T1 failed to find a meaningful engage onto Dynamics, so it was very obvious that T1 was looking for a setup, but Dynamics was able to successfully have heads up for this play and reacted to it really well. But at the same time, T1 was playing this fight really clumsy. Dynamics had their tier 1 turret in the mid lane, so they were able to retreat safely, but T1 did not, so they had to bite the dust in that situation. Volibear, it can be a good initiation with the flash and stun combo. So, Cuz maybe it could have gone for a more of an aggressive play rather than relying on Thresh to open fight. So Dynamics was able to punish T1's clumsy engagement, but there was a situation that happened after Cuz stole away the dragon. Well, Dynamics' early super play was not enough to stop T1's mid and late game prowess. So Bard ult neutralized the initiation from Silas. So ended up T1 winning the team fight, and we had a very interesting situation going on here. We can see that Ezreal is turning to the Wolves camp, and Beyond looked like he was going for the base. So Faker may thought that Ezreal was the solo player in the Wolf camp, but he found out that there were 2 Dynamics players in that camp, and it was a trade of kills for T1 and Team Dynamics, but in the end, that was a winning trade for T1. We just wanted to find out why Faker jumped over for the Wolf camp. Now it's time to check out the player of the game of this game. The one who pulled off a man's play in the mid lane late game, Faker on Corki. Faker with that stylish sidestep, and we were looking forward to seeing a lot of super engagement coming out from Cannon, but Faker was 5 or 6 heads ahead of other players. He was already doing tons of damage before other players were going in for team fights and engages. As Faker had 3 items, he had huge priority in the side lanes and he had full control of this game, starting from the mid and late game. And with the package Valkyrie, he was really quick reacting to that silent stun. That was also a very smart play coming out from Faker. And Korean casters, they were keep saying that Corgi was too fat and no one could stop him. Faker picked up 11 votes and sadly he did miss out one, but well, POG is a POG and Faker indeed did immense amount of damage on that Corgi pick. Now let's move on to game number 2, T1 versus Team Dynamics.
Effort robbed, not going to lie to you. But 11 out of 12, Faker did have a fantastic game. The blind dodge of the abduct, definitely the highlight. That particular play, though, I think was an effort highlight reel. Not going to lie. He had some absolutely amazing hooks this game.
Yeah.
And was able to control that early game really beautifully. Beating straight up an Ezreal bard lane as Aphelios Thresh is something that Thresh has to do himself, right?
Yeah.
And he was able to make that one happen. So Faker, well deserved. He did have a great game, but I think that Effort deserved a few extra votes than just the one lonely one that we did throughout his way. But looking forward to seeing whether Effort can maybe have another good performance here in game number 2 and get himself across the line as T1 will move over to the red side. We'll see whether that means that Dynamics have a better chance. We've seen blue side be a little bit more successful. I know that LS has been very outspoken in the fact that if you play on blue side, the 1-3-1 compositions are much easier to play. You can play Lee Sin compositions a little bit better, and I think having more of an early game bent will be good for Dynamics.
I mean, you can just first pick TF.
Absolutely, yeah.
Really strong ban picks already. And also there is actually one interesting stat that we can see it from T1. There is no POG for Teddy yet, by the way.
That is insane, actually.
Yeah.
And he's been playing extremely well all season. Well, it just means that the rest of the team have also been playing great. I think Canna has been stealing a lot of them with how well he's been playing. And I think he deserves a lot of it because he's the rookie player of this team, debuted in Kesper Cup at the beginning of the year. To everyone's surprise, actually. I think people were worried about T1 because Roach was their top laner.
Yep.
We'd all seen what Roach was capable of, and it wasn't a massive amount, to be perfectly honest. But moving into this year, Canna has certainly been very, very impressive. Dynamics already banning away the Azir and the Twisted Fate. Volibear and Karma to leave the Rift on the side of T1, and there's the necessary Kalista ban against Teddy, who finds more minions that are possible to find, as it turns out, if he manages to get Kalista.
And yeah, I'm wondering what are they gonna first pick, because Karma is gone, Volibear is gone, there's only 80 carries. Are they gonna just first pick? Yeah. Varus is available. That is the point, but I think T1 really wants to play against it. And they said it already that Varus is for sure playable against it.
Yeah, oh no, yeah. Varus is, he's been exploited quite a few times, but Ezreal's still going to be prioritized here by Dynamics.
Maybe they skip Varus this time, both players? It is possible because T1 choose to play Aphelios against Ezreal at first game.
I think that Teddy can feel comfortable picking basically whatever he wants. They could just pick Aphelios Thresh here and I'd be totally fine with it.
And maybe they're looking for almost same team composition.
Yeah. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Maybe they look for Trundle here, or because he already said it in the interview that he is not liking Lee Sin that much.
Well, that's good, because I don't think many of us like Lee Sin that much either. Thresh being looked at, I considered the script before I made that last call, so don't think that I'm a prophet or anything like that. I just read the script. So Beyond is going to take the Trundle for himself.
Yeah, Trundle also.
Yeah. One of those things. They love picking the Trundle into the Aphelios because you put down the pillar, and then Aphelios struggles to do his Aphelios things. But it is once again going to be Guga's Bard.
And looking like similar draft as well. So I just want some spiciness from T1.
I want Cuz to pick Nidalee.
Or Nunamid.
Just pick Nidalee. Or Nunamid, yeah. But
Oh man, you're
like I said, dude, I've
just
read
getting
the
everything,
script.
man.
I've read the script.
Are you hired by Tion or?
No, hired by Riot just to make sure that I
Yeah.
make everyone understand
But yeah.
what picks are going to be picked up. But Nidalee does fantastically well into Trundle. Cuz is a legacy Nidalee player. It doesn't take a genius to figure out the priority on that particular pick. Also gives them more of an early game bend, which helps T1 stabilize towards the 200 years that is going to eventuate at about 35 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and also it gives a lot of potential heals on Aphelios in the late game.
And attack speed. Primal Surge is busted
Yeah, we
actually
already
on
said that.
Aphelios.
This is Spear with Soraka. Soraka with Spear, yeah, Soraka with Spear.
Well, we'll have to see which version of it, because we've seen a few different. It's like Spears with Soraka, which is what Canyon was able to demonstrate, hitting absolutely every spear in not their last series, but their series before, where he picked up double player of the game. But there is certainly Soraka with Spear as well, and Cuz could certainly go down that bent. And
Yeah.
if you've got Teddy on your team, you may as well just buff him up so he can hard carry for you.
Yeah, probably they just wanted to ban some normal blind pick champions on the top lane. And it seems like Faker is not caring about that all about the mid matchup, because maybe they're aiming for fifth pick with a surprise Nidalee.
Mordekaiser. Interesting. Remember, Rich does have his two champions that he's known for, the Lucian and
Aatrox.
the Aatrox are available, but
Yeah.
Aatrox is a fringe pick at the moment in the meta. Just had a few extra nerfs
Yeah.
and hasn't looked as good. I think it was Ixu that played him last. And to not too much effect. LeBlanc going to be banned away, but I feel like this is like a...
One of
This is
the
a
good
fake-
game for Jace and Camille, I think.
Yeah. I mean, Jace is definitely great. Gives them so much poke, especially if Calibrum comes up for Teddy. That's 3 sources of poke going to be available, and a very comfortable blind pick here, and a pick away from Rich on the top side of the map. So Kana going to be very happy, as we'll see what Rich is going to go towards. His Lucian is available.
Yeah,
Could
I
pick
mean,
that one up.
If they pick Zoe and Lucian at the same time, then they are actually having some difference between their game 1 and game 2, because last game it was already decided at minute 5.
Yeah.
You know, and
100%.
I don't think you should go on a like normal way against T1. You should aim for just early games or like some surprise picks. And yeah, this is one of the best pick from Reach as well, as you mentioned. Yeah, everyone knows, and maybe all the top laners are just having great.
Oh, it is Lucian. So he goes between the two that he's known for. But I have the script, by the way,
Yeah.
so that's why I was talking about the Lucian over anything else. Is Faker.
By the way, Nuno is good into Zoe, I think.
Ooh, 13 seconds to
Yeah,
go.
I mean,
Will
it is
the
actually
Noonie
good.
come out?
Because you can avoid laning phase.
Or you could pick Syndra and have the most insane pick composition ever.
Oh, no.
This is nutty.
No
Oh, God.
way.
I was very frightened. But Orianna is an interesting pick.
Yeah?
There
I
is
mean-
not really a ball carrier on the side of T1.
Oh, it's completed. Soraka with spear and...
Soraka with ball.
No. Lulu with balls.
Lulu with ball. There we go.
Yeah, Lulu with ball.
He wanted to play an orb-based champion, and he was thinking about the Syndra or the Orianna. The Orianna is going to come out. Faker is probably one of the best Oriannas in the world. When she was first released, people just watched Faker and how he played her.
Yeah, and also, even though Teddy was not having supportive champions in game 1 with Aphelios, he was actually dealing tons of damage in a team fight.
Oh,
And
yeah.
This time around, they are making it obvious that they just want to
Yeah, Teddy
give one POG
Please,
Or
Teddy, can you get a POG this game?
with Orianna, with Nidalee. There's so much healing and shield. And they have no front line again. I mean, Beyond, I don't think Trundle is one of the greatest front line. I think if you go into Aphelios, it's just great for Aphelios because of the Conquer stacks, and maybe he's not even looking for Conquer stacks.
Yeah, I mean, who are you going to subjugate on this team
Yeah,
as well?
exactly.
Like, no one has
There's no tanks.
defensive stats.
There's
Yeah.
no front lane.
But the poke is insane.
Yeah.
From T1. And the one thing I really like about this is that when you talk about poke compositions, what you require is like your siege potential, things like that. Orianna sieges very, very well because she has so much control of the area. with the orb. Also a lot of wave clear as well, and can get priority in that mid lane, as Zoe's going to have a rougher time. Certainly is going to be fine for Kuzan, but you're not exactly going to be hard shoving and then going into Fog of War and looking for these bubbles.
Yeah. And this time around, it's just special for Dynamics that they have to be really like proactive on the bot lane.
Lands. Feels good, man.
Yeah. Just need to be really proactive on the bot lane, by the way. They were just farming with Ezreal and Bard. Bard was not roaming at all last game, by the way.
Yeah, no, it's bad news. Not able to get enough meeps.
I mean, especially this matchup on mid lane. They need support. They need jungle to move towards mid lane, especially when you're playing Orianna, this kind of champion. So I think the main events are gonna on the mid lane in this game, especially from Bard. I think he needs to make some good plays from early game.
Well, Fake has taken Scorch. He's sinning a little bit here on this Orianna, wanting to make sure that he has as much power in the early stages as possible up against this Zoe. Kuzan not taking the more aggressive choice that we saw yesterday, as...
Oh.
Wow, okay, so we've switched it back again. Aphelios, now that he's another nerf deep, he's actually winning.
Yeah, at 10.12, I think Ezreal was winning against Aphelios, but this time around, nerfed Aphelios is winning against Ezreal, and
just shows that I think composition is a little bit more important.
Yeah, I mean,
than just the matchup.
I mean, that champion is just so stupid.
Yeah,
it's not balanced. It has everything.
I mean, he is like 17 champions in one.
Yeah, and I think all the Garen players are just crying with one sword, while Aphelios is having 5 different weapons.
Well, you can see Canna's got a pretty good win rate, 100%. I don't know whether you can get better than that. Actually, you can't. He just needs to get a better KDA. That's the only way that he can improve. Rich, though, is certainly a dominant Lucian player.
Yeah, and Lucian got buffed as well.
Yeah, 100 extra range on his Q. That's
I mean, it's actually kind of huge, though. Like,
his harass is definitely much better, yeah.
Yeah, because like in lane, it was actually hard to hit your Qs without your dash, right? But this time around, it's way more easier, so you can lead the laning phase. But I think, yeah, again, Lucian doesn't matter on the top lane because I don't think he's gonna get solo kills by himself. So I think they just need to make some mid pressure from Bard moving towards mid lane, because that's why Bard is existing for the game. He is one of the best champions when it comes to like mid skirmishes in the early game.
And he is playing Hot Cocoa Bard as well, and Hot Cocoa Bard is absolutely the best Bard. As Doctarm gets absolutely destroyed by Teddy, lands everything that he needs to. Thankfully, speaking of the Hot Cocoa, he's just going to be able to take a sip and get a bit of his health back. Dynamics just casually winning in this early game this time around. It was T1 doing that in the laning phase in game number 1, so definitely looking better. A lot of that has to do with Rich and smashing the top lane.
I feel like they're just taking it slow, T1.
Oh yeah, they may as well do that. Yet again, their scaling is still very, very good.
Better.
Yeah, especially compared to Dynamics comp, who have gone even further into the art of sinning, as our friend LS would say.
But I think it's harder than the last game because like Corki and Aphelios could just farm it up. But I think Orianna is one of the champions that you really want to get some prior and just play under their turret in the mid lane.
Yeah. Certainly can abuse someone trying to farm under turret.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of high risk and high return, right?
Yeah.
So if Faker gets ganked one time and he starts with 0-1-0, then I think Dynamics can easily snowball this out until like 2 Drakes, you know?
Well, speaking of Drakes, Ocean is going to be our first one, spawning in about 15 seconds time. Rich up here towards the top side, continuing to be frustrating for Canna. And this is what Lucian has to do. You have to play this far up over and over again. See on the bottom lane, Teddy's already got a turret plate, as he generally does.
By 2v2.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just, sometimes you get Teddied.
And also with little tempo, like you are already having great lane push abilities, but it's even better, you know?
Oh my god. This cheater recall going to be pretty good here for T1. Teddy goes back. Doesn't have a CS lead or anything like that, but this is going to mean that the first back is going to come through right about now. And that's when things get rough, because BF Sword picked up is much better than a tier.
Or Sheen.
Yeah, well, I mean, Sheen is much better than grabbing a tier first, but Dr. just loves going back.
With Cole, by the way.
This is
there's no way they get pressure.
Style.
Yeah, there's no way they get pressure in the early game, so that's why they're just looking for Ollie Drake when they reset it, and they used Summoner Spell's advantage right.
Yeah, I think this is good.
And also they had prior mid pressure, so that was great play by them, and their only job is just hold the turret on the tower. And I think after this Drake, it's easier for Dynamics to snowball on the top lane, especially Lucian is just getting pressure all time. And if they actually can control topside as well with the first Hatter, then I think it's already better game, like 100 times better game than game 1.
100%. And you can see Rich is continuing to be very, very strong towards the top side, building towards his Bilgewater Cutlass.
And Kuzan is also pressuring mid by himself. Maybe because of the matchup, but I think it's still great news, especially when you're playing against T1. It's all about the early game. Just remember when DRX won against T1, for example.
Yeah. It's beat them before they can be the juggernaut that we know this team as. Kind of getting traded on here. You can see the press the attack was just about to wear off, so obviously Rich has been laying down some hurt. Now that the culling has been picked up here, it's going to be an even rougher lane for Canna, who doesn't really get a level 6. Because Teddy, yeah. I feel like Infernum does more damage when Teddy picks it up. Like his wave clear is just better as Teddy's Aphelios compared to anybody else's Aphelios.
Maybe because of the lethal tempo then.
Yeah, maybe.
That is the change.
That's 2 turret plates just in the 2v2 we did.
Okay.
Teddy is on fire today.
So, is it the matchup? Yes, I think so. I think
Teddy takes a couple of turret shots, so that's absolutely not what you want. Calibrum picked up. He's got his starting weapons as he gets stunned up by that very nice Cosmic Binding.
It's okay. Even though you have 0 life still.
Well, he doesn't.
With your item.
He's got it with his
gun. You
have
life still. So yeah, I mean, after first reset, T1's bot lane comp is so much better than them because of the item build also. So they're just snowballing already on the bot lane without any ganks, by the way.
Ooh, Faker could be in trouble. Flash still there, but
Phase Rush.
It. Oh, Bubble is going to miss.
Clean.
Like you say, yeah, Phase Rush, pretty good ability.
Clean dodge by Orianna. I mean, it's always pressure to play some mobile champions on mid lane against Trundle. But yeah, Phase Rush helps a lot.
And they've got double Phase Rush in this composition as well, so Canna should be okay. Up against that pillar as well. Might have been a strategy that they actually had planned for the Trundle pickup.
Yeah, and also on the bot lane, there is Thresh, so it's really, really hard to get some great gank.
Yeah, repositioning so easy for T1. And with only 1 pillar, you instantly get it countered by the Lantern.
So basically with their picks and rune choices, Trundle is useless for Dynamics. Like even jungle matchup, Needle is just stalling.
Trashes him. HLE is going to be forgone though, as Kuz moves away from the pit. Faker finally getting some mid-priority here as Effort is just going to rocket back towards the bottom lane. Doctor doesn't have his teleport back up as Teddy is just having a field day down here on the bottom side.
And I think there is already like so much pressure on bot, especially when you leave the lane, the tower is just gonna fall out.
Is this another? It is another turret plate as Teddy is gonna find the gravitum onto Doctor, who's already half health as he walks to the dang lane.
3 plates without any ganks, by the way.
Yeah, just lane dominance plates here.
And which means Bard cannot move from the bot lane. And he's laning with Bard for another 10 minutes, by the way.
And also his jungle is getting stolen away right from underneath him as the hook. Yep, going to miss. Bubble's going to land though. Kuzan can't follow up on it. You can see the only lane that's ahead is Rich.
Yeah.
But even then, I don't know whether it's going to be enough. As Shelly, it's been started by Beyond again, but again, he has to run away. His effort moves towards the mid lane. The Thresh roaming more than the Bard did. That's the problem.
Through mid lane.
All right,
Which means their bot lane is
oh,
just
that's not a
winning
great
so
trade.
hard.
Okay, bot.
I mean,
not even.
I mean, they're just winning so hard on the bot lane, so that's why they can just do that, you know? Normally when you're roaming, it's kind of illegal to show yourself on the lane or on the ward because your bot lane, your AD carry is just having a hard time when you're doing that. But there is already like 2 plates left on the dynamic side, so it's just so easy to Thresh to choose like roam or just staying on lane, you know? And for Bard, it's just so rough. You can't roam because you're going to lose turret on the bot lane, and you cannot win lane also.
Relentless Pursuit should get him away.
Which means Nidalee can simply just be on the top side.
Ooh, but this could be good.
Yeah,
Mountain Drake now being taken as Nidalee was spotted towards the top side. And this is right under the noses of T1. They've got so many wards surrounding the pit. No way to actually get over towards this Drake. So.
Yeah. But this is still great though. They didn't lose Header yet, and they controlled 2 early Drakes already. So it's still great even though they do not have bot pressure. Normally when you have bot prior, it's easier to get the Drakes, but at T1, they lost the timing. Maybe Kana was just calling out for the help on the top lane. That was not a great time.
No. And that does mean that Italy unable to go down there and steal away the Mountain Drake. So 3 really good Drakes here this game as Kuzan picks himself up a Super Soaker on the floor, misses a Paddle Star, which ain't so great. And there's a Shockwave onto the Zoe. Kuz moves on in, will have a Primal Surge. Oh my god! The damage there from Kuz's spear, but Kuzan is going to survive for the moment. Has his teleport back from his unsealed spellbook as Teddy moves on down, wants another turret plate. 12.5 minutes into this game, he's still got a bit of time to just eradicate all of the plates here.
Is he just gonna get it?
Yeah, is he just looking for it? Okay, Moonlight Vigil did come down, Kuz looking for Doc Dam as the Tempered Fate is not going to happen because Pounce is an ability that Guga forgot about. And Teddy will just shove this wave in as well.
Oh man.
Is it just going to be first Turret Blood and all of the plates for the bottom lane of T1 in a 2v2?
I'm feeling it. Teddy's getting POG this game.
Yeah, 100%. He's like already had so much control.
Oh man,
and he's set up to win as Kuz moves on in. Good pillar.
They had to get this, yeah?
Rich looking for the culling, but doesn't get it.
Great play.
Yeah. Dynamics do take down the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they are still having great control on the objective, so they shouldn't care about this like happening on the bot lane. It's already it already happened, you know. You cannot change anything. So you should just do what you can do on the top side. Especially Reach is having a great time with the laning phase.
Oh, and just in time for the plates as well.
Yeah.
So Rich is going to be even further ahead, and he needs that as Beyond taking so much damage. Move back underneath the turret. The pillar comes in, and they just get rid of the Jace and get out of there. It's a kill for Beyond, but so many plates and an assist going to Rich. Huge news for Dynamics. Oh
Maybe
no.
Even more?
Yeah, Kuz in trouble, but the Paddle Star's going to miss onto Kuzan. Doesn't matter. Oh my god, the Lucian damage in the early game. Finally, we're seeing what this champion's capable of. As that last turret plate not going to go over to T1, but it is going over to Rich.
So T1, yeah. Do they really need it to just all in like that with Flash? No, I don't think so. They knew that Trundle had Flash. And also, like, they could just easily just back out with his pillar, ultimate, and they didn't need to do anything on the top side because their bot lane was already stomping easily. So that was really silly mistake by T1. We are not expecting this kind of like situation from top teams, right? But yeah, Dynamics, Reach, like he was just doing so great. He was tanking turrets for Trundle.
The timing on him picking up the turret aggro was also fantastic.
Yeah, and also Kuzan moving towards top side to snowball even farther.
Man, Rich is going to be a very, very scary Lucian. We might actually see what top Lucian is supposed to do in this game. He has so much money.
I'm still scared though.
Yeah, I know.
It's all about team fight, right? Even though like Lucian is so far ahead in lane, if he fails one time in the team fight, then he's gonna just get erased in game. You know, so I think it's still there is so many tasks that he have to do in this game. Like he needs to like pressure really hard in the side lane, and also he needs to control the team fight. It's hard, but they have Azure and Bard, which is just so mobile and hard to get engaged on. So I think it's easy to set up the side lane pressure. So I think it's still doable.
We'll see whether he can actually make it work. Has shoved the wave underneath this inner turret, as you can see, and look at all the vision available for Dynamics. So this Lucian can continue to put pressure on
also,
Canna.
yeah, when you think about it, they have really great comp for the poke. They have Trundle, they have Azure Zoe.
Yeah, it's like poke comps on both sides, where it's a poke off between these two teams, because you know Nidalee and Aphelios pretty good at poke, and Jace needs no introduction for that either. So it's just poke champions everywhere for both teams.
Yeah, but I think this time around it's better for Dynamics because they are controlling through mid because of the Lucian pressure on the side, right? He is moving first with pushing. He's not losing anything. He's clearing up with vision.
All 5 members are here. Aphelios still walking from base as T1 might give
They're
over
forcing
Soul
it, yeah.
Point. Cuz wants to get into the area, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to as the bubble is going to miss.
I think it's too late.
Yeah, T1 have to give this one up. So Soul Point over to Dynamics. This is gigantic for their map pressure.
So it feels like T1 is lost from last Drake, like second Drake, because there was no reason to just give up the Drake as well, you know? And third Drake, because of that, I feel like they lost the timing, you know?
Yeah.
So the second Drake was really huge that the Nidalee was on the top side. Even though their top needs some help, it was not a great timing. That is snowballing so hard, and I think that was not planned for T1 to just give up 3 Drakes in a row. Especially when you have Nidalee and Jace on the top side.
Well, Canna just trying to defend, but half the health bar of the turret is going to be taken here by Rich on one push. He's currently close to 1.5k gold in the lead, and even beyond is ahead. The gold is very, very even, and that is always scary. But look at the Dragons, and that's where Dynamics have a huge hold of this game.
And I really hope Dynamics not choose to teamfight randomly, because I really think if they just play on side lanes, there's no way they can like lose their vision control around the mid.
Yeah, and they also have triple teleport in comparison to T1's single teleport. So their side lane play, even though their champions aren't necessarily split pushes, their summoner spells give them so much more flexibility.
I mean, yeah, maybe Zoe can have some hard time in the side lane, but you're playing as Orianna, so I don't think it's gonna be a problem. And also Beyond is helping him pretty well with vision, so Kuzan is having easier time on the side lane. And Faker, I don't think he is able to just step up over the half lane, so he's just grouping mid, and Teddy is just going top side.
Yeah, just get more and more farm.
I guess. I mean, it's just so hard
to
just step up, you know? Like, you're a mobile champion. And
Cuz we'll find Kuzan here. Teddy's got a Draven Cog. Definitely scary if you're going to get into melee range, but Zoe does not want to do that. Teddy will eradicate that minion wave. The wave continues pushing forward. Over 10 CS per minute here for Teddy once again. Same can be said for Faker, both of them farming very well as per usual.
They can simply force T1 to just come out for the 4th Drake because it's already Soul Point.
Yeah, and
so
Infernal Soul is just nutty.
They don't need to fight
Shockwave
here.
gets the flash out of Guga.
Lucian is not pushing bot lane. I mean, he's just tipping in, so they decide to fight here.
Yeah, Teddy does have the perfect guns for this one. It's just a leash. Rift Herald is going to be secured here by Beyond. Good teleport from Rich. Gets him into the area. Now he's going to go back to split pushing most likely, and has his item spike completed already. Black Cleaver into the Blade of the Ruin King, and this is on a good clip for the top lane Lucian.
That could be really huge bait by T1 if they could get Herald in time, but that TP ended up really great TP, as you mentioned.
And sometimes these TPs from side laners don't work out, right?
Yeah,
because
I mean,
it feels like you're wasting it, and we've seen a lot of them go wrong.
Yeah, I thought it was wasting. Because
Yeah.
that Herald was just way too low, you know? but that ended up really well. And also,
This is crazy though with it, because
Yeah.
now you've got Dynamics hitting item spikes exactly where they need to. We've got a minute and a half left on this Drake, and you've got Black Cleaver Blade of the Ruin King, perfect for Rich. You've also got the Mirror Mana Transformation and the Iceborne Gauntlet.
yeah, and also problem of this is T1 was having hard time on the pushing first mid turret because they are playing against Ezreal and also getting pressured on two side lanes, right? So they need some tools. They need some method to just break through that kind of situation, right? And Herald is one of the great tool for T1, but they lost it. So I think it's even worse.
Well, 40 seconds on this Infernal Drake, and T1 are putting in the effort to get the vision around this Drake area. Canna needs to be set up to get poke.
Yeah,
that's what this composition does best.
They have a lot of methods, dynamics. They can just push mid, they can just go for Drakes.
This might be a little bit early.
Yeah,
on the Rift Herald, but
I think they are looking
17
for
seconds.
Just mid turret, yeah, I guess. Maybe a bit earlier, but yeah. Rich is dashing in.
Oh no, that's good pillar. Cuz gonna flash out of the way. The Tempered Fate though is Shockwave. Shock Blast goes wide. Shockwave still available, of course. As Cuz, oh my god, that poke damage. He's got the Primal Surge. They do have ways to get their health back as Teddy diving on top of Kuzan. He gets the grab at him as Canna dives on top of him. Cuz has to get out of the way and Faker is eliminated immediately as this poke is just nutty out of Dynamics. This could just be Infernal Soul locked away, and it is. T1 have no way to fight.
Simply, I just don't know what they're doing. I mean, it's just snowball from second Drake, right?
Yeah.
All from that. Because of that, they lost tempo, they lost second Drake, and because of that, they lost third Drake and fourth Drake. And it's already...
Well, this is Infernal Soul. I mean, if Dynamics are going to win the game, this is absolutely what they needed. Now they still need to win the next couple of team fights as well.
Yeah. I mean, it was really great play by Kuzan. He was just zoning all the members from T1. And yeah, that CC chain could land on Zoe as well. But yeah, Kuzan is just having a best time against Faker. His match history against Faker is not great because of the Jinner time.
Yeah, and the Gen G time.
Yeah,
in you know, a period where T1 did have the better of them. So we'll see whether Kuzan is going to continue to play well.
So it seems like it's all about Teddy now.
Canna does get the jump onto Rich here, but Rich is just stronger. Gets slowed down, flashes forward, all too easy. Solo kill onto the king of solo kills by Rich.
Yeah. I think T1 is just falling.
I think they're realizing that things are a little bit too rough. And I don't think I would have ever picked a fight with a guy that is way ahead of you. You're 0-1-0. He has Infernal Soul. Like, that's a losing fight right there, as the hook is going to land onto Kuzan. Tempered Fate lands onto Kuz. Teddy wants to get a rev up, and now he's going to jump on in. That is a solo Shock Blast, and actually, Shockwave, sorry, but it actually moves them out of the way of the Moonlight Vigil as Teddy just gets obliterated by Doc Dum. That burst damage was nuts. Out of the Ezreal. Effort now having to run away from Guga. It's supportal combat towards the top side, but in mid lane, Faker has to run to the hills. Doc Dum, if he manages to find himself a Mystic Shot onto Effort, it's going to be a lot of trouble there for the Thresh. It's not going to worry about it as Dynamics have their eyes on the Baron.
Yeah, Dynamics, they just used a lot of good tools and
Good sidestep there from Effort. Did have some vision available.
And I think, yeah, the game is getting harder. Is there a way they can steal an Asher here?
Well, not without Cuz. Cuz is dead for another 4 seconds. Baron is going to be taken. No, King's Tribute gets beyond a whole bunch of health.
I feel like this game is over.
I think so too. I think there's, like, where do you draw the line, right? As he was actually pinging summoner spells while he was solo killing Canna right here. Yeah.
이제 하지.
He's real scary.
Yeah, he said
전판도 내가 이겼단 말인데.
easy. And also last game I won, so haha. he just said it, by the way. And yeah, this team fight, that was great stopwatch by Kuzan, so he could actually land the last
bubble.
last bubble
God.
on Teddy. And Rich, the Rich King is here.
Yeah, Rich is a monster. And this is one of his champions, right? This was T1 not prioritizing Rich whatsoever.
Yeah,
He just thought
so
Canna could beat him no matter what.
all the problems solved, even though your body is getting crushed, just crush as same as on the top lane. Then
Yeah.
it doesn't matter, you know? And it is actually working out. Lucian Jace matchup.
Well, we just have to see whether the amount of years that Teddy has available to him is going to be enough. If you're a T1 fan, you're definitely a Teddy fan here.
Yeah, it's
5,000 gold is the lead, though, and this is only going to get worse with close to 2 minutes left on this Baron buff.
It's really all about Teddy at this point, but it looks really hard because he needs cleans against Zoe because he needs to run in to Zoe, right, to carry this team fight.
Yeah.
And he's against also Trundle's Pillar, so.
Well, the culling used 1 versus 3 here. Shockwave lands onto Rich. Spear going to connect as well. Guga sets up the magical journey, and Rich not going to be in any trouble right here, and that buys space for Dynamics to get in on this inhibitor turret. Teddy, the only one here really trying to help out. And the base is now broken for Team Dynamics. This snowball play is actually working so well. The Dynamics squad hook goes wide there from Effort. Teddy, he does have a lot of damage available with the guns that he's got, but he can't close the distance. And Faker just does nothing at this stage of the game. Inhibitor going to be taken 26.5 minutes. And finally, a team has shown T1 that they can't just sit back with a late game comp and expect to win. Because this snowball is so tough to get through.
Yeah, they are actually doing it. Just go through for the early game against T1.
Yeah.
They're falling.
Well, Teddy has the big guns. Beyond going to take a lot of damage. Remember, he is a very scary Aphelios. Beyond is not the target that he really wants to be crashing down on. They lose 1 inhibitor. There's 20 seconds left on the Baron. They're using empowered recalls to get them back home. You can see the damage has definitely been done. 7,000 gold to lead here for Dynamics.
I mean, normally with the first Nasher, you get the outer turrets out, but they already got the first inhibitor, so it's already great snowball in by Dynamics. And if they just want to make it 100%, then I think they can just wait for Ezreal item as well, you know.
Yeah, get a death stance on top of everything else.
I think at this point they can outrange T1 with their abilities, especially with Zoe and Ezreal and Trundle's Pillar. So I think they can make it easier. And for that, Gugar is looking for vision control. Yeah, 5-man, T1. They knew, I mean, they know this is coming, and this is last chance for them.
Last-ditch effort. They're going to need to win a few team fights to make this one work as Effort, the only one tagged up. Shockwave going to be used. I saw that moment as well, Fake of it. It's not going to be enough as Effort going to get taken down low and Canna already removed from this fight. Teddy trying to make this one the 200 years, but he gets flashed on and Rich obliterates him. This is going to be the team fight win. This should be the game for Dynamics as they go against expectation to take down T1 in a game number 2. They need to do it again, but this is a great sign for the new team in the LCK as they do eliminate the Nexus. Man, it was looking rough for Dynamics. They came off a loss against Sandbox, but here in game 2, we saw their potential. And they snowball it for a win very early in this game.
One-sided.
Yeah.
Not from T1, it's from Dynamics. Such a dynamic game.
Can you just give the pop vote to Rich right now?
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm doing it, sorry.
There we go. But this one should be unanimous. Let's be
yeah, but that one weird situation and response on top side snowballed super hard.
Oh yeah.
I mean, with the header, they couldn't finish the turret. You know that, right? Like it was full plates with it, so they could easily just clear the wave and just wait for their bot lane to carry them. But they couldn't wait it. And I think that was just unnecessary play and unnecessary aggressiveness on the top side, and I think that should go some feedback on the Canna and Kaz for the last game.
Yeah, I think unfortunately as well, like, I think the Syndra pick would have been a lot better than the Orianna. I felt like the Orianna didn't really have too much that she could do.
No.
She's one of these picks that requires a composition to be made around her, and there just wasn't that opportunity.
Or pressure on mid, you know? He couldn't make enough of pressure on the mid lane against Zoe, so he could actually roam to topside as well to end up Kaz. But anyways, that response on the top side, that was just huge int by T1, and that snowballed super hard. And I think Teddy can actually be really mad about this situation because they got 4 plates by themselves on 2v2 on the bot lane, but they still made a loss on the bot lane. I mean,
exactly. And that one tower was all that kept T1 away from being perfect gamed by Dynamics.
Yeah, so
it was one turret. That's the only thing they managed to get that entire game.
I mean, I was already
one turret,
about,
one kill.
Yeah, I was already worrying about this situation because always T1 they make something really weird reserved against bottom tier teams. So yeah, maybe something is happening today.
Yep, well, we'll see whether T1 can bounce back or whether Dynamics can use this momentum to take down the Juggernauts. We'll have to find out after a short break, guys. Don't go anywhere.
나 제이스 2명.
오리 하나 로고.
어디 로고? 제이스 잡은 거 같아.
제이스 잡았어. 제이스
밀고 갈게, 밀고 갈게. 앞에 노플.
나 살짝 빠질게.
네. 우리 하나 궁 없어 얘들아.
우리 하나 로공이다. 성광형 잡아주던가 보여줘.
야, 내가 마무리 간다. 출동 간다. 아야 너무 먼데?
끝내자.
벌써.
탑게.
TP 박어이.
나이스.
자.
어머니 나무는 이 동산 너머 세상의 꿈을 보여주셨죠. 그 꿈들 덕분에 누구에게나 반짝임이 있다는 걸 깨달았어요. 그 소중한 빛은 우리가 잠들었을 때도 계속 반짝이다가 가장 어두운 악몽을 꿀 때 밝게 타올라요. 하지만 이제 그 꿈들이 멈추고 어머니 나무가 죽어가고 있어요. 난 할 수 있어요. 이 동산을 넘어 용감하게 세상과 맞설 거예요. 할 수 있겠죠?
다이내믹스가 이
That
세트
was
승리의
T1
주인공이
versus Team
됐습니다.
Dynamics
정글
game
맵
number
비교를
2. Dynamics was able to get a win in game number 2, and we had Nidalee versus Trundle in the jungle. Both teams had a very hard composition. They had a very high variance and responsibility draft. So Nidalee was roaming around with Thresh, giving a lot of power over to Jace and Orianna during the laning phase. Team Dynamics was able to have the laning phase edge and raise the early turret up against T1. If Dynamics had pulled off one or two mistakes and blunders in this game, well, it would have been a really hard game for them to come back, but all throughout the game, they were really clean. Nidalee up against Trundle has to pull off some of the aggressive play and counter junglings to extend her lead, but Cuz was not able to pull off such an aggressive moves in this game. Maybe it was not only Cuz's fault, because T1 as a whole was not able to create the situation for Cuz to go in for some aggressive invade in the jungle.
네, 그렇습니다. 사실 1세트와 결과는 달랐지만
The
이번
result
경기도
of
top
game
딜을
number
찾아서
1 and 2
나왔어요.
are different, but again, we had the first blood coming in from the top side. T1 was so greedy at this point of the game. They were so close to raising that tier 1 turret in the bottom lane, so T1 was looking for more gold protecting this top lane turret, but Beyond was really brilliant with that skill allocation. He held it onto his W, and as Kana moved forward, then he casted that skill to walk out safely. Maybe he was smart enough to predict that play coming out from Kana. Kuzan even roamed up to get an additional kill, so there was no way to stop Rich, the Lucian, to kind of come to an end of this kind of one-sided scaling. This kind of win opened up so much space for Lucian to hyper carry this game single-handedly. Then let's take a look at the Soul fight. Dynamics had a very good control over the dragon already on the soul point at 21-minute mark. And then they popped the Herald onto the mid lane, so Aphelios and Thresh had to rotate to stop the siege. Reach was going in for a very bold play, chunking down the Orianna in the brush, because Aphelios was clearing out the wave in the mid lane. Dynamics players were zoning out Orianna and interfering her from getting the vision around this dragon. Effort had so much pressure to open and initiate a fight over there, but as T1 had a very unideal positioning around that soul fight, they were not able to secure a win in that fight, and later on as a game whole. Now it's time to check out the player of the game from Team Dynamics. Will it be the stylish player or will it be the supportive player? Now we got the answer, the stylish Lucian player. Rich got the POG already on 500 POG points. Rich is now sitting on 2-1 record on Lucian, and he is the only player who actually got a win on Lucian top pick. This could have been a Aatrox game for Rich, but he chose Lucian this time around, and he pulled up an amazing performance on this champion.
전장 아웃을 시킵니다. 굉장히 루시아에 대한 포지션에 대한 이해도
And Ritz had a very
대한 이해도가 뛰어난
amazing understanding of this pick because the way he utilized its power, zoning out the remaining players with his massive damage was really on point. Because Kuzan also pilots this champion really well, Lucian will be one of the key parts of team dynamics. We have to keep our eyes on this pick. Then it's time to move on to the decider game of T1 versus Team Dynamics. I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, as usual, for the Analyst Desk translation. And now it's not our turn to be laughed at for our votes. It's the analysts. I think that was BitDory that put it down for Beyond instead.
Yeah.
Giving player of the game to a Trundle.
What a shame.
Oh, it is a shame.
Oh.
But thankfully, it means that you are a little bit redeemed, and Cuz is going to be redeemed as well, as LM's going to come in and see whether he can fix up the early game.
Yeah, I personally think that it was not Cuz's fault. Like, I really think T1, they always set up really weird for Nidalee because all the other teams, they always set up for Nidalee, like just pick some CC picks or like pick some just lane kingdom picks like Zoe, and all those kind of picks are just helping Nidalee. But for T1, they just pick up Nidalee just randomly. Yeah. And like that Orianna pick on mid lane, that was just horrible. And Faker did nothing in the game. So I felt like they just mix up all the good parts of the champions, and they expect some only good and positive things from all the champions, but it's not mixing up that well, you know? It's not like a tasty bibimbap. It's just so wasted.
Exactly right. It's like adding the spice that just doesn't make any sense. Like, you got your delicious bibimbap, you don't want to put Worcestershire sauce in it. That's just not going to work out. I love the analogy. I absolutely love the analogy.
That was only kimchi in bibimbap. That's just so sad, you know?
Yeah, it's not what you want. There is a lot of people flaming Cuz to high heaven on the internet, but sometimes you're not equipped with as much information to understand how Nidalee is supposed to work. You need lane priority, and they had basically none apart from in the bottom lane, and that was only because Teddy and Effort were better players on the bottom side of the map. So,
exactly.
Going through the draft right here, Set and Karma were banned first up in game number 1 for T1 as well, as the only ban remaining will be something like a Senna, but it's Trundle instead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering why they're not picking up Ezreal on the blue side.
Yeah, I mean, they should.
I mean, Teddy was playing really great on Ezreal, and obviously Aphelios is not popping off from T1 side. Not yet, you know? It's not because of Teddy, it's just a whole team problem. So they just need to win it against Dynamics. No one wants to see T1 losing against Dynamics, especially when they are competing on the top teams.
Well, this is sad. Volibear is going to be locked in first, as Ezreal will be traded.
Easy pickup by Dynamics, even though it was not great by them. Like, they were just getting stomped in lane, and they're getting lane bullied by Aphelios. So probably that's why T1 decided to just go for the same draft. Well, I mean, their draft is not changed, but their player is changed, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I just feel bad for Cuz, you know? They always wanted him to jungling when they have no lane pressure, and when LM is here, there is always like lane pressure in 3 lanes, you know? So I feel really bad for him, but anyways, this time around, it's gonna be exact.
Yeah, it's literally the same picks. The only difference is a Varus ban on the Dynamics side that is now an Azir ban, and Azir wasn't even picked by T1 in this match. So T1 can run back exactly the same comp. Beyond thinking about his Olaf this time around, I like that. It's a pick away from LM, but also going to be possibly running up against the Volibear. Volibear is, of course, a flex pick, but it's likely to be in the jungle.
I mean, even though you lose 1v1 in the jungle, you can always get some backup from your Bard and mid prior, and especially when you're on red side, you can always counterpick the lane matchup. So I think they can easily just snowball with that prior, and also I think Olaf with Beyond, he always showed up really great performance on it, so I think this is already a great choice. But yeah, their T1's team composition is also also still great, you know, but they ended up really weird mid pick and top picks. So
Yeah, what are we looking for if we want to do the same thing? It's Kennen and Corky that will be locked in by T1.
Yep.
As the Zoe. Bit of respect given over for Kuzan, who did have a lot of lane pressure on the pickup.
I mean, I would say it's not a bad choice if they pick up Kennen and Corky, especially Corky on the mid lane. You are playing against Olaf, so you can just easily farm it up with the dodge potential with your W, Valkyrie. So it's banned away from Dynamics. They knew that already.
Yep, good ban. And the Jace was banned last time, and they demonstrated that they're happy to deal with the Jace pretty comfortably.
So my question is, did Faker just played Nunu mid for fun in solo queue, or did he prepared for this kind of situation? Because he was actually having hard time when he got so many bans on him, you know? Last time he showed up Nico mid against Damon Gaming it was? Or
yeah, I think so. I really liked Faker's Nico mid, but it didn't quite work out.
And it was also mid-focused ban, right? So
yeah,
that is one of the problem for T1, even though Faker has such a huge champion pool. When he got so many bans on him, like he couldn't pull off enough performance that they are like they really wanted to have when you have Faker.
Ooh, okay, Silas being considered.
Oh, okay. Are they gonna pick Silas and Kennen at the same time so you can erase the Kennen counter at the same time, or
do you pick away the Aatrox?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good choice.
Best picks, but no, Kennen just going to be picked up.
I mean, if they pick up Silas, I think it's a good choice because you can always follow Galio, and also you can have lane Priya against Galio in the early time as Silas. So I think it's a great choice.
You can take a physical damage dealer as well here, as if you want to, as Scion mid. That would be weird.
Back to the Rise.
Oh my god, the legacy Faker Lulu in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean,
this is one of Faker's most played. If you guys remember back to when the Ardent Sensor meta was in, this was all Faker was allowed to do.
Yeah.
Getting behind the Bang carry made us very frustrated because Bang would always play Ezreal, and it's not the greatest with the Ardent Sensor, but does still work.
Yeah, and also I think it's really great choice for Volibear jungle because Volibear is some kind of Olaf as well, and
yeah, you need movement speed, right?
Yeah, and you remember like when Olaf was just stomping everyone with Karma mid.
Yep.
That was one of the great combo in the mid jungle, right? So Volibear is having great support by mid, especially Fakers. Lulu, as you mentioned. So I think it's confirmed that they have better synergy between mid jungle against Galio Olaf. If Faker does not get one shot by one combo.
Yeah. You shouldn't be though, because you've got Wild Growth and it should keep the Lulu alive. Very safe pick in the mid lane. And you can push pretty effectively with your Glitter Lance over and over and over again.
Exactly, and also T1's bot lane is already playing this matchup 3 times in a row.
And has won every time.
Yeah. They got 4 plates by themselves.
Yeah, it's insane.
So it should be easier for T1. It's better draft for sure than last game. So I think it can be really good for T1, but also Dynamics. They say they're a pretty decent draft as well.
Yeah, and this is a Dynamics draft that is going to perform much better in the early game again than T1. Maybe not as well as in the last game. The Lucian, of course, is just an absolute demolitionist of the early game and did so very, very effectively. But we'll just have to see how it goes. I mean, Galio doesn't necessarily scream lane control, and the Lulu should be able to get some priority here for T1, and they play around mid priority very, very well.
Yeah. And the reason why you don't pick up Galio nowadays is because of the weak laning phase, you know? You cannot win any single matchup on the mid lane, so
yeah,
I think it's for sure harder. Oh man.
Teddy going pretty aggressive with his item choice.
He's mad, I think.
I think so,
I mean,
too.
I will be mad as well. I will be really super mega mad after that game. You know?
Yeah, after trashing the lane that hard, you're like, oh man.
And after that, our top side is inting? I'll be... Okay.
Yeah, I'd be pretty frustrated as well. I understand. We'll try to stop thinking about game number 1.
Yeah, I almost dropped the F-bomb right there, but
that's allowed. Look, we told you that you're given a couple. because, of course, your language was learnt over at G2. And sometimes there's a bit of flavorful language that has come out there. So we give you a bit of a pass.
Yeah, and also there was so many S word that I can hear from Jankos as well, you know? He was always screaming when he was streaming. Like,
actually, probably
that
one
was
of the most
great
fun times.
Yeah, that was great memories, but...
Okay, let's see what Faker's going to be able to do. He's got Minion Dematerializer here, as well as Cosmic Insight for some extra cooldown reduction. Wants to have as many help pixes as possible onto good old Teddy, but also get as many glitter lances across these lanes as you can. We'll see whether Pix is going to help him out, getting a bit of extra damage here onto Kuzan. That's a good Cosmic Binding to start off the lane, which is what happened actually in game number 1 as well. And Teddy and Effort straight up did not care about it. Let's see whether having 3 potions is going to help Teddy out in this lane, or whether it's the lack of lifesteal that's going to be a hindrance. As, yeah, Kuzan is not going to have the greatest time against Lulu in mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
Especially as the levels start coming in. The frustration that you have when he just presses W on you and then Qs. It's a sad time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And now I remember. It was not the S word, it was K word.
Ah.
Siema is not a bad word, you know?
Okay, okay.
It's hello in Polish.
So you learned some Polish as well. So now you can't even like commentate in Polish without dropping some, some bad language.
I can't. I can only say Siema and K word.
Bad news. Well, I don't know any Polish, so you're beating me on that one. You're beating me in like 3 languages now, I think, which is not so great. As Canna should have the lane priority once again up against Rich. This is the same matchup that we had in game number 1.
I mean, this is so interesting that he started with longsword, Teddy. Like,
I know.
It's kind of disrespect as well, you know? Especially like you did the Doran start at the game 1 and game 2 and like he realized, oh, these guys are so bad. I can start with longsword as well.
But I wonder what he's going to build the longsword into, because remember, Teddy's first item wants to be Infinity Edge. So, I mean, where does this go? Does he get like an early Caulfield's Warhammer to build into a 3rd item Death Dance? Like, who knows? Because normally you see him go, you know, Infinity Edge and then double Zeal item.
Yeah. Maybe he's just going to hold it.
Or maybe it's like an early Hex Drinker, which I guess works in this lane as well, but not really against Beyond. I don't know. It's a weird choice. He might just be sitting on it for a long time.
I mean, it's just one of the mental attack that you can do it.
Yeah. Execution is calling against just the hot cocoa coming out from Guga. So it's a weird decision to make.
Yeah. But anyways, they are controlling bot lane and mid lane and top lane at the same time. Simply 2 scuttles controlled by Volibear, which is rough time for Olaf. You picked Olaf, but you lose early lane?
Yeah.
That means, I mean, that sounds horrible for me, you know?
Oh man, it's a lane abuse style, as Teddy's going to pick up the Vampiric Scepter, so...
I mean, I love this, you know? They know how to do it, and they have... they have the players that they can actually pressure from the early game, but why they choose to pick something like Nidalee and Orianna, you know?
Yeah,
Last game?
Game 2 was a whoopsie. Let's be real. I mean, T1 has struggled on the red side, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
The majority of their games. Remember, they lost to Harmful Life Esports, guys. Like, that happened in Summer Split 2020. Because that's the teleport back from Dr.
Unbelievable. But anyways, this game is a different story that the T1 had for this split. They are controlling all 3 lanes at the same time with one of the greatest jungler for the early game.
Yeah, the Volibear certainly working out. As Faker wandering towards the bottom side of the map as Beyond is going to move on in. Oh, super speedy. That's what happens. You just get W pressed on you, and it's very frustrating. Look at that. Glitter Lance always hits. My goodness.
And
what a champion. His hook is going to land onto Beyond. He's only level 5, guys, and he's very, very dead. That's the Thresh picking up the kill. And now Guga might be in trouble as well, as Effort starting this one off much like he did in game number 1.
So you have bulk pressure, so you can easily move up to the mid lane when you have such a great tools for the skirmishes. I mean, I know that there is an idea behind from Dynamics that Bard was moving towards mid lane, but it was not the move from the pressure, you know. So
Canna just ults the wave, to make sure that this one is going to...
Better tempo.
Yep, give him a better recall timing. Won't have to use the teleport, which will mean they'll be able to exert even more pressure. As Rich, he's going to have to go home as well, and the lanes are going to equalize. So let's have a look at this one again. Beyond walking in level 5 with half health.
That was just so greedy, you know? That was so disrespectful from Dynamics. I mean, they should know that Thresh can always move.
와드 보였고요. 야 볼게 빼는 척함 빼는 척함 본다.
I'm acting like I'm going back.
Yeah, nice.
Baited. We got it.
나이스.
Nice.
All set up.
Yeah, Faker was baiting.
The Puppet Master is
also
Luke is dead. Oh,
Is he
okay.
dead?
Magical Journey, one hell of an ability. I apologize.
And yeah, look at Teddy's build. Maybe he's looking for Bloodthirst first item.
I think he's just going to sit on the Vampiric Scepter and build an Infinity Edge. This is just for lane. That's my opinion. That's what I think. I don't know. Look, you're the analyst.
Yeah, but anyways, look at the control wards on the bot lane by T1.
my
Like
God.
4 control wards, and they are completely destroying Dynamic side. This is such a disaster. And
Effort taking a lot of damage there. As the turret is going to be picked up.
And
so
also
that's
the reason why you blind pick Cannon on the top lane is just, it makes so hard to play around the top lane against it because it's so hard to dive it, right? So I think T1 is already doing so much better job than game 2 and even game 1.
7-minute play to come through from Teddy once again. If Teddy is anything, he is 100% consistent.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether they're in a winning game or in a losing game.
Yeah, so yeah, that's why their team name is Teddy1.
Well, Faker here in the mid lane, very close to picking up his Athenes, which is going to be great into the Galio, and great for his composition, as LM's going to have a really good time. And I find it really, really sad, right, that you know, Cuz gets subbed out, and then LM gets to play with like 100% lane priority.
Yeah,
you know?
that's what I'm saying.
It's a little bit unfair, right?
I mean, that's what I'm saying, you know, like when LM is playing, they always pick for early priors.
Yeah, right.
And like all three lanes are having lane prior, so that is just obvious that your jungler can play easily, you know? And they're like, maybe testing Kaz more?
Yeah, maybe.
Just put Kaz on the really like edge of the cliff and like...
Well, the last game was absolutely Kuz not having too many opportunities to do anything good. As Effort comes up, he's going to clear out a control ward, and they should be able to take Shelly down. As Canna lightning rushes away from Rich. Some marks of the storm come in here. Kuzan going to walk over a control ward, so T1 not going to be too worried. But they do have to stop the Herald.
I mean, they're losing waves on mid lane, so they are. T1 is still getting some advantage.
Yep, Guga, the only one that's going to get the experience for that siege minion.
So yeah, I think Dynamics should start this header, in my opinion. Bard is still staying around mid, so...
Yeah, Beyond is going to be over here, and that's a red buff over for LM. So it should be Shelly being taken.
Yeah.
I believe Dynamics have managed to pick it up every game so far.
Yeah, still great job by Dynamics. The reason why I high-rated Dynamics is because of their early game rotation, you know?
Yeah.
The objective, their objective control was really impressive, especially by new team coming into LCK, right? So that's probably why the reason why everyone was thinking that Dynamics is actually, maybe they can consider as like top 5 at least, you know? But after Sandbox game, like everyone started to think that,
there's a flash forward from Canna. He's looking for Rich. The Ignite goes down. I have a feeling this is going to be the kill, as Rich just wants to deal with the minion wave. Not going to be able to, and make that 15 solo kills
solo kill
for Canna.
Yeah, solo kill master. He was getting like...
Oh, okay. Moonlight Vigil comes down, and Dr. Arm goes down to half health. There's some Coco. Yeah. Just wait for the cube of sugar to be dropped in there, and
maybe
Dr. Arm should be okay.
I feel similar thing
Teddy's
like game 1, because their mid and AD carry is already farming, and their top lane is already like, their lane matchup is already done after Cannon solo kill.
I mean, this is exactly the same as game 1. You're exactly right.
So
Dynamics need to change something.
Yeah, they need to change something. Need to do something before T1 owns this game.
Yeah, Rich, well dead. Really good play there from Canna just to make sure that he can grab that kill. It's what happens when you're winning the rest of the map as well. You are able to go for these sort of plays. 1,800 gold going to be the lead. Sky Strike does a bit of damage there to Guga. The Cloud Drake is live. Our Soul is going to be a good one. Infernal or Ocean this game would be fantastic for both teams. I think an Ocean Soul would be just unbelievable. I think Teddy would be actually unkillable if that one did come in. As Beyond puts down Shelly, but not sure what she's going to be able to get done here as Ellen moves in. See whether she gets a decent charge. Sky Strike comes forward. And yeah, she does get a few of those plates, but it all goes over to Olaf.
And yeah, Cloud Drake is live and Aphelios is in base, so...
Yeah, Dynamics might be able to just use this extra pressure. You can see the vision is well and truly available for T1, but Dynamics knew that there's no Aphelios, so this should be taken. So Cloud Drake going to be picked up. T1 not going to have to use that one as Infernal happens once again. Triple Infernal available for both teams.
I mean, this is so weird. Why they're just giving up Drake like this, you know? They have all vision control, they have all lane pressure, and they're losing Drake again. For no reason. Okay, I know that Aphelios reset it and they have no tempo, but at first, why they reset it?
Yeah, I mean, why are they resetting then when they know that the Drake is coming up?
Yeah, and second, why they just gave up so freely when they simply just kite it out and just make some time for Aphelios, you know? They have cannon with TP, they have ultimate, they have great advantage from mid. They can simply kite it out with Volibear and Lulu and Trash Lantern, but they're just giving up so simply. And this is not the play that we can expect from top teams, and it makes it so hard to just consider T1 as top team, you know? When we see these kind of weird and mysterious play by T1, you know? And they already lost one game against Dynamics, and this is horrible.
And that was the reason why they lost as well. You'd expect that Coach Kim probably gave them a few stern words about giving away objectives. But once again, I think like if you're min-maxing, right, and you want to get as many stats as possible, you'd prefer to have 3 Infernal Drakes or Ocean Drakes rather than a Cloud Drake. But what it does is it delays getting yourself towards a soul point, which is just so valuable for dictating the pace of the game. So I completely agree with you that it's not what you want. But Teddy's going to be able to grab all of the plates here on this turret.
Yeah, this is still great. But it's not like their team plays, you know. This is just purely 2v2.
Okay, Teddy going to get hit by the Tempered Fate. Teleport's coming forward as he flashes. Doesn't want to have to go for this one as Teddy should be taken down. Canna dives on it. Teddy survives for so damn long, but it's not going to be enough. Box put down just to try and kite this one out, but Canna's going to be in trouble. Can he find another Mark of the Storm onto Guga? The answer's no. Double kill for Docdom. And it's all going to hell in a handbasket here for T1.
I really cannot understand why T1 is doing this kind of plays again and again, you know. Because of second Drake, I think that affects for the T1's bot lane.
Faker? That's the flash forward. Guga nails the Cosmic Binding. Flash out from Effort. Undertow doesn't hit onto Faker there. He's going to keep himself alive, but T1 look like they've just fallen apart in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. That hitting bot tower play is not like team play that they made.
No.
It was purely 2v2 and they feel maybe forced to do something on the bot lane because they lost second Drake for no reason, even though they're having full pressure.
And Teddy didn't respect this and flash. Like, he should have just flashed. Then you can get a Lantern that's not going to be able to be denied, and he should be okay. Like, oh man.
I'm like hugely disappointed by this T1's performance, man.
Yeah, you seem like the disappointed dad, you know? You're like, oh, I just wish my kids would be better.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, you know? Because I'm known as one of the like huge T1 fan as well, you know?
Oh yeah, biggest fanboy.
Yeah, but like, I just cannot understand why they're not using their advantage in the right place, you know? So they are having so many silly mistakes, you know?
Kuzan doing absolutely fine in this lane as well. Faker building towards his Ardent Sensor. Like, T1's probably still going to win this game, right? But I think for a team that we expect to be in the playoffs and expect to be towards the finals, right? Like, I think at the moment, Damwon and DRX are looking like our 2 best teams, but T1 and Gen G should be right behind them. We should expect more from T1.
Yeah.
As Faker going to take a lot of damage. That's a very early wild growth as he's doing absolutely 0 damage to Kuzan. Effort wants to throw him a Lantern and will be able to do so. I like that he threw it a bit short to make sure that no immediate wards are going to go down, and Teddy is going to finally take that turret. First turret gold going over to the Aphelios by himself. And it was the build that I was expecting, actually. Just a casual Vampiric Scepter.
Yep.
Till he goes into the rest of his build.
Yeah. With T1's silly mistakes, at the same time, Dynamics is doing so great, you know, like they know that they can just pick up those mistakes. Like if you do not punish those mistakes, you know, like you cannot win it.
Yeah.
So it's still great to see them like punish T1s at the right place, right moment, and especially I think Dynamics' bot lane should work harder than this, because this is the game that actually Ezreal can hard carry.
Especially now, after that double kill. He's got those 2 items that he wants. Rich has to flash. Canna with the slicing Maelstrom comes on in there. Rich, it's good. Kingslayer wants to trade 1 for 1. Looking to get it back, but there's the heroic entrance just a little bit too late.
That was so close.
In the meantime, though, Dynamics will take themselves a Drake for free. I mean, it's not free.
I mean, this time around, yeah.
I mean, still.
This time around, they decided to just trade, it seems like, because they feel like they are going to lose team fight, right? So this is understandable kind of trade. The problem was lost streak, you know? But it seems like they're getting everything. Dynamics.
Yeah, and losing your top laner is not a big deal. Rich is going to respawn now, look to make his way back in, and T1 just feel like they're behind. They are not. Right now, they're ahead by 2,000 gold. But if Dynamics keeps stacking up these Drakes, then it could be another story like last game, and they could steal a win away from our spring champions.
So simply you can think in that way. Even though you are 2k ahead from like turret plates and laning phase, you couldn't make a great team play as a team. Like that sounds really horrible, especially when you are looking for Summer Split winning.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you are thinking about words, you know?
And like, if you make this play against Damwon, like, you lose.
You lose straight up. 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, T1 they just need to list it up and need to play a bit slower.
Yeah, because more controlled, right? Like, fight for the things that you actually need to fight for.
Yeah.
As LM shows himself topside, and immediately Dynamics say, well, we're taking a Drake.
I mean, because it feels like it's not like planned or controlled from T1 side, while Dynamics is actually planning something as a team, you know? It's not Dynamics one player is just popping off, you know? Maybe last game that was like Reach playing so much better, but this time around it's just like a team. Dynamics is playing good as a team, you know? So.
And again, you've got Beyond out farming LM, much like he did against Cuz. This time it's Olaf, so he farms very, very quickly, so you have to expect something like that. But we haven't really seen the Volibear do anything this game. It's been basically absent. T1, you have to remember, do have a very good scaling composition.
Yeah.
Lulu Aphelios is terrifying. It's going to be Teddy with as many buffs as he possibly needs, and free repositioning in the Lantern. So still, you're not going to be hanging your hat up for a T1 loss or anything like that at this stage, but we expect more from them when they're just in the wrong parts of the map at the wrong times, right?
Exactly. But especially they won against Genji 2-0, and when Dynamics lost against Sandbox 2-0.
Yeah, exactly.
We expect something like clean games by T1 before the playoffs. I mean, still round 1, but it's Summer Split, which is so important for every teams.
100%. There was no MSI last time. We're still looking at a Worlds that's going to be happening here. And we'll just have to see. T1 still have time to clean things up here in this game.
It's still fine.
And it's still looking like they probably will win, right? But when it is Dynamics versus T1, you know, 5-2 versus 3-4, this is a match that T1 should be able to comfortably take to the bank, and already Dynamics have managed to pick up a game in game number 2. Having a look at the two players, Dokdam is actually ahead after those couple of kills that he picked up. And this was Teddy just snowballing a lead, and then he threw it away, giving the Ezreal that double kill. Now sitting underneath this turret, does have himself a Lantern if he wants it. This tower is going to fall down.
And even though T1 has great late game composition, I think Dynamics can easily just snowball this out because of the side lane pressure, and also Dogtime got 2 kills. I mean, that is really important part, you know.
Oh, hell.
Ezra is already like ahead in gold, ahead in items,
and ahead in levels. Currently 1 level ahead of Teddy. Might be able to get it from.
Everything is helping Dynamics, so all they need to do is just pick up 1 fight in a good place and just take the win.
And also Teddy had the weird Vampiric Scepter.
Yeah.
So now he's sort
he
of
delays
like,
it, yeah.
Yeah, he's like 900 gold behind his build. Is now going to be able to collect himself his Renown's Hurricane, but that could have come in a little bit earlier perhaps. But still, 26 seconds on this Infernal Drake. The reset happens here for T1, and they should definitely not give this one away.
I mean, we should not forget that T1 just won a game against Genji with only 1 team fight.
Yep.
The late game, so
that's all you need.
That can actually happen in this game as well. Dynamics is normally
Teddy gets chunked. Gonna need to use that Vampiric Scepter, I think. As at least there's an Athene's on the Lulu, so Teddy should be absolutely fine. Already his health back up to basically full. As Rich has started off this Drake, and T1 don't have the vision in this area. Dynamics are on top of it, and it looks like T1 are just gonna give this one away again. Canna's over here, but T1 can't get in.
Wait.
It's just gonna be given away. Soul point for free. Where am I?
Okay. I'm lost, actually.
This is like a huge item spike as well. Like Teddy gets his first 2 items, Faker has Ardent Sensor. T1 should be trying to find a team fight.
Yeah, they should.
What?
It's simply Soul Point and Cannon is ahead in item as well. And yeah, they have no vision, but who cares? Just go fight.
Yeah, just go in. Throw your cannon at him.
Throw your Volibear as well.
Well, yeah. I mean, I forgot that they had a Volibear. Perfectly honest.
Because he's not playing aggressive enough.
Yeah, it's not doing anything. I've seen him farm a couple of things and give away a Rift Herald. But
yeah, at this point, I feel really bad right now because T1 seems like just one of the bottom tiers team that not doing anything before like Nexus first.
And they are also like the team that plays the slowest. They have the least amount of champion kills per minute as in comparison to any other team here in the LCK. They're picking up Genji's old mantle by the looks of things. And they are still in the lead, right? And we're still expecting that T1 will win. But if they don't fight for the next Infernal Drake, they lose the game.
I mean, what I mean is like the way how they choose to give up this objective is not great at all. If you give up something, you need to take something.
Yeah. They were milling about in the mid lane while Dynamics were taking the Drake.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, you know. If you decide to give it up, then yes, just go top and get some free gold and maybe get some Nashor pressure, Nashor vision. Maybe they can just give up Drake and just come it out. Because you have Aphelios, you can one-shot Nashor, ha ha ha, but nothing happened.
Yeah. And now Dr. is almost at his death stance. Ezreal is going to be really scary.
Yeah. He just needs death stance
again.
Yeah.
Wow, wow, wow.
For sure, Dynamics is fine. It's not that huge gold difference. I think that's because of just turret plates. And Ezra has enough items. There's no way that he's gonna get engaged by.
Yeah, he's even got
like,
QSS.
Fresh,
He'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah.
You got the Shirelias on Guga, means that he can easily go around and ward things up. It's often when you have these sort of enchanter supports. I mean, Bard is a little bit different because he does have his magical journey to get out.
Yeah.
But he can boost himself around. Will be able to stay safe, even though he's a little bit squishy.
Yeah.
Clearing out vision, but this gold lead is stagnant, right?
It's looking like Dynamics having both side lane pressure as well. Silas is just pushing, and look at the minimap. There is Galio pushing the top lane so easily without any support by your team.
Yep, Faker looking for his Rabbiton's going to have that one pretty soon, actually. It will mean that the shields for Teddy are going to be gigantic. Like, the 200 years potential is huge.
Yeah, there is still potential from 200 years, but What I'm saying is,
It's going to take 200 years for him to get there. Like,
yeah,
it's so slow, and it doesn't need to be this slow.
I mean, this game is so slow, and the meta is not about slow game, you know, nowadays.
Yeah.
So it makes, it feels so bad to see this game because that was actually so easy control by T1 when we saw the early game from T1. Like it was fine.
Yeah.
Like, they were getting everything. They were ahead in CS and they were like getting every plates in every single lane, you know. But after that, just random play happened and they just gave up Drake randomly when they have advantage in every single lane and everything snowballed. And they are falling actually. And normally top teams are not falling because they have strong mentality. And
okay, there's the wild growth. Faker was tanking up this turret for a really long time. Just kill it. He does so. That's going to deny the turret shot, so he at least survives there. And the Galio is still going to make it to safety. So that was very weird. True shot barrage looking for Faker. Oh my god. Bit of a heart attack. Thanks, Jonas Strong, for making sure you keep us on our toes. Pings out as Kuzan wants to go and stop it back yet again, but he's not going to be able to as Elam just... I mean, I feel like he's one of those, the ambulances that turns on the lights for just to try and skip traffic, as you can see on the bottom side of the map. Somehow Faker managing to get in there for the assist, as Canna is going to take down Rich there in that 2 versus 1. So.
And finally, T1 can contest the Drake. And look, Dynamics, like, this is what we needed from T1, you know, even though you are like behind in man advantage, you still like try to contest it, you know, to give them pressure.
Yeah, and Richard actually teleported to that lane, so won't have to teleport for this Drake fight. Canna's going to move over a ward. Teddy just frontlining because he can.
I think
There's
it depends
Faker
on
in his back
Duckdom.
pocket.
It depends on Duckdom, you know.
Yeah, can they actually get in there to dive on top as True Shot Barrage does come down, and it looks like Dynamics are going to give this one away. Hook is going to land, Ragnarok comes out, and that is secured by T1. But Dynamics will have Soul Point again, and T1 need to fight for it again. Gives them a lot of extra pressure. The T1 are starting to get ahead, starting to exert some pressure on this map finally. Like they're waking up from their early game days.
Thank you.
Finally.
Anyways, we can call this Naguri moment.
Oh no, the abduct was not great. Out of Rich there. Because we'll have to see what Faker was saying here about taking down the turret.
붙어줄래? 깨긴 했어.
Yeah,
깼어.
Denies the teleport as well, which is good.
빼긴 했고.
Oh yeah.
사이드 못해. 이거 나 한번 쉬어야 돼.
Oh, and that was why the
사이드
teleport
못해.
wasn't able to be utilized into the
Okay.
Dragon Pit, because that was Rich trying to get towards the top
Get
lane. Man,
I dodged. Yeah. It was not that like emergency for Faker, you know?
It's a good snowball.
Yeah.
And we can see that T1 are capable of the proactive plays. They're capable of like reading the map and understanding what they can go for and making those moves. But they need to do it more. They need to put more pressure on. They're going to be able to challenge the top. And Dynamics still in with a chance. 3.5 minutes until they have the opportunity of getting towards an Infernal Soul. Burning Faces done for both Rich and Kuzan. Death Stance in for Dokdam. Like, it's a very scary Ezreal, even if he is 30 CS behind.
Yep. Still having enough item for Ezreal to deal enough of damage. And still, Dynamics is having silent pressure, so T1 is just grouping S5. So they can actually just play a bit more smarter. Just avoid some random fight on the mid lane and use silent Priya to pressure the Nasher.
Bit of ping pong being played here as Rich goes back to base. Didn't see him actually purchase anything, which was odd. Has himself a stopwatch though, so for the next team fight, he's going to be feeling a bit better. And Dynamics definitely need to fight for this one. It's Faker a bit more money here than Kuzan, but not too much. It's not a crazy difference.
Where is Athene's from Faker?
It was his first item.
Yeah, I guess.
This is item purchase after 10 minutes. So he had it a bit earlier. So you can see he has that one completed. Very even in farm though, as you can see in the mid lane and in the top lane. Not much in it at all. Beyond a little bit ahead from the jungle, and Teddy a little bit ahead on the bottom side. And by a little, I mean 30 CS, but it's Teddy and you expect it. And he's looking for his Death Dance's 4th item. Dynamics have just started off with Baron. Because why not? Effort, moving on in. Oh my goodness, T1 don't know that this is happening at all.
Bard strategy.
Yeah, moving
Bard
on in.
strategy.
Yeah, that's why you take the magical journey into the promised land of the Baron buff. As I think they're just going to take it. Oh, T1, they find out way too late. Magical journey gets them all over the wall. And Guga, he's very low, but they make it out. Stolen right under T1's noses.
That is actual smart and intelligent play by Dynamics. And also T1, they are shaking. They are getting out-rotated by Dynamics.
It's been happening for a lot of this game, and now with Infernal Soul Point available for Dynamics, they have a Baron buff to put extra pressure in side lanes. Kuzan has Ignite at the moment, but he doesn't have to walk that far. He is level 17, so the Heroic Entrance does have a pretty gigantic range. He can get into these fights. And Rich is just waiting in the base. Magical Journey over there looking for Faker. They want to take him out before the Infernal Soul comes up, but Tempered Fate is not going to land onto the Lulu.
Flash is out.
Close the difference.
Yeah, Flash is out though, so
yeah,
I think Dynamics can still control this way. And there's Nashor, so it's even easier. And they can even look for mid inhibitor if they are just forcing it, but
you can see no vision around.
Yeah, but it's good positioning by Kana though. And it's still better positioning by T1 in general, but Dogtime is here.
Teddy's frontlining, as you can see. Look at all of the shields.
They don't know where it's
so
Kana, though.
huge. LM thinking about trying to find Rich, who does use the hijacked ultimate to get himself out of the way.
Still don't know where it's Kana. It's not spotted.
Oh my god, is he waiting in this brush? Yeah, he's looking to try and get on top of Dogtime, but no. Doesn't pull the trigger, takes the Lantern. T1 form the Phalanx, looking to get towards this Drake. True Shot Barrage is good. Over 3, and you can see Dogtime needs to play aggressive like this.
Now it's worth.
Teddy is gigantic. Wait for the years, guys. This is very scary for Team Dynamics. Teddy is just killing the Drake and the members of Dynamics by himself. He takes the Lantern here as Kuzan wants to get on top of this Dragon. Oh, the Tempered Fate's brilliant! They're going to burst down the Drake, and there's the Infernal Soul for Team Dynamics, and T1 just have to scatter.
Dynamics!
Oh
that
man, they're keeping them honest, dude. They are keeping them honest.
And this Bard is doing his job, and like, this is so great. Like, he made Nashor, he made Infernal Drake. Everything is from Guger. He's playing Bard, and like,
we got 40 seconds left on Baron as well. Now they have Infernal Soul, and they're going to push down the mid lane.
And quick rotation with his ability as well. Like, everything is going great for Dynamics, and T1, they just need one team fight. They just need to have some team fight. And their engage tool is all about Kana or Effort flashing in.
Or LM
jumping in.
Yeah.
But nothing is happening.
He can gallop like a bear. I don't know whether bears gallop.
I mean, I don't
Maybe
know.
they do.
Yeah, I don't know until when they're
Dogtime might be caught out of position. Will have to... No, doesn't have the flash, but Arcane Shift is back up again. No turret here. He can kite. True Shot Barrage. Now Guga looking to try and find an opportunity. LM does get the stun. Heroic Entrance is there, and Teddy gets caught, but there is going to be the Lantern, and LM's just going to fall down. Guga now looking for even more. This guy is on a tear on this Bard. And now Kana has to take a Lantern. The amount of saving that Effort has to do this game is just insane. As Dynamics, they do have the inside track. Rich jumping on over. And Teddy takes another Lantern. The hook is going to land there, but it's on to Beyond, so he's able to just pop the Ragnarok. Redemption going to be used to keep T1 alive. And Dynamics, they're looking for blood. They're playing proactive against a team that does scale really well.
I love this. Like, I love way how they are proactive. They use their all abilities, and like, Dogtime could survive because of Bard as well. Again!
And he's so self-sufficient, right? He's got the Iceborne Gauntlet. He can slow them all down. He can kite out anyone that's trying to chase him. And yes, he had to use the flash, but he's an Ezreal. He has his own flash built into his kit.
And it ended up perfect. I mean, yeah. Maybe he could flash earlier, but or ulti earlier.
The instant cleanse as well on the Gravitum, as this is just the benefit of having a Galio, and Galio Bard is fantastic as well because you Tempered Fate and then you can layer the Heroic Entrance to buy that extra time.
Yeah.
This comp is working from Dynamics.
Probably this is worst game I ever seen from T1 this split. Like,
it is really disappointing because they had the leads that they should have been able to transition into Drakes, but again, their ability to control the map went out the window in this series after game 1, which was so controlled. Game 2 was a disaster. Game 3 doing exactly the same thing with the game 1 draft. Like, this is just playing worse with this basically the same tools that they had in game number 1.
I mean, game 2, they had maybe we can say bad draft, so they couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
So they didn't do anything, right?
Yeah.
But at game 3, they had great draft, great early game, but after that, what happened?
Nothing. Is a pretty obvious observation. Teddy's still like, I mean, he can win the game by himself.
Yeah,
that is
but
a thing
still,
that can happen.
Dogtime is also working out.
Okay, Teddy just frontlining, but does have the Lantern. He can take to safety, and this is how Teddy has to play.
Full item.
Yeah, this is a very scary Ezreal. Mortal Reminder done. He's got his Mercurial Scimitar on top of his core items. Teddy is also very, very close to having full items, and he's a Aphelios with a Lulu behind him. And yeah, you can see Dynamics are just kiting him around, right? And they know that if Guga lands the right ulti, they can win any team fight.
And there's no hard engage besides Cannon, so maybe the Dynamics can use more of side lane. Maybe that can help a little bit more for Dynamics, but they decide to 5v5, but I don't think this is still a great choice by Dynamics though. They're not
no minion wave.
Yeah, but they're okay, they're just trading minion waves, but positioning is all about Teddy. Yeah, T1 is all about Teddy, and Dynamics, they just need to play a little bit smarter, because I don't think
there's no way for a really long time. Dynamics can move over to this Baron
for sure, and they are doing it.
Yeah, they're just starting it up.
They have no vision
about it in the mid lane. Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, they just checked it.
But there is a lot of DPS on Dynamics. It's 37 minutes into the game. Rich has a slicing Maelstrom. T1 can't group up. They're just giving away a Baron.
What?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Yeah, I confirm it. This is worst performance I ever seen in Summer Split by T1, and also Dynamics after those kind of disaster match against Sandbox.
This is heroic out of Dynamics. Their comp shouldn't be able to so comfortably do this, because T1 do have brilliant team fight, but it's just not working. And this is going to be a game that comes down to just that game-winning team fight, right? As Elder Drake is going to be up for 30 seconds, that might be where the fight is going to come from. But the side lanes are in favor of Dynamics. They have the Baron buff now. They have the gold lead by 3,000. Doesn't really mean too much here at 38 minutes, but it is still a thing. And finally, 6 items versus 6 items on the 80 carries. Teddy is at full power. They can't win here. They just can't win. But they are looking for it.
I mean, still 5v5 potential is fine for T1.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So maybe one team fight can change everything.
Teddy's trying to find a Doctum in melee range against Teddy, who's got the Draven Cogmore. Doctum flashing. Teddy just not scared of a turret whatsoever because he has Faker behind him. Redemption to get them all back up to full health. Doctum's going to be okay as well. You can see Rich able to do a lot of poke damage, but now Beyond just getting meleeed by Teddy, who now gets to Caitlyn Cogmore. He's very, very scary.
There's no
Dynamics
cannon
have started this one up.
There is no cannon ulti from Silas anymore, so maybe it changes a lot.
He does have other ultis available. He will have that hijack back up pretty soon. True Shot Barrage over 3, and it does a lot of damage. Kuzan with heroic entrance available, but Teddy, he's got so many years up his sleeve.
Oh, this is scary, man.
He's just frontline. He has the Lulu support, and look at this. Every time he gets a health picks, he gets about 3,000 health, but these Mystic shots keep landing. It's real scary. Kuzan on top of Vision. Tempered Fate misses. This could be the opportunity, but Kuzan dives on in. And Aphelios just eliminates Guga instantly, and this should be the T1 show. As now Doctum, he's still alive, but the flash forward says no from Teddy. A double kill is so damn easy. Faker now looking for Kuzan. This will be the ace, and it should be... Oh no! Kuzan gets the double out of nowhere. And that might slow down T1 as Elder Drake is still back up. LM's still there though. He should have a smite available as maybe, just maybe, T1 are going to get their third turret of the game at 40 minutes.
I don't know what to say. I lost my mind.
I don't know what to think, dude. That was
I guess,
first 2
okay,
kills,
so
by the way.
Let's think it this way. T1, they knew that they can just give up everything, every single objectives in the game and just win a team fight.
Yeah.
And they just decide to have one great team fight in a late game, and they were just acting like they're losing everything.
They're just doing their very best to see how strong Teddy's back is.
So,
you know,
I mean,
it's like he's doing push-ups and like all 4 of them are just getting on top.
I think they wanted just one moment and one great team fight, and that is all that they wanted, I guess. And that was just great engaged by Kana as well. And yeah, I'm not sure if I can say that like T1 is having great game and like, oh yeah, they decide to fight finally because of like their team composition. They just decide to give up every single objectives. But I'm not sure, you know, if that's good.
This was sick out of Kuzan, by the way.
Yeah,
Look, like Faker was pretty high health, but the Winds of War did so much work. And he
잡았어.
real clean.
Infernal Drake, you know?
야 그거 아 끝날만해.
이러면 장로 봐야 돼. 장로 봐야 돼. 이거 안 끝나면 해. 장로 봐야 돼. 장로.
장로 가자.
That reaction.
Just catching Faker almost swearing there. That's all right. I would have been shocked by being taken down by a Galio from about 3/4 health as well. As we come back in, and Elder Drake is up for another minute and 15 seconds here for T1. And Dynamics, I mean, this is Infernal Soul versus Elder. It's not the kind of Elder situation that can be very, very scary. And you can see the gold is irrelevant entirely.
Yeah, and now they hit the power spike. The late game power.
Yeah.
Aphelios and Lulu. It's mid Lulu, by the way, so it has death gaps on it.
Yeah, so much damage.
So
from
much
Teddy.
shield.
And yeah, the shield's just coming from everywhere.
They don't need to do anything. They just need to wait Teddy to carry this game. And that's all.
Yeah.
They don't need any kind of rotation now. And maybe this is what they wanted,
my
you know?
God. It's 1Q, Rich has to go back to
And
base.
he tanks the turret as well.
Oh yeah. I mean, Faker's got so much cooldown reduction, he basically can just tank the turret forever. Yeah, backdoor bonus. Where did that go? Nowhere. As this inhibitor is going to go down. No Baron required. Elder Drake, only 10 seconds left. Dynamics do just want to wait that one out before they try to fight. But actually, with all of the inner turrets, well, bar one of them, down here for Dynamics, they can, if they win a team fight, they win the game.
Yeah.
It's 43.5 minutes in.
I mean, I still feel really pretty bad because they had side lane prior, so they could use a little bit more of side lanes, right? When they were just ping-ponging on the mid lane. But everything is gone now. I don't
Teddy.
think they can go side lane.
The onslaught does so much healing.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Severum plus Death Stance plus the Mercurial Scimitar. He's got 6 items, by the way, no boots.
And by the way, guys, they also nerfed Death Dance for the rain champions, but it seems like nothing happened.
I mean, not really.
Yikes, guys.
They're standing on top of a ward. Could be an opportunity here for Dynamics. T1 trying to bait around the Baron, which has just respawned. This is still anyone's game, guys. Elder Drake has worn off.
Yeah.
And Dynamics, with the 3 Infernal Drakes, they have so much money's worth of stats.
So, at this point, I need to check what was the longest game that we had in Summer Split. And it was 49 minutes.
Yep, T1 versus Damwon. Surprise, surprise, it was another T1 game, guys.
Surprise! But anyways, we have 4 minutes left until longest game in Summer Split in LCK 2020.
I think this is going to be confirmed, the longest game. As Teddy just going to clear out these minions. The rest of the team just hasn't been able to start fights so that Teddy can do stuff.
Yeah,
I mean,
so that's
Teddy's
why
been frontlining forever.
I mean, that's why I was saying that maybe Dynamics can use more of side lanes, you know, because they could.
Yeah.
They have 2 TPs, they have good pressure, but it's already late.
I mean,
they are getting forced.
This Baron is going to be absolutely obliterated. As Guga does have Tempered Fate, he can buy some time. He'll want to throw that down on top of this Baron. There it goes. It's going to stop the Baron from doing anything. Teddy also caught out as Beyond dives on forward. Kuzan with the heroic entrance is going to get there. Rich, a fantastic Zhonya's.
They're kiting.
As, yep, they do take down the Ken before he can do absolutely anything as Rich flashes on out effort. So incredibly low as Teddy. He's a one-man wrecking crew. My God! The damage is disgusting, but they do get out. No one on Dynamics dies, and T1 can't two-man the Baron. Oh my God! Oh God!
Oh man! Just one auto that he needed.
Oh,
and he couldn't land it even though like he flashed in. And this is gonna be Dynamics Snatcher.
Yep, Doc Dom and Rich are gonna dive on top of it.
Moly!
Oh my God! I'm getting head spins. And now Dynamics back in the driver's seat. Absolutely, the death time is a gigantic. Let's have a look at this fight yet again.
So I think the point was Silas's cannon ulti and also Kana's cannon ulti. It was joining with Galio ulti by Dynamics, but Kana was kind of like he was kind of alone, and it got exhausted as well. So the Dynamics' cannon was better, basically.
And also Ellen was just destroyed by the Baron.
Oh.
The Baron was hitting Ellen the entire time.
Yeah, that was so great team fight by Reach and Kuzan at the same time when they were looking for frontline, and there is Elder Drake.
Yeah,
there we go, guys.
They're going to try and burst it down. Oh, the Cosmic Binding onto Teddy. It's going to buy so much time. They sidestep the Tempered Fate, though. True Shot Barrage comes in. Ellen, can he do it? No, he can't. It's Beyond that locks down the Elder, but the fight is going in favor of T1. Guga down extraordinarily low, and count the years, guys. Kuzan's going to try and get out. Doc Dom, he's in there. Double kill so far, 2 versus 3. As the inhibitor is still down for another 47 seconds. And T1 are going to try and win the game, despite the fact that they weren't able to lock down the Elder. And I have a feeling they might be able to. Teddy has a Calibrum range advantage 100% in favor of the T180 carry.
There's no Nasher, so they can probably clear up the wave, but we'll see.
Well, I mean, the Nasher is there actually in favor of Dynamics, so it might actually help them clear this really comfortably. Teddy can't take that. Oh my God. Remember, Doc Dom is very scary as well. 6-1-3 for the Ezreal, 5-1-2 for the Aphelios. Close to 600 CS here for Teddy, whose farming stats continue to impress.
Crazy.
Oh my God, this game keeps going.
But yeah. That ultimate was a little bit sad, but at the same time, Beyond just finished the Drake, so they could actually save the game. And also at the same time, this time, the real cannon was better from T1 side, so...
Yeah, Rich, if he had his Zhonya's, it would have been a much better story. Don't know whether he just didn't have time to use it or just couldn't use it. Bit of a shout out here for Kuzan as well, who's hit 6 items, 4-0-4.
There is still Nasher and Elder Drake buffs, so...
Yeah, only on a few members of Dynamics, of course.
Maybe Ezreal is going to TP on the mid lane, yeah?
Yeah, it's Kuzan and Doc Dom that have it, so these are certainly some carries on Dynamics.
I think they really want to use this 40 seconds, 30 seconds advantage on the T1 side. Especially, it's Elder plus Nasher.
Oh, but Teddy finds a Q with the Calibrum. That may just be the end. Honestly, because Teddy is so scary.
Okay.
Oh, but he gets hit by the Tempered Fate. Maybe standing a little bit too far forward. True Shot Barrage. Teddy is taken down! The Slicing Maelstrom from Cannon, but he has to kite it on out as now Doc Dom is popping off in this team fight. Rich turns up as well, and it's going to be Dynamics taking down T1, who were way too slow in the mid-game, and they've been punished for it.
Longest game as well, Dynamics! Finally, they made it, and Bard Guger, man, he saved the day with Bard ultis.
What an incredible performance. The team that would not give up in Team Dynamics. Oh, T1 desperately wanting to hold on, just relying on Teddy, and my God, if I was Teddy, he needs to get a massage that's paid for by the rest of the team, because his back must hurt so much. I mean, a lot of people are going to call him out for overstepping, but he's the only person making proactive plays that game.
Exactly, so I don't know why T1 is struggling so hard. Like, they won against Genji, and they lost against Dynamics, who lost against Sandbox last game, just last game, and the game won. Yeah, they showed up the gap between huge Big 4, Big 5 team against bottom tier team. But game 2, they just ran it down, basically, from the ban picks, from the in-game plays, and game 3, yeah, it was completely fine. They just managed to have better draft than game 2 and better early game plan as well until the first Drake, and just randomly they gave up second Drake, and after that it snowballed so hard, and for that I think Googer's Bard should get some spotlight. He got the Nasher with his ability, and he stopped enemy teams from getting everything with his
that
ultimate.
last Tempered Fate won them the game, right?
Yeah.
Locking down Teddy like that, I think that Docdom as well. Remember, this guy's a rookie, right? Like,
crazy.
Absolutely insane. To be able to play in a 50-minute game like this and perform in the clutch at the very end, that is gigantic. The rest of the players on this dynamic squad have so many years behind them. Like, it's at least 3 years of LCK experience for almost everyone. Kuzan beyond, playing for a really long time. I mean, Rich played at the tippy top of HOT, so he understands high-pressure moments like this. And Guga's been playing for absolutely forever. I think he debuted in, like, 2015. So it's not a question of whether or not these players have the ability to hold on in the veteran status, but to come into the LCK, take down T1 at their own game in the late game like this is just gigantic, and I wasn't expecting this to happen. I was actually on record in a Rich interview, just a piece that was done by Snowball Esports about Rich, and I said that they didn't have a chance of winning this game. But they proved me wrong. They were the little train that could, and it's times like this that I'm really happy to be wrong, because they played better on the day.
They played better. They were better players as well.
Yeah.
And it started off from this. I mean, from second Drake, I guess, you know. But the game was pretty long, so they're showing from the late game. And yeah.
But they had the vision control this entire time as well, and Teddy, he manages to land like a whole lot of damage here, but then has to take a lantern, has to flash, and they lose Infernal Soul, they lose Elder Drakes, they lose all the Barons, and Docdom kites out 4 people until they decide that they just want to win a team fight.
Yeah.
It's super sick play out of the
like,
rookie on Dynamics.
Bar saved him again.
Yeah.
And yeah. I mean, this one team fight was a little bit scary because every skill shot was kind of missed, and Kana played so much better than Richie's hijacked ultimate. So I thought T1 is just ending up in a boring way again. But yeah, Kuzan. Oh, this is power of 4th.
Yeah,
right,
man.
Right? Infernal Soul.
I mean, this is the MVP of Challenger from last year, man. This is the guy coming back to stake his claim on the LCK.
Yeah.
Because you might remember him from Jin Air, but if you weren't watching Challenger, you didn't see what Kuzan did to people. Like, he was just super good.
Oh, that was double Zhonya's as well.
Yeah.
Zhonya's and stopwatch that Kuzan and Rich play was just so smart and clean.
Oh my god, Teddy must be so frustrated.
할 거면 우리 다이브할 생각으로
We have to
거기
dive.
와드, 거기 제어와드 좀
I think we have to
다이브는 아닌
dive.
것 같은데, 근데?
Maybe not
다이브 힘들
dive.
것 같아.
다이브 아닌 것 같아.
No dive. Dive.
갔다가
We have Nasher.
앞에랑 보자.
Oh,
앞에.
Aphelios? Oh.
앞으로 야 올라파 앞으로 올라파
Go from Aphelios.
앞에 맞아
나이스! 거대길로 뭐냐고!
Holy!
거대길로 뭐냐고! 드디어 빈들 말한다!
The best kind of translation is the translation that has the feeling behind it as well, guys.
나로 고마워.
I'm a great actor.
황금 사일러스.
I remember from the movie.
나이스.
빨리 쳐서
빨리 쳐서
나이스
The amount of relief coming out of these players is look at Teddy's damage.
Oh, I feel a little bad.
Oh, so do I. So do I.
I mean, it's not his fault, you know.
I also feel bad for Cuz because, I mean, Ellen was just as invisible this game as Cuz was in game 2.
Yeah, and also Faker. Like, I don't know why he is trying to picking up some weird champion. Like,
yeah.
Lulu? Okay, I mean...
I mean, it's one of Faker's, like, historically best picks.
I
things
know.
like that. It's definitely comfort, but he's not able to dictate the pace or have agency
Yeah.
if he's on the Lulu. It then relies on effort landing hooks, Canna finding flanks, and Ellen being able to dive on in there with the volley bear. Like, the volley bear needed to start fights,
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
you need to W the volley bear if you're Faker.
Yeah.
He gets in there, you throw the bear in,
Exactly.
he creates a ruckus, and then Aphelios kills everyone. But Teddy realized that he was the veteran, and he had to like take control. As Dokdam is going to pick up player of the game. I think Guga deserved it, but Dokdam also played fantastically well, and you need to give him extra points for being the rookie of this squad.
Yeah.
Keeping himself together.
I mean, I feel really happy for him because actually last night, like 2 a.m. or something, I met him in solo queue.
Oh,
And
really?
That was my last promotion game. I was Diamond 1.
Yeah.
I didn't play League for like a month. And yeah, I tried. And Dokdam just saved me with Jinx, with National Steel Ultimate.
Oh,
So-
hell yeah.
Yeah, so I cheered him up like, oh, Dokdam, please win tomorrow because you saved my promotion match. And he did it! He freaking did it! I'm so happy for him.
Yeah, no bias though, guys. No bias. Don't worry. I'm super happy for this team because like Dynamics, they're like a bunch of misfits from teams that weren't able to crack the top 5 in the LCK, but have all had moments.
Yeah.
And this was an example of just way better team play, being able to come out ahead no matter what their opposition looked like as far as the nameplates. Like Dynamics, they made me eat my words in a documented article, and I absolutely love it. This was one hell of a performance.
Yeah. And yeah, it was really great performance by Dynamics, but also at the same time, it was worst performance I ever seen.
Oh yeah, we don't want to talk about T1 because
no,
it might get us into trouble. You know, you got to focus on the team that wins, and then the T1 fans don't come out and wring your neck. You know?
That is true because
Yeah.
I'm having a rough time because of that. But I just want to be honest. You know?
Okay.
That was really horrible.
It was.
I just want to be really honest. You know, it's not because of the team, because of the performance. You know.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was obviously.
Well, now we get to have a chat with Rich and Dokdam, so let's throw it over to Jisun.
Congratulations, guys. How do you feel about this win?
근데 그 일정 중에서 진짜 1승이라도 따는 게
Well, we were having a very tough schedule, but we were managed to get a win out of this kind of hell of a schedule. So I'm happy that we secured a win against the top contenders.
우선 제가
First
요새
off,
폼이 너무 안 좋았어가지고
My form was really bad recently. I was so worried about this, and my team was so worried about me. But in the last game, I did a really great job. Maybe my form is coming back.
분위기를 좀 만들어줬는데
Yeah, I mean, also, you guys sounded really happy in the end.
만족스럽긴 했어요.
Yeah, I mean, we were totally satisfied, especially in the last game. I did a great job, so feels really nice.
일단 리치 선수가 루시안으로
Rich,
PUG를 받았어요.
you got this PUG on Lucian, top lane. Not many people really think that this is a really nice champion on top lane, but you still held to this top Lucian pick, and you are the only player in LCK that got a win on top Lucian pick.
탑 루시아는 그냥 본인이 자신 있을 때
Well,
꺼내면 좋은 성적을 거둘 수 있다고 생각하고
I believe top Lucian, you can get a good result if you're confident in this pick. And I knew that Kana prefers Jace a lot, so I practiced this champion into his Jace pick.
컨트롤 C 컨트롤 V인데요.
That was the same answer you said about the Aatrox pick, though.
똑같은 거 아니에요?
It was like a copy and paste.
아니 왜냐면 우리가 그 아까 전에도 뭐 이현우 해설위원도 얘기했지만
I mean, Paul Templar also mentioned that Top Lucian has a huge potential, and you pulled it up really well. Are you satisfied with your performance? Yeah, I mean, in game number 2, I was pondering between Lucian and Aatrox. But, well, regarding the T1's playstyle, I wanted to go with Lucian, a champion that can pull off a very aggressive performance. Lucian did get a consecutive buff recently. Yeah, especially the Q range is really nice, so you can have a winning trade to the laning phase, so you can force the opponent's TP to come back to lane. Speaking of the picks, We had identical bottom duo for 3 games in a row. Ezreal Bard versus Aphelios. Did you guys have any kind of consensus about it?
저희가 일단 이즈를 최대한 먹자는 식으로 얘기를 했어서
Well, one of our top priorities was Ezreal, so we kept opening Aphelios to T1 and we took Ezreal, and because Ezreal is really weak during the laning phase, we wanted to compensate that with Bard pick. Game number 3 was so long. It was the longest game in the split, and the objective fight was so intense. Did you guys feel confident that you guys will be able to close out the game, to be honest? As time went by, Aphelios was really fed and got a lot of items, so we thought that it's gonna be quite hard. But with the poke ability, we thought that we would be able to zone them out. In addition to that, it was really amazing to see you keeping your concentration all throughout the game. And in addition to that, Cougar was doing a lot of work on Bard, especially locking up the Aphelios with his ultimate as Bard. Cougar really supports me really well and adjusts to me really well, so he kind of always gives me the situation that I can comfortably play. Rich, now you have become a true top laner after role swap. Because even though you lost game number 1, after you got solo kill onto Kana in game number 2, you said, well, I won game number 2 as well. Well, I mean, in the Kennen Silas matchup, I thought I did it pretty well. But game number 3, I have nothing to say. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were saying that you guys are having the schedule of hell. The 5 consecutive game up against the top 5 team Genji, T1, Damwon, DRX, and Genji. And even before you guys got the Nexus in game number 3, you guys were talking about the Damwon series. Are you guys confident? If we lost today's series, we will be having 0 confidence, but with this victory, I think we will be able to give it a great shot. But I'm not confident about the matchup up against Snuggery, but still, we will do our best. What about you, Dokdam? After we won the game, Rich actually said he's gonna wreck Snuggery and get ready to be carried by his buzz, right? I mean, that was to boost the morale of my teammates. Rich, and anything you would like to add on to that? I mean, now that I won Teddy, I can defeat Ghost as well. Rich looks a little bit flustered with the very confident answer coming out from Dokdam. But it's really amazing to see Dynamics players with a huge confidence level. A lot of Dynamics fans were really having a hard time with the 3-match losing streak, so any last message for your fans? We had a very hard time, but I want to say thank you to all the fans who have been supporting us. We will keep showing improving performance, so please keep supporting us. Thank you. This will be the end of the interview with Rich Dokdam from Team Dynamics taking down T1, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as per usual. And after one heck of a long series, probably one of our longest ones. I thought today was going to be a speed run, but absolutely not. As T1 are going to be even with Afrika Freaks. After that loss to Dynamics confirmed.
Oh, by the way,
in 4th place.
I think there is T1 and Afrika Freaks game this next week.
Ooh, potentially.
If I am a memory god.
You might be a memory god. Nope, they're against KT. That's going to be coming up next. That's their last match for the first round robin.
Okay,
so the Telecom War going to be their last one, but I believe it could be Afrika Freaks as their first match into round 2.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
And that could be a big one. But now, Gen.G wanting to solidify their position ahead of T1 up against Harmful Life after the break. We'll see whether this is going to be a quick one, whether there's going to be some different rosters coming through for this one. Could be some exciting stuff. So guys, about 30 minutes and we'll be back for match number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by Woodid here for our final series of the week. Gen.G going to be taking on Hanwha Life Esports. Hanwha do have a few ex-members of Gen.G that might spice things up a bit. They have not been taken to the Rift very often. One of the really interesting things here is that Gen.G versus Griffin was a really interesting matchup a couple of years ago, and now we've got a Griffin bottom lane to once again take on good old Ruler and Life, or Ruler and Kellen, depending on who we're going to see. So some storylines abound here for both of these teams, but as the story goes, Hanwha Life have been losing a hell of a lot, and Gen.G have been finding themselves a bunch of wins. So looking forward to seeing how this one's going to go.
Yeah, and Gen.G, even though they lost against T1, they're back now.
Yeah.
They're back with their aggressiveness. So I think it's one-sided, but we just had upset last game.
We did.
So, we're not sure about it, but still, Hanwha Life, they also lost against Sandbox, right? Oh, maybe Hanwha Life gets Sandbox buff, you know?
Exactly.
Like,
losing to Sandbox is actually what brings you forward.
Oh,
you know, you learn the error of your ways. You get Yamato cannon, and then you learn, you absorb all of that huge brain that he has. That must be what it is. We're going to check out the points of the match. Big 4 Gen.G seeking their 6th win versus Hanwha Life. With 7 matches, 11 games losing streak, they are, they're close to losing every single match in round 1. And that is definitely bad news, Bears. I believe this is one of their last ones. I don't know who they're going up against next, but I think the story doesn't get very much better.
Yeah, I mean,
for Hanwha Life.
When I see the points of the match about Hanwha Life Esports, there is always, Viper, he really needs to carry. Viper, he really needs to carry sometime. Like, it's 8 times in a row, Viper needs to carry. Yes,
you
but
know
he
what their
can't.
last matches? Their last matches against BRX.
We don't talk about it.
Oh, that's a yikes. I think they're very close to that 7-match, that just complete loss streak, 9 in a row for Hanwha Life's definitely not what you want. But Cube and Haru are back this time around. We got some veteran status. Last time we saw both of these players, things were awful. The Talia coming through from Haru was just woeful, to be honest.
Yeah,
and
terrible.
Then the next day, BDD busts it out and destroys a game almost single-handedly on the pick.
So I don't think we can talk positive things about Cube and Haru anymore, even though this roster was what we expected before Summer Split started. It's still, their performance is so horrible, and also their ban picks as well, and they're changing. It's so random. Like, if they want to grow up their rookie players, then use them.
Yeah, exactly.
For a long time. Or just use old veteran players just for the bandage thread or something, whatever that they're thinking. But they're just changing every time, and obviously their mid lane and bottom lane are just getting confused if your top side is changing every single time.
It's like, who am I actually playing this game with?
Yeah.
I have absolutely no idea. And actually, we were talking about this when they decided to bring in Cad and Dudu. I was worried about the fact that they're trying to make all of these roster changes way too late in the season. Of course, bringing Viper in makes a lot of sense. They already had Lehens, but otherwise not really working out. But Life is going to be in, so Ruler and Life versus Viper and Lehens. Bit of a legacy matchup here, of course. You remember back to the World's Gauntlet, I believe in 2018 or 2019, one of the two. That was where, it was 2018, it was where Gen.G were able to overcome Griffin and make their way up that gauntlet. And that was with this gentleman right here, Cuvée, back in the top lane for Hanwha Life. Haru going to be there as well, trying to shake off their previous performances with Lava, Viper, and Lehens still on the roster.
And I want to see the reason why they are subbing in Cuvée and Haru again into the coming into this matchup, because this is kind of, we can expect it really easy that Hanwha Life is getting stomped. It's gonna get stomped by Gen.G, right?
Yeah.
So maybe they can give some experience towards rookie players, but they decide to use Cuvée and Haru, which means they think actually they can win against Gen.G, right? So they should show the reason why they are using the players, and key players obviously Viper.
Yeah.
And Ruler.
But also Ruler. Look, he's got 3 LCK firsts in damage per minute.
Yeah.
CS difference at 15, 18 ahead on average, by the way.
Moly.
He's first for 80 carries when it comes to his like ability to deal damage difference at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
He's been playing a lot of Ashe, right? He's 6-0 on the champion. She does a lot of harassment. You can understand why. He will be a little bit further ahead, but my God, the guy is super good. But this gentleman on your screen right here is LCK first for damage share, which shows that Humble Life
LCK, yeah?
needs him to carry, otherwise they get obliterated.
Yeah, I mean, some people are just saying that also Viper and Lee Hans is also horrible because they couldn't carry, but they are trying their best, I feel
Absolutely,
like. I
yeah.
mean, maybe besides their Kaisa games, you know?
Oh, right, yeah, that was,
maybe besides their
that was
Kaisa
terrible.
games. Yeah, that was terrible. But besides that, stats never lie.
Exactly.
It shows that LCK #1.
The thing that's really rough here is that, you know, if Viper's ever going to have a chance to carry, it's not against Ruler in life. Like
not against Genji.
Well, against Genji is enough of a problem, but even the laning phase of Ruler has been proven to be very, very difficult to overcome for so many of our players.
I mean, that's why I said I want to see the reason why they're using Qven and Haru. I mean, if I'm a coach, then I want to give more experience to rookie players, right? Then,
unless they've decided that this is going to be their roster moving forward.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, this game is going to be like wasting game towards next games as well, you know? And
well, let's have a look at the average game time here. So far, Genji have an average of 31 minutes. Might be an opportunity for Genji to up that stat.
And yeah, Hana Life next games are against Genji and DRX.
Yeah, exactly.
So
it's, oh god, it's a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, they have to do something. And I do believe that they have players that they can actually do something.
Like, oh yeah. I mean, Viper's a fantastic player. Lehans is one of our best supports.
Qven and Haru? I mean, that is just crazy, you know? So
nah buffs, dude.
This is the timing.
Buffs.
This is the timing that they need to show up, and it would be like the start of the winning streak for Hana Life Esports in Summer Split. Yeah.
Well, Genji going to ban away the Varus as their final ban. Set and Volibear pretty comfortable as the old Karma and Azir to come through here on the side of Humble Life. Genji not wanting to mess with any of Varus strategies as Tarek.
I'm wondering if
the
they're
final ban.
I'm wondering if they're gonna
just first pick Ashe.
I mean,
Twisted Fate, of course.
Yeah. I mean, I was wondering.
Priority.
Yeah, I was wondering because like T1 choose to play for the late game, even though you are playing his bottom tier team, right?
Yeah.
And Genji is not kind of that team, but maybe that can happen. So I was like wondering what is gonna be their first pick because they banned Volibear, right? But this TF first pick, this is already looking great, man.
Oh my god, they're gonna lock in Kalista, who gets basically hard counted by Ashe.
Oh, by the way, Ashe is open.
Yeah, Ashe is open. They ban Tarek instead.
What if they pick Ashe?
I mean, I often say that I'm going to eat my hat if things don't happen, but I think that picking Ashe in one of these two picks is a bit of a no-brainer.
Ashe and Lee Sin?
Yeah, Lee Sin Ashe sounds fine to me.
Ashe and Lee Sin or Ashe and Graves, or...
I mean, Ezreal's up, so you may as well pick that, I guess.
I guess they think that Ezreal is just broken.
Yeah. But I actually would have preferred Ashe because Ruler's been so good on it.
I think so, I agree, yeah. I mean, he is 6-0 on it, and everyone is banning it, so...
Well, it's the Ezreal Lee Sin instead, going for those 2-item power spikes for the Ezreal and the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I think there's two combos that you can do, like Ezreal Lee Sin or Graves and Ashe, you know? Like,
yeah, that's true.
They synergize so much better.
Haru, bit of a shout out there to his Rengar.
Do it!
Oh, the isolated matchup pick. This feels terrible, man. But the Rek'Sai does do well into Lee Sin in a vacuum. But if you've listened to our friend LS commentate ever, you'll know that picking things in a vacuum is generally not what you want to do.
Yeah, and I'm already like scared of Genji's team comp because who is gonna take down the Ezreal when it comes to mid lane game? From Hana Life Esports, Orianna? No. Kalista? No. Rek'Sai?
No.
Oh, good luck when Ezreal has Death Dance and Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yep, and Flash Arcane Shift, so you're never really going to get to him for any
and also, by the way, Ornn got nerfed on this patch 10.13, so I don't think it's going to be Ornn topside. If that happens, Roscoe is going to just smash him and squeeze him on the top lane. So...
Do you know what I want?
What?
Actually, I want lives Gragas support.
Oh,
And I want
yes, that
top lane Yasuo.
Oh man.
That's what I want. I don't know why. It's just.
Sounds funny, or?
It just sounds really fun. It does sound really.
That is true. But I'm wondering what are they gonna pick. I hope it's not Aatrox.
Watch. Oh, I was thinking.
Oh,
God. Okay, we're going
okay,
back to
Shen's
Lehenshin.
Okay, it's Shen.
Lehens.
I mean, I think at this point, Genji can easily choose to play Braum. And also, I think Pantheon is one of the good choices as well.
Yeah, Panther's been banned this time around.
Oh yeah, Pantheon is banned. So probably Braum can be good pick as well because yeah.
Ornn feels weird here.
Oh yeah, that is actually weird.
Okay, Ornn's going to be locked in. Like you said, been nerfed, so
or is
only a bit. You know,
is there a
just
chance
takes away a bit of his health when he builds items in lane.
Yeah, is there a chance that it can be like Ornn's support?
That would be the dream. Very excited.
I think it can be.
I can do some digging to see what Life has been playing. Couldn't find BDD's account, which is unfortunate.
Oh, okay. So
okay, so Nautilus is going to come in. Not going to be top lane. Nautilus is going to be towards the bottom side. Slight questions when it comes to damage, but Ezreal should be able to hard carry, especially in the hands of Ruler.
I mean, I guess this is kind of disrespect towards Cuvee from Rascal, because normally the reason why you are not picking Ornn blind pick anymore in 10-13 is you get counter picked so hard.
Yeah.
Like this, you know?
Exactly.
So I think this is some kind of disrespect towards Cuvee on the top lane. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen on the top side. Because I mean, let's say, like we already saw that how strong is Kayle against Ornn, right? And it's obviously good matchup for Kayle, and he decided to play that. And
he's
so
done
many
this
players.
before, right?
Yeah,
like
I mean,
Cuvee has done this
exactly.
before himself. He was one of our first Kayle pickers into Ornn. And it's the first time we've seen Ornn so far on 10-13, I believe.
Yeah, so I think the draft is normal. So I think it really depends on Cuvee's Kayle, if he can actually win it against Ornn or no.
The thing that I really want to happen, though, Wadid, is for Mountain Soul to exist.
Oh.
And for Ezreal to get like 350 armor because he gets the ornament item.
Holy moly.
And he puts that on the Iceborne Gauntlet.
And Death Dance as well.
Oh, just insane amounts of defense.
That's the dream.
It is 100% the dream.
Yeah.
We saw Aiming get to, I think it was 277 armor.
Oh yeah, true.
Which was just nutty, but there was no Ornn on that particular team. True. So let's see what Ruler is going to do. We know that he is a very good player at just picking up his team and carrying, right?
Yeah,
like
and also,
he takes a lot of initiative.
I think this game, Lava should work really hard because we already saw that how useless is Orianna if she cannot get a lane prior into the pressure into the ally, right? So I think this is the game that Lava can actually carry the game.
Well, we'll see whether he can, as BDD is going to be on the Twisted Fate this time around. Teleports aplenty here for Genji, as you can see. Grasp of the Undying being taken by Rascal makes me very curious, because I don't know how many times you'll ever be able to proc it onto a Kayle.
I mean, before level 6 is kind of easy matchup for Ornn. So.
Yeah, I guess you can probably do it there. After that, probably not going to find too much, as Clit has taken the Electrocute Lee Sin this time. He's bursting people down.
What?
Yeah, man, solo queue.
Yeah, he's already like having fun.
He's already back in the LPL, dude.
Yeah, he's already having fun, man.
I love it.
Electrocute.
What a beast. Ruler has taken the Conqueror.
With TP?
Not a lot of tanks to get through, but does have the TP there just to make sure that he can get back to lane as comfortably as possible.
Yeah, unflinching and bone plating. Classic.
Damn.
Classic early game solo queue player.
Mm-hmm. It's beautiful. It's exactly what we wanted to see.
Yeah.
Ruined for the matchup as well. So let's see whether Clit is going to be able to get around this map and do exactly what the Lee Sin is supposed to do, which is cause a ruckus in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, if BDD gets a kill with his first ultimate on the top side, then I think the game will be just fall down. Oh,
all right, that's an immediate engage onto Ruler, who takes a bajillion damage, but isn't going to die just yet. And that's already Ignite, Flash, Cleanse down in the bottom lane for Hanwha Life.
Yeah. By the way, there is Flash still on.
Damn, Cuvée.
Only hands, so maybe they're looking for Oli gank. So probably that's why Haru is pathing down. They're already stacking the wave. I think they're actually looking for it with Lee Hans's
Clid's on the Krugs.
flash. Yeah.
He might come in early because there's no cleanse, no flash. Viper is a sitting duck right now.
Oh, the top side is really interesting. Look at Cuve's position.
Yeah, I know. What's happening up there? Can we just scan over? Because Rascal is almost dead.
Yeah,
he's underneath the turret. He's already going back. Oh my goodness.
So Cuve is popping off.
Yeah, he is.
So the disrespect didn't work out.
Remember the power of Gauntlet Cuvée. It's not quite Gauntlet time, but it is getting closer as the Summer Split first round is coming to a close. Ooh, Haru knows exactly where the Lee Sin is. Just paths behind him. BDD cheating to the correct side of the map. Whew. That was a bit frightening, but they did have vision.
Okay, so they are old team, yeah? Ex-team.
This was their last games. Match 23 versus Afrika was Cuvée lost on the Cannon, and Haru lost on Kindred and Talia. His Talia was awful, guys. You don't want to go back and watch that VOD. It was bad news bears. Not what you want to see. Ruler goes for a cheater, grabs himself a cull and his health bar back, which is definitely good news, as Halma Life are continuing to just troll, basically.
I mean, I love this, you know? They need to cheese.
Yeah, it's just a lot of cheese.
To win against huge teams, you know?
Their bottom lane doesn't really, though, because they're, you know, straight up pretty good. Lee Sin's on the top side of the map. Rek'Sai's back in base. So not going to be relying on any junglers at this stage. As blue buff going to be taken here by Clid. Bit of a face check there as Lahen's taking a lot of damage. Does have the aftershock, but it wasn't actually able to do too much. It's 26 to 18 CS. Viper Ruler having to go for that cheater recall. Did certainly not help out, but he didn't even teleport back to the lane, so wants to make sure that he can get back and purchase the items that he wants.
Yeah, I mean, normally for Ezreal, it's kind of role to have like Shin and Tier with TP, and you get the Drake as well with it because of the advantage. So I think he is saving for it, even though he got kind of stomped in the early game because of cheese.
Not too much of a big deal, though, because the Ezreal's going to be absolutely fine, just scaling up towards the later stage. That first back timing is always a rough one, no matter what.
Yeah.
Lava's doing well. I mean, this is one of his favorite picks in the Orianna. You can understand he knows the matchup pretty well. This one goes back quite a few years.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing great in lane, but still he's not in ahead in CS or not affecting any other lanes. So it's not like Orianna is not like just pick for 5-5 lane, you know, just not a pick for just farming. You just need to keep pressuring them. You just need to make TF to hold mid turret, not like roaming 24/7 and ahead in CS, you know. So I think that's why I said this is the game that Lava really needs to show up his skills, especially with Orianna.
Yeah, we remembered back to Chovy's mid Morgana, which was against exactly the same thing, right? Like make sure that you keep the Twisted Fate in his lane, so that he can't get out and affect the rest of the map. And Chovy was definitely able to do that, and I believe that Lava should be able to as well. A very different matchup to what Faker found himself in game number 2 against Team Dynamics earlier on in the day. If you missed that series, we'll try not to spoiler it too much. I know that it's relatively early in the morning at a few places in the world. As Clid jumps on over, Gen.G looking to grab the first Drake. So already loving the objective play. Beautiful stuff. Yeah. Okay, this is how this matchup's supposed to look, finally. It's transformed a little bit, and as you can see, Rascal actually is ahead by quite a bit of farm. There is a large minion wave to pick up here for Cuvée, so they're approximately even.
So, you know, the early game might be, it could be harder for the Gen.G side because they had some kind of 3 losing lane in the early game, but nothing happened.
In goes Rascal. Cuvée gonna flash over. He's out of turret range though, which is absolutely not what you want to do, but I think ulti's not gonna do enough. The ignite is there, and BDD picks up the first blood very comfortably underneath the turret.
Yeah, so that happened.
Yeah.
I already talked about this, right? TF getting killed with the first ultimate on the top side.
Yep.
It happened already, so it's already kind of doomed for Hana Life Esports.
Yeah. But teleport's there for Cuvée. He's going to get back to this lane. Rascal, he's got a lot of extra money. Also had Demolish, so easily grabbed a turret plate. Halma Life here on the bottom side was sort of given up for the Ghost, and you can see there are quite a few members of Hanwha down here.
They're so smart, man. Genji is playing so smart. They're not reacting to it. Like, they just gave up one wave, and it's nothing.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah, that doesn't matter because they just demolished top. So it doesn't matter if BDD survives this.
Oh, okay, BDD does still have Flash available, and Lee Sin relatively close, but BDD is able to get out into the darkness.
Oh.
Really unfortunate there.
Yeah, I mean, I think he could actually flash on TF to make sure that it's
right.
kill. But yeah, nothing happened. I mean, they still got a flash, but here we go. Lady's here.
Yeah, this is maybe why
Ive
they
is
don't
here.
flash, but they're going to kick back. Oh my god, the special delivery. Just beautiful out of Genji. We've got Wadid throwing down his pen. He's absolutely done. This is the best team in the LCK, he says. This is what we've been waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm holding my pen until like the game is like really one-sided. And like last series, yeah, I shouldn't spoil it that much, but I was throwing pen whole time.
The pen was definitely very up and down.
Yeah, but this time, like look at it. This is the game that you expect from one of the top team versus one of the bottom tier team.
Yep, maybe we're talking about a top 3 teams here in the LCK.
Here we go.
As Genji, they take away HLE as well. And Armor just getting thrown around the map. But there's a Stand United. Clid is going to flash safeguard. Lehen for the double taunt. Looks real good as Rascal just barely didn't have the ulti available. And Clid is punished.
Oh man, I like it. From Lehans, from the bot lane pressure, they are helping their teammates. They're not done yet. Yeah, Lehans is looking for more even.
Yeah, Rascal could be in trouble here. Bellow's Breath going to be necessary to try and alleviate some of the pressure. So they push the wave in. Lens is very squishy. But he's going to find the double knockups there. And now, flashes the taunt. Beautiful stuff. Not able to get the knockup onto Haru, but this should have alleviated his issues towards the top side.
Great play. I think, yeah, Hana Live, at least they are still having both Priya, so he could actually move freely. And Viper didn't die, while Lehans is doing a lot of job on the top side.
Getting stuff done, absolutely. Now going to be able to walk back towards that bottom side, wait for his Stand United to be back off cooldown again, and just try and run it back. One more time as we have a look at this game on the top side.
Is he gonna level 6? No? Okay, let's go.
And level 6 was actually gained in this mid. Yeah, something like that.
Replay.
It's not the replay. Yeah, just going to go back and do the same thing. Thank you very much, Jonas Strong. Making sure that we come out of the replay into what looks like the replay, but it isn't the replay.
Okay, so I think Kale is not going to exist in this game until like 40 minutes.
Yeah, this is like Hanwha Live saying, no rush 50, please. No rush 50.
Or please, top no die, please. We can carry.
Yeah, I think that's what Viper and Lens have been saying this whole season.
No die, top we carry.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, it's just disaster. From first ultimate.
Oh my
that is
god,
snowball.
It's even worse. And Ruler's the one getting all of these plates top lane. Oh
they got
my
the first turret
god,
as well.
Man, yeah.
Viper is crying, man.
100%. He's still able to get a whole bunch of plates there towards the bottom side, so at least the Callisto is still going to be very strong, but they might be able to get second turret here as Cuvée does have ulti available. The Hens is going to try and come in and get some work done. Oh no, this is not the Kale that we were asking for out of Hanwha Live.
No. But it's still great if they can...
Oh, that sidestep was so sick.
I mean, it's still fine. Yeah, they're controlling objectives still, you know? So it's still fine for Hana Life, but yeah, my worry is their late game was all about Kale when you think about it. And
oh yeah, 100%. I mean, it's about Kale with Orianna, right?
I guess
you give
because
Kale
of
a
tier.
ball and then you run in and get the work done. As we have a look at this beautiful combo.
Clean. And
yeah,
on the top there is Life as well. I think that was great support move as well.
Really nice stuff.
It's not a replay.
We get another replay of the replay.
Look, Kale.
W 3초. 잡았어.
Yeah,
나이스.
no mana for ult. Unless he'd already used it. Perplexing.
Nothing special.
Yeah. Well, stopwatch now is at least in the right slot there for BDD.
Yeah.
As you could see, was switching that one around. Cole about to be cashed in
Yeah.
for Ruler, who is now only behind 4CS.
TF is just using ulti on CD, you know?
Yeah,
It's like,
I mean, that's what you want out of your TF.
Yeah,
right?
BDD's like going top lane. Like I mean, it's driving through, you know? Like
Yeah.
casually just go on the top side without anything and like just picking up some burgers.
Yep. Going back for his coffee,
Yeah.
then coming back for lunch.
Yeah.
Wonder what he's getting for dinner. Maybe it's going to be more kale. And kale's very good for you, you know? That's fine.
Yeah, kale is actually good
Yeah, yeah.
for your body as well.
Yeah, and you have kale chips as well, so
Yeah.
it feels a little bit naughty, even though it isn't all that naughty.
Yeah. So you could see the question mark on kale as well. So I think BDD is looking for him
Yeah,
again.
he wants another one.
Yeah, driving through for the dinner once more.
He must be getting hungry. We are moving towards 14 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
And soon they're going to take all the plates away. And you can't have dinner without a plate in a lot of instances. So that's definitely good. Damage dealt pretty high there for Cuvee, but he's been smacking on a Ornn for the majority of the game. That would make some sense. Ornn with a Catalyst as well, so able to keep himself relatively sustained. BDD going to shove this wave forward. The Orianna going to come back to lane, and BDD moving into the darkness of Fog of War is always a worry. Squid's going to clear out some vision.
He's on ward this time, so they pinged it up, and he couldn't finish the reset because of the vision.
Yep, high quality ward there. As Ruler does have his Manamune, Mirror Mana on its way, and we'll see exactly what item Ruler's going to go for. He's one of our Ezreals that definitely likes to mix it up. Could be a Trinity Force, could be an Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah.
And if they do want to put extra pressure on in the early game, Trinity Force is going to be that way to go. The 2-item spike is just so powerful.
And it seems like CS difference on the bottom lane is already gone, so I think they are already looking for the late game potential with Orianna's Archangel and Kayle. So I don't think Hana Life really wants to take the fight on this header, especially when they have late game team fight composition. But we'll see what's going to happen here.
All right, Life going to find himself a control ward here as, okay, Dredgeline lands onto Lehens. He can try and turn it as Ruler doesn't find the E. Fair bit of Mystic Shot damage there, but Shelly's going to get very impatient and move all the way back home. As Life's going to stand in the brush and try and do it again. Yeah. And there it is. The ram comes down. That was beautiful, but Fate's Call does exist. And BDD was expecting them to take a different route out. And Hummer Life might actually just be able to move towards this outer turret. As Genji, they want to close. Oh my goodness, I was expecting some hitbox memes to come through there, but not going to happen this time. Squid just cues his way through. And Shirley is getting very frustrated.
Yeah,
the amount
and
being thrown around.
I think Genji, they need to pick up that huge bot wave, so probably they're giving up some tough fights, but there is still vision.
Yeah,
so.
and there's still teleport from BDD as well,
Yeah.
so not going to be
So
too much of an issue.
It's going to be fine, and
it is the Trinity Force. Kind of what we expect out of Ruler here.
I mean, the point is, Genji's side, they didn't use any single flashes, right? But on Hana Life side, there is Kalista flash out,
and
Rek'Sai flash out. So I think next Drake fight is going to be harder for Hana Life esports.
And I think that Genji are not going to make the same mistake that T1 did in our previous series
No,
and actually
no.
fight for the third Drake of the game.
Thank you so much.
They need to try and accelerate, especially around the 2-item spike that the Ezreal is going to have. 14 seconds, though, on the clock. He's not going to have the Trinity Force just yet, only a Phage and his Sheen.
But I think it's already enough when you compare to Kalista because it's also not having a Zeal, so...
Just Ruler standing in front of 4 people. Seems pretty comfortable doing so as well, as the rest of Genji will move on in. Lava taking some damage. Cleared and Life getting in there. There's the dredge line. It's going for a kickback to get the damage on the hands. Haru's dead as well. Genji with some beautiful team fighting.
Clean.
Oh man, Clid back to being best Lee Sin, and that's a great feeling for so many of our Clid fans here. Because he was so good. He had some whoopsie of games, but That was some real Clid right there.
Great punishment, great setup, and great engagement as well. Started from life, ended up with lead. Such a great play.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what we wanted to see. The punishment when they step up, when they are ahead, when they have vision control. Yeah, big teams, top teams. Thank you, Genji.
And BDD is just controlling this game, right? 100% kill contribution. Baits them forward, then Life lands the perfect dredge line, and then Clid, look at that. Nails it onto the Lehens so that they can guarantee the kill. Like, he could have just kicked him back there, right? He could have safeguarded it in a different direction, but decides to line it up so they could make sure Lehens isn't doing anything in the fight. And now Trinity Force is completed from Ruler. You've got 6 stacks of the Rod of Ages. Lichbane just done here for BDD. Power spikes galore. Clid has Black Cleaver done at 17 minutes into the game.
Triforce as well on the Ezreal.
Yeah, so silly. This is a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Even Rascal's not going to be too worried. Does have the Bramble Vest now. So not going to be as schooled by the Kale.
Yeah, and I think next game, I mean next team fight.
Maybe next game is what we should be thinking about.
I'm kidding, guys. Just kidding. I mean, next team fight is going to decide the game. Pretty likely, I think. Yeah,
Probably
I mean,
in 3.5 minutes.
Yeah. Because of the Nashor. Maybe they do not care about Nashor because they always win the team fight at this point.
Yeah, and I think it's actually going to be largely about whether they can grab the next Drake or two. If they get the next Drake, I think Genji just win, right? Because they can dictate terms on any team fight coming after that.
But good part for Hanwha Live is there is still first mid turret, you know? So they can still hold until like 25 minutes at least, unless this mid first turret is alive, you know? So I think it's still like fine, not great, like not even fine, maybe.
No,
it's bad, but not like worst, you know?
Yeah. It could be worse.
It could be worse, yes,
You know?
exactly. Thank you.
It's
for
like
the wise words.
It's like stepping on a landmine and you lose both your legs. But you could have lost your life.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But it still sucks like heaps, you know? Alright, well that's a bad analogy, but Viper up here towards the top side, just gonna clear out some minions. Muramana transformation there for Ruler. He's got a longsword just because why not? And Boots of Lucidity are done as well. This Ezreal is absolutely no joke. Doesn't get much more powerful than this as far as a item spike and timing is concerned. And it's just in time for 2.5 minutes. And there's level 13 for Rascal. So he's got all of his ornaments and will be able to give Trinity Fusion over to Ruler as if this power spike wasn't enough. As now Lehens and Haru looking for their opportunity. Oh, that could be it. There's the taunt flash, but Clid gonna get the kickback. It's a good knock-up. Ruler still alive, but no, he is going to fall to the Void Rush, but honestly, it is not enough as Clid looking for Haru there. The Hail of Blades almost did something, and now Viper trying to do some work as well. He's exhausted for so damn long as Rascal eventually will be taken as BDD having to deal with Cube, whose ultimate is still up, by the way. And they are going to lose the team fight in the end. Finally, Hanwha Live come alive.
Thank you so much. I mean, there's so many mistakes from Ruler and Clid all time. Like I already mentioned it already, right? Before the Genji match. When Genji is ahead, it's always Ruler or Clid who is getting caught. Ruler is on the mid lane and Clid is on the Raptor side. But this time around, it was Ruler, and that was great play by Lehens.
Yep, Taunt Flash is beautiful. Ruler so close to surviving, but Void Rush undodgeable. It's a good stopwatch timing there from Haru as well, because it meant that Clid couldn't actually participate in the rest of this fight. As Viper, happy to hop mad. And the fact that the rest of the team were here ready to follow up as well, when it did look like an opportunistic pickoff, just really well played by Hanwha. And we haven't said that at all for a really long time as we check out Lehens on his very famous ship.
I think we can actually look for Ezreal, wait for it. I'm gonna look for it. Look. I have taunt. and it ended.
Yep, well, 23 seconds. Everyone's still alive. As in goes Haru with the orb on top of his head. It's a 1-for-1 right now as Clit dives onto the Kale, who ults Viper immediately. Going down extremely low, though, and now it's the Ruler show, guys. Oh my god, if these Mystic shots connect, then they are dead members of Hanwha. It looks like they are going to be... Oh, dear. There's the Destiny. There's the Gate, and there's the Mystic shot. Cuve
having
real
fun.
dead. Arcane Shift, and that's the double kill for Ruler. And that might just be the game, as the Baron is going to be on the menu here for Gen G. Hanwha, though, they had that one moment before, am I right? There was one team fight in this game. It's better than a lot of them.
I mean, the problem is the last fight was on Ezreal. He used everything. But this time around, it was only Nautilus, which is just useless support.
Oh, the tiny little sidestep to make sure Ruler was outside of the shockwave was beautiful. Ruler actually landed so much damage, to be honest. He killed Lehens with Arcane Shift while tagging Viper with a Mystic shot. Like, this is maximum, like, what?
Oh,
Ruler hit actually everything. You don't see that all that often. But you often do out of Ruler when he's feeling on form.
Korean Ezreal.
As Lehens. Oh my god, the True Shot Barrage, not quite enough damage. Trinity Fusion online.
Soul point for Genji, I think.
Yeah, that is a real dead dragon. Soul point, like you were talking about, is going to be secured.
Yeah, we talked about how much armor he can get, but I think he's looking for most damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's even looking for Borg instead of defense. And I completely agree that you don't need any defense.
Oh no. You just look at Lance taking so much damage here from Ruler.
They can just simply 5-man. I mean, it's not even 5-man, they're 4-man.
Yeah, I mean, you may as well 1-3-1. I mean,
yeah.
Oh, okay, that was very strange as both of Lehens and Clid missed their skill shots.
Doesn't matter. TF is pushing bot, BDD is rotating.
Yep, and he's got Trinity, Lichbane. It's going to be a lot of damage there. Okay, Clid makes it out. Oh my god, the knock-up from Rascal as well as Void Rush does clear out the Lee Sin, but Cuve also going to be taken down. Rascal now, the double knock-ups. Ruler with massive damage. What was that? True Shot Barrage onto 3. Triple kill. Make it a quadra, ladies and gentlemen. As Ruler will take it all the way to the bank. That's the ace, and that'll be the game.
Crazy. What was that? Damage.
That was Ruler. Guys, this guy is pretty good at Ezreal. And now I'm going to take back everything I said about them needing to pick Ashe at the beginning of the game, because no, I'm completely a believer in the Ezreal hard carry.
Yeah. If you had a POG vote for yourself, then are you going to vote for Ezreal?
100%. Oh, maybe B2D, because he did control the early game.
Yeah.
But I think Ruler's going to get it no matter who you vote for, my friend.
But anyways, that was kind of bait from Lee Sin, I guess. I mean, they already knew that even if there is no players, like, they just need Ezreal and Ornn, and that's all they need for the team fight.
Just so much damage.
I mean,
True Shot Barrage onto 3 as well in that moment. Like, it feels like it is just a little bit too easy here for Ruler, who's looking for Viper, throws a lot of his abilities away, but it doesn't matter. Viper's just trying to deal with these Krugs.
I mean, oh, thumbs down as well. Here we go.
Yikes.
I mean, I wanted to vote for BDD because he got caught with the shifting.
Yeah, that's true.
Front.
That's true. I mean, Ruler has been doing a bit of that. And BDD did just completely own the early game.
Yeah, I mean, he is doing perfect.
Yeah.
He didn't make a single mistake, so.
Even side laning at the right time, he's currently 2 levels ahead of his opponent, which is pretty impressive. More than that, actually, as you could see. Ruler has all of the money, but it's not about who has all the money.
Disaster.
It's about who has all the controllers. Look at BDD's damage to
They
turrets
cannot
as
do
well.
anything.
This is absurd. Inhibitor going to go down in the top lane. Was already taken in the mid lane. Bottom lane, Inhibitor turret is going to fall. This is absolutely oppressive from Gen G.
Now we can see it clear. Bad things about Hana Life Esports company.
Well, Haru not going to be able to find too much. Oh my god, Ruler dodged everything. The Void Rush comes in. Ruler's not going to be dying here today. Lehens falls on down, and all the rest of the team dealing with the rest of Harm alive. Cube not even able to grab Ruler in melee range. Viper's gonna die as well as Lava, trying to deal with BDD whilst on his fountain. Wildcards are avoided as the Mystic shots come in. Good flash from Lava, but the Nexus is still going to fall, and he's still going to fall down in the end as well. BDD going to be able to get the Pog vote here from our friend Wadid, but I don't know whether he'll get it.
No, I mean,
good old Ruler did look real good.
Yeah, there's no way BDD's gonna get POG. Because
but I actually really respect giving it to him because
I mean, he made one mistake, and that was actually comeback from Hana Live Esports, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. But if the Kale got out of control, none of this game could have actually happened. So BDD making a couple of trips top lane for the dinner, like you were talking about. The shops closed a little bit after that drive-through session had ended, and then we didn't see as much from BDD, but honestly, the damage was done.
Yep. And yeah, I mean, that was just so one-sided. One moment that they had really great in the mid because of the Ruler's mistake, but after that, Ruler was like, I don't care, I'm just shifting it.
Yeah, exactly.
That was so clean.
Classic.
Yeah.
I mean, Lahenz's Shen is actually quite good. Like, that was max range Taunt Flash.
Yeah, that's true.
But still.
But there is a limit as a Shen support that you can do, you know? You can pick up some kills, but it's pretty impossible to just carry the team fight as well in the mid-late game as a Shen support because there's a limit as a champion.
Yeah,
Shen
and you have no health pool.
No.
Like, you're just nothing at all. You are one taunt, and then you're dead.
And yeah, when you think about their team cup, they had Kale and Rek'Sai and Orianna on the top side, right? And Lisa and Shen. I think it's kind of lack of engage tool as well because it's really short and it's really like expectable because yeah, I mean
the Ruler damage is absolutely absurd.
Crazy.
And Haru did manage to get a few kills with his Void Rush, but otherwise the Rek'Sai really didn't do what he wanted to do. The Ornn almost did as much damage as the Kale, and if you lose a game at 27 minutes, which is what happened here, Kale's not going to do anything, right? Because you're not able to get to that level 16 quick enough, you're not going to have the items that you need. I feel like this was Gen G understanding their composition really well, getting behind their Ezreal carry exactly when they needed to, Ruler building absolutely how he had to for this particular game as well, because they would have lacked damage otherwise. And then they just play around their Ezreal, and it looked so easy. So really, really nice play around their draft and around when they were going to have power. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to game 2, but it will be after a short break. We'll see whether Hanwha can answer back or whether Gen G are going to grab that 2-0.
라인 들어올 때 나 그래깡만 볼게.
애들 풀체크만 해줘.
KL 폴 20.
이거 안 들어가도 되니까.
열 맞아.
맞아.
볼 싸운다 얘네. 에스 형
잠깐. 1번. 아 펜타. 옛날 펜타래.
1초.
야야야.
잘 죽여.
부탁지.
이거는 뭐 도와주세요. 큐. 와우. 네. 나이스. GG.
볼리베어 그냥 한번 해서 저 대회 때 어떤 느낌인지도 보는 것도 괜찮아 보이긴.
볼리베어 일단 칼픽할게요 그냥.
뭐야 저거? 오 볼리베어였는데요? 작정을 그냥 다 먹어줄게. 아우 우리 볼리베어 귀엽다. 우영. 정글 좋고. 나 가는 중. 내가 공 켜줄게.
나이스. 너 간지나네?
야무지게 먹을게요. 이 무능한 곰을 미안해. 아. 근데 이거 얘 잡아야 돼. 이야 뿅. 검거다.
아니 볼리베어 상대인 줄 알고 배tor어서 쳐지겠었는데. 아우 왜 이렇게 무섭냐 캐릭터. 야 어시 좀요. 내 거지. 까비.
캐리. 수고하셨습니다.
Summit?
Yup.
One moment.
잠깐만이래.
This Mowgli use for luck.
왜요?
영어로 뭐라 하면서 뭘 주셨는데 나 영어를 너무 못해서 뭔 소리인지는
뭘 줬다며?
예. 이거.
승리 부적 같은 느낌일 거야. 나한테도 줬어.
아 형 그럼 나 주라.
야 드래곤볼에다가 그거까지?
고고고고.
가자.
가자.
야 포켓.
받았다.
풀스케.
아나 죽은 거 같은데.
제발 살아줘. 큐한대 제발.
얘들아 게임 다 왔다.
게임 다 왔다 천천히.
서밋 밀고 있었다고.
얘 공샀다. 아유 죽나 이거?
다시 컴다운하자. 컴다운. 도너리.
나이스. 볼베 노공이에요.
야 이거 넘어갈 것 같은데? 먹어봐. 먹었어. 볼베 나이스. 야 바로 치자. 야
치자.
아 근데 각인 거 같긴 하다.
텔 탈게.
나 좀 멀어.
야 이거 잡을 생각해야 돼. 싸움 봐.
공각 보고 있어.
공각분대. 자 우리 앞에 끌려왔어. 천천히.
괜찮아.
이길만 할 것 같기도 하고.
괜찮아.
못 이긴다. 앞에 로컬이긴 해.
루시안 노데시. 나이스. 노데시.
내가 잡았어 얘들아.
고생했다 얘들아. 잘했다. 드디어 이겼다.
재엽이 형 보고 계신가요?
캐리할게요.
네. 킬 주세요.
드세요.
킬 주세요.
드세요.
살려줘. 킬 주세요. 야, 무조건 이겨. 오 마이 갓. 펜타킬. 로플. 뺏는다. 아우.
김호수 괴물 같은 자식.
모든 건 팀원 덕분입니다.
야 하고나 너 왜 말이 없어졌냐 근데?
나이스. 형 괜찮아?
하고나 빠스라도 해주면 안 돼?
오케이. 바스 좋다.
아 전령 댄스 못 보여주겠다.
야 전령 찍어. 야 펜타. 펜타. 아 까비. 야 오늘 칼책은 뭐냐? 야 너무 달라.
야 하고나.
야 들어가.
하고나.
젠지는
Welcome
역시나
back to the
강했습니다.
analyst
1세트
task of the
독보적인
last match
경기력으로
of this
우승에
week, Genji
무승부가
versus
됐는데요.
Hanalife
경기에서
Esports.
하나생명이
It was a
대단히
one-sided
않은
stomp
상황이
coming out
나왔습니다.
from
어떤
Genji.
의미에서
Hanalife
보시나요?
opened up Twisted Fate. TF is on top of the tier list, and letting BDD to play the champion was not the best choice. And Hanalife, they couldn't answer to the roam play coming out from BDD. BDD, one of his main champions is Zoe, and when he's able to get those kind of champions that can have a huge laning phase priority and easily can roam around the map, the opponents, they really struggle to deal with the roam play from BDD. Hanalife rather chose to take Kalista away from Ruler and opened up Twisted Fate for BDD, but that was not an ideal choice for Hanalife Esports. Because Twisted Fate does not really have a huge lane phase pressure. Hanalife wanted to have more power with Orianna and Rek'Sai in the jungle, but actually turned out that Lee Sin picking up the first Drake, and then Hanalife, they couldn't find a meaningful snowball all throughout the lane. As Midori mentioned, Twisted Fate was doing a lot of contribution in a very early phase of the game. Twisted Fate, even with a TP, he pushed lane twice and recalled twice. So Orianna, being out of mana, he had to roam back to his base, and BDD had the information that Orianna is at her base. So look at his play over here. He shovels the wave and then places a control ward to hide all the information of Twisted Fate. Meanwhile, Cleed got the Dragon over here, and BDD instantly Destiny gated to the top lane, picking up a kill onto Kale. While Genji was having a lot of profit in the top lane and also around the Dragon, Hanalife Esports, they did not manage to get a lead in the bottom lane. Genji was really smart, utilizing all the timings of their play and setup of their ultimate location. Orianna with phase rush and cleanse has a carry potential in the later phase of the game, and also it is indeed sustained during the laning phase, but it gives more burden to the junglers. And then as jungler loses the priority during the early phase of the game, other laners also, in result to that, lose their priority as well. Moving on, Hanalife was looking for a setup to turn the game around. But Genji answered to it really easily because it was too obvious. Life saw all the possible location of the enemy players, and it was just so obvious that Hanalife players were looking for a setup for a possible bait play, so there was no reason for Genji players to go into face check and let them have the fight they wanted. Hanalife used all of the critical skills to make one kill on the side of Genji, so they had no other options to answer to really strong Genji players coming in. Hanalife, they are showcasing the typical play coming out from the weaker and the bottom team. And indeed, they seriously need to overcome this kind of weakness and also the disjointed teamwork. It is time to check out the player of the game on the side of Genji Esports. In a very one-sided game, BDD picks up another POG here in the Summer Split. coming out on top of the POG standing here in LCK Summer Split. Not all Twisted Fate can use his ultimate in his level 6 timing because the opponents also are aware of the timing. But BDD was so ahead and he was so smart the way he utilizes his power spike. Outside of that kind of performance coming out from BDD, Cleed was also showing a huge mechanical prowess on Lee Sin, and the bot duo as well. He was picking up so many kills in the end. As we just mentioned, BDD is on top of the POG standings in LCK. Back-to-back POG in Gen.G as well. He carried this game on Twisted Fate, but Hana Life Esports, they had the reason to open Twisted Fate over to BDD because they wanted to ban out Zoe away from BDD. With this win, Gen.G has the lead of the series, so let's check out whether it's gonna be the end of the Sunday night.
Thank you very much, Jisun, as per usual. And we have some savant voting tonight.
Wow.
My goodness. Only one for Ruler after BDD completely carries the early game. Yes, Ruler did his job fantastically well, but it was only because BDD was there.
Yeah, I mean...
And that one mistake definitely was a throw.
Yeah, and also... They are subbing in Mirror.
Mirror. Yeah. I don't know how to pronounce it, so I guess that we're going to go with Mirror. From now on. I don't know whether subbing the mid lane is going to be the savior here.
Yeah.
But, you know, Lava hasn't had the greatest season so far, and BDD was definitely a problem for everyone.
Yeah, probably no pressure at all for him, you know, because everyone is expecting that Hana Live to lose this series, right? So that's why I was thinking that maybe just giving some experience to rookie players maybe helps Hana Live Esports more when you think about the long-term strategy, right? So I think this can be really good choice for Hana Live Esports, yeah?
Well, let's see whether Mirror can stand the heat in that mid lane up against our player of the game, points leader, 700, 200 away from the next highest, which is like 7 people. As Cuvee, see what he's going to be able to do this game as Hana Life are now on the blue side. They're going to ban the Azir and Karma once again, and Twisted Fate to be banned here on Gen.G's side because they don't want to fall prey to what BDD did to Hana Life in Game 1.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Cuvee couldn't play the game. I mean, it's also because of his teammates as well. I checked the replay again, and when Kale was getting big waves, when he was level 5, nobody was on the top side. No one cares about the Cuvee, you know, but he was playing Kale, so he definitely needs some supports from his team, but his team is just not ready for the Kale, I feel like. Because
Ezreal needs to be banned here, I think. I don't think you give away Ezreal.
I mean, maybe just give up Ezreal and just play Ashe into it?
Or Set. I mean, Set is still something that teams really like to get rid of, and that's what Gen.G are going to do here.
Yeah, I think you can just let him play Ezreal, but they decide to play Kalista to cheese something on the bot lane.
You can see, I don't know whether
Varus
super
is up.
psyched about it. Yep, but Varus is up. Last time Ruler played it, he did play the lethality version. As you're exactly right. First time out of that one.
Poke Varus, and he said, "Yeah, I think, Varus was not great. So I mean, in my opinion, Varus was not that great. So he didn't play it. That's what he said. So this time around, he is gonna play Ezreal again.
Ezreal Bard. I'd love to see Ezreal Bard,
I think they can just pick
they can pick
Lee Sin
jungle
again.
Yeah, Lee Sin would be fine.
Because Ezreal Lee Sin is one of the great combo. So
Lid's gonna pick his own champion here. 5 seconds to go.
Oh,
Ezreal Zoe. Beautiful. I love it. Jesse and James.
That is crazy. I mean, already having mid Priya.
Yeah.
Probably they're not gonna have bot Priya because of Kalista. Ezreal matchup, but this is confirming Zoe pressure, and you already know that Galio is not meta right now because of the weak laning phase, and you are picking Galio into Zoe.
Yeah, that's a big yikes.
So you are completely giving up mid pressure
against BDD, against Genji.
Unless Haru can set up some crazy ganks
Yes.
on the Nidalee.
This is what we need.
Here we go. Nidalee locked in.
Yeah, this is what we need, you know. At least some pressure or like something that you can have some damage in the jungle side. You have to pressure in jungle because your mid is gonna have rough time.
Well, what will Clid do in answer to the Nidalee?
I think it can be Lee Sin, just simply. Or it can be like, yeah,
I mean, he's going to play Lee Sin.
Yeah, Lee Sin.
Because Clid looked so good on it in the first game.
Another sausage.
Yep. Easy peasy. So,
do you guys call Lee Sin as a sausage in the Western
what's that about?
I mean, the illest looking like sausage, you know, like packaged, like is packed by red champignon, you know, like it looked like sausage.
It does look a little bit like a sausage.
Yeah, so we call it sausage.
Just for context for you guys at home, sausage is something that you can get from the convenience store.
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
all over the place here in
yeah.
Korea. You can just like go to the convenience store, buy yourself like a sausage, put it in the microwave, absolutely delicious. Don't even need to. You can just eat it straight out of the Pyeongjum, which is what we call convenience stores. So a little bit of a, I guess, some trivia for you there. Just needed to provide some context because otherwise it may have been a little bit confusing. As there is the Camille and the Pantheon ban here out of Gen G. And Brad and Jace going to hit the bench over the side of Humble Life.
Bard ban is great. Yeah, I'm wondering if that is actually... What if that is Galio support with Kalista?
Ooh, that's a Lehens thing to do.
And I think, yeah, I mean...
Life got to some funny stuff here. Looks like Rascal's going to lock away the cannon, unless that's support cannon. Haven't seen that for a while.
I personally wanted to see Alista because in solo queue, in Korean solo queue, there is some phase rush Alista, and I
Oh, that's sick!
And it's actually fun enough to play it. You know, he's so fast. So, like, I was expecting that a little bit.
I mean, we could still have it come in for the final pickup, as it isn't going to be Galio support. It will be the classic.
I mean, I don't think Viper is having great memories about Kalista Taric because last time when I played it with him, we lost.
Yeah, that wasn't so great.
Yeah, I mean, this time around,
you were dazzling.
Okay, guys,
it was great.
It's not what is Taric, it's Lehens Taric, so it's gonna be different, guys. No worries, no worries. And here we go, Wukong on the top lane.
Yeah, Wukong picked into the cannon. Not a great matchup for Wukong, but he should still be able to do his job in the late game. Both of them having basically the same job: get into the back line, cause a ruckus. As Life, just do it. Just grab the Alistair. I reckon you can. I reckon it's totally fine.
Oh,
we've actually got full-on Team Rocket. Is it going to be full-on Team Rocket? 2 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Yumi, is it happening? Oh, Tahm Kench, boredom erupts onto Summoner's Rift. Beautiful. Look, this is a combo that Ruler and Life have played many, many, many times.
And Koreans?
Yeah, I mean, it's the aiming twosome combo. Let's be real.
I mean, I think it's only LCK is still using TK a lot. By the way, especially with Azure. I mean, I think it's great combo. It's some kind of safety Azure Karma combo on the bot lane. You know, you still have strong lane and you have safety tool, and you can actually shift in all time when Tahm Kench has Devour.
Yeah, and also like Ruler plays hyper aggressively on the Ezreal, so you're able to utilize it a lot better than a lot of Ezreal players would otherwise. So we'll see whether Ruler is going to be completely unleashed on the bottom side of the map. And look, I mean, this is Gen G, right? They are the original Ezreal Tahm Kench team.
Yeah.
When it was Ruler Core JJ, they played this combo basically every game if they were allowed to. As here is your Harma Life team composition. Wukong, Nidalee, Kitty Cat and Monkey on the top side of the map. The Gargoyle in the mid lane with Kalista Taric looking fabulous there on the bottom side of the map. Look, this is going to be a bottom lane that Viper and Lehens will be able to do a lot of work with. We've seen what Kalista Taric can do. I don't know whether it's going to be enough to withstand the power of the Zoe Ezreal in the mid-game alongside a Lee Sin. I mean, their mid-game prowess is just nutty out of Gen G right now.
Yeah, I mean, all the team comps are just so balanced. Both team comps are really balanced, so I think it really depends on players right now.
Which means that on paper, Gen G should just win. But we'll see whether that is going to happen, as they are on the red side this time around. Gen G have struggled a little bit more. They've lost 3 games on red, but I guess they're actually pretty even. Only winning a few extra on blue side, but I believe they've been on blue side a few extra times thus far. Let's see how Miru's going to go. It's been a while since we've seen him. I think we've seen him like one other time.
With Syndra and Azure just farming until like 30 minutes, but he got one because of backdoor. I remember. I completely remember.
Was not so good. But it was definitely very early on in the season, so let's see how he goes. I think he's currently about rank 40 at the moment in Korean solo queues, so not doing too bad.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah. Let me double check. Where is it? 41. So I was pretty close.
Oh, by the way, they missed ward.
Oh,
They just question marked on it. So they probably missed it. BDD is already laughing, smiling.
Having a good time. It's a bit of a smirk there, isn't it?
Yeah. Question mark again, you know?
Yeah.
We could see that. But yeah, that ward doesn't show anything.
Not giving away too much information. Old school skin choice. Love it.
Made by the Dark Harvest.
Oh yeah, Haru's gonna go like full Sinner mode.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, well, let's see how it's gonna work out. Because like, look, if you want to snowball the early game, Dark Harvest in Italy should be able to do it. Those spears hurt a lot if you get a couple of stacks.
Yeah, and I really like the Life is Choice. And last time when I saw... Okay.
All right, that's a Flash Dazzle. Is Ruler going to get exhausted? Immediate cleanse of the exhaust on Viper's side. He's got the Ren. I think this is first blood, and it is. Viper gets taken down very low, but I love the cheese. They do it again, this time with the Taric. Ruler will teleport immediately back to the lane. It feels like the damage has been done. This is a big advantage for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, already better than what did Taric. Viper is already having a 1 kill. And yeah, that was great cheese. Nothing that Tam Kench can do in level 1. Especially with Spellbook, there's no Guardian Shield as well. So that was clean. And it's gonna give Kalista pressure, lane pressure, until Iceborne Gauntlet.
Well, cleanse, exhaust, and flash down for Hanwha Life. Ruler held onto his flash, and Life still has his. So might be an opportunity for Clid to come down and do something, as he's actually going to contest for this blue buff. Does find Haru. He immediately gets the smite, but Safeguard just to close the distance. Flash has to be used to get out of the way of the sonic wave. Don't know why I couldn't figure out that word. We did, but that's a free flash. Clid just walks on in and grabs that one. Not able to steal away the blue buff, but otherwise everything's good. As we will have a look at this one once again.
잡은 것 같은데?
We got him.
잡았다.
We got him.
이제 켄지
Simple.
All right. Pretty smooth. Pretty smooth.
Yep. But still, I think... Oh, yeah. Clid got both scuttles, by the way, against Italy.
Ooh, double scuttling. That's bad news, Bears. Rascal's also possibly just going to kill Cuvée here.
Yeah.
As, yep, he's going home. That's what's going to happen, as BDD also winning his lane.
It seems like it's similar to game 1.
What,
they got
Genji are
bot
just
lane?
winning everywhere apart from bot lane?
Yeah, apart from bot lane. They're having a rough time. They are really good cheesers, you know?
I know, actually, I love what Lehens does.
Yeah.
Gets whatever advantages that they can possibly find. Cute little ward there behind the alcove.
Yeah. They have 2 TPs on the Genji side, and yeah.
You can also safeguard to that from the brush, which could be cute. You still would be seen. If you're right in the middle of the lane.
I mean, Hanwha's early game is not bad all time, you know? They know how to deal with.
Ooh, flash used by BDD. That was scary.
Aggressive.
Yeah, just not wanting to take too much, as Nidalee did 0 damage so far.
Yeah. I can see a lot of zeros on Twitch chat already.
Yeah, many, many zeros. Let's check in. Yep, many zeros.
Yeah. Omega roll. Omega lol.
Well, Hens and Viper do get some vision down. Rift Scuttle vision available here as Infernal Drake going to be the first one. That's a big Drake. As we'll see whether Nidalee's going to be able to grab it. 500 gold in the lead which is to do with that first blood. And Haru looking like he will be able to move on down and collect this dragon. That's a big deal.
Yeah. I mean, I think the play that Mir made on the mid lane, that was actually huge. Like,
yeah.
He was getting pushed in all the time, but with one dash, only one dash, he could actually make the difference on the mid lane. So that actually leads into the first Drake. And on top of that, they had the bot pry already, so...
Yeah,
easy
which is
setup.
probably why Genji didn't fight for it.
Yep,
as
easy
Ruler
setup.
tries to fight back against Viper, but as you can see, it is getting a bit rough.
Okay.
Side steps.
Pretty deep, though.
Now Lehens, remember, doesn't have flash available, and they are going to be able to lock down that kill. Ruler gets one back, exhaust down as the bubble landed. BDD able to set up the double kill for his AD carry, and Ruler is well and truly back into this game.
So 2 kills, advantage are gone.
Yeah.
All the advantage that they had on the bot lane is completely gone.
Yeah. And no teleport from Viper or anything like that.
Yeah, that was unnecessary aggressiveness on the bot lane. I really think that Nidalee was not on the bot lane. And also...
She was back in base, right? After
and
taking the dragon.
I'm not sure if Mir had Ignite at that timing, but it seems like he had Ignite too. So probably that's why they couldn't react to it. But yeah, this is not a good news for Hana Live Esports because bot lane is the only one lane that they had the prior.
Yeah, and they should still be able to fight, right? But it's now completely equalized, and that advantage that they didn't have is
they didn't have TP, yeah.
The sidestep on the Dazzle was also really nice there from Ruler. Made sure that there was no opportunity for Lehens to get anything. Life not going to put Devour on cooldown right there. And just wanders up to Viper, and he's super dead.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering why he didn't use Flash there, because he could actually use Flash and survive.
Yeah, especially if
Viper.
he moves in front of the minion wave, right? It was taxiing in.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's so much better to survive and use Flash. But he decides to die, and that leads to the great pressure for the Ruler. I mean, it's because of the tempo and wave they are having pressure, but I think they can easily get it back on the ball lane. There is so many TP potential from the Genji side. They have like 3 spellbooks already.
Yeah.
And maybe in the late game we can see fastest Nasher with 3 smites, you know?
And there is a spellbook on the side of Homo Life as well. I believe Galio picked that one up. But you're right, there is many, many smites. It's like 4 smites available.
5.
Here for Genji, if they want. He's the only one without him is going to be Ruler. Why didn't he take Unsealed Spellbook as well? So sad.
For the meme, you know?
Yeah. Well, Rift Herald might just be taken here by Homo Life.
Yeah, Hana is doing great still though. Like, they are still not scared of anything, even though their top lane is losing
they're scared
super
of
hard.
Cannon.
Yeah, they're losing top lane super hard, so probably they're scared of Cannon. So probably hitting Herald is not a good idea.
Well, Cuve's going to face check this. Brush did have vision available, but Battlestar comes out. I believe BDD still has the bubble, actually. His spear is going to land.
Okay.
Oh, the bubble went through him? That was super weird. BDD trying to get out of here. Didn't have flash, so he's going to die.
Okay.
Blade was looking for another one, but it's a double kill for the Dark Harvest Nidalee. Now Lehens and Viper trying to fight here. Level 6 is gained for Lehens. So, Cosmic Radiance up. And there's the flash forward. Oh, what was that?
Aha.
That was very strange. Aha, indeed. Fate's Call comes down. Another Dazzle, this time onto Life. Lehens has to flash. And hasn't used Cosmic Radiance, by the way, still. Is Rascal trying to get out of there. Another pounce, maybe, here from Haru.
Life has
if,
TP.
If Rascal pressed W, Haru was just straight up dead.
Yeah, it was no
have
range,
it available.
So.
Oh. No.
There's
Not gonna
ward
go for it.
on both sides, so they know what they're doing right now. But yeah, that was... I mean, if he used bubble in that timing with reaction, then maybe it could be a clean kill. But yeah.
Like what?
No, I mean...
Haru jumped behind him, I guess.
No, I mean, Haru was literally in
yeah,
the
right.
Zoe, so it couldn't hit, you know? It's not a bug.
That's some weird hitbox.
It's fine. Yeah, I mean,
no, it's not a bug.
It's not a
It's
bug.
just a bit sad.
I mean, it's just normal. But that was great solo kill by Rascal, and he also survived. And I do think that Genji
and
got the header at the end.
Yes, they did. Glid was able to lock that one down. So he is 0-1-0 this time around. Haru, 2-0-0. He was able to get kills in the first game as well. They just didn't seem to matter. We'll see whether Haru this time is going to have a bit more of an impact. There's the flash kick onto Cuvee. Lands the Q as well, and Clid waits for the decoy. Beautiful play out of this Lee Sin. And Russell just comes in and rudely steals the kill away.
Yeah, if Lee Sin uses this header on the top
just
side.
eats it. Oh, can he give it to Ruler in time?
Oh,
Life gets it. That's fine.
yeah, that's okay. You just denied it. And they're going to get so much gold.
Oh my god, yeah,
top
the
lane.
amount of value that they're going to get here. Tongue Lash lands onto Haru. That's actually really high value. Has to flash forward with that Dazzle, but Devourer is going to be here. Flash immediately after from Life. This is the safety of Ezreal Tam Kench. And yeah, not going to be able to do enough with the Rend, and Viper takes... Oh, True Shot Barrage! Not quite enough. You saw Ruler really wanted Arcane Shift forward, but I believe he saw Miro making his way around, and Life have to settle for a few plates instead.
They're put every resources on the bot lane, but that's actually nothing.
I mean, that's what this bottom lane is designed for. Like, that's why you have Ezreal Tam Kench, is to withstand stuff like that.
I mean, look at the CS difference. It's not like 20 or 30 or 40. It's just simply 10 CSs behind.
Well, now Cuvee going to try and go for this one once again. The exhaust comes down. Second Cyclone, not quite enough there, so Cuvee is going to survive. Staves them off.
But I think this is still fine, though. They're controlling objectives. They got 2 Drakes in a row, and Nidalee is still really strong.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's fine for both sides, but Genji is not going to be, like, really negative about this trade, you know? When they are just stomping on the top side and make Wukong, like, useless for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I actually think that if Genji stack up 4 Cloud Drakes as well, it's super busted. Their composition loves to be able to move fast, reposition, get around the map. You have 4 Cloud Drakes, you just go so quickly. Plus having kickoff cooldown earlier is certainly high value for getting those extra picks, not having that downtime between being able to make plays.
That was so clean.
This was beautiful out of Clid. He did actually everything that he needed to.
Yeah, I mean, they already knew that there is no flash on Kong. I think Cuvee is just having a hard time.
Yeah, it's real rough. Down 27 CS now, but the 2 kills on top of the cannon make it very, very hard for him to contend.
Yeah, and shout out to Genji's bot lane. Even though enemy team is putting all the resources on the bot lane, they're not dying randomly. They're just giving up and wait for your teammates.
Yeah, and that's what Ezreal Tam Kench are built for. That's exactly why this lane was picked up, is to be on an island and to survive, and that's exactly what they've been doing. I really like how Genji have actually played around the compositions that they've put together, right? We did like, they, in the last game, played exactly to their comp's strengths. They made sure that they fought around item timings, around compositional timings, and in the ways that they were supposed to. And once again, they're playing around top side of the map because they have a self-sufficient bottom lane, and they can get lane priority in mid. And it's working out. Not quite working out as well as things were in game number 1, like you were talking about. Hanwha did make some good moves early on. Clid's going to make his way down here. I think what he can find.
Yeah, I think it's all about the Drakes, you know? Hanwha Live is supposed to, I mean, even though they gave up some kills on the top lane, and even though Cuvee is having a hard time, because of that, they could stack 2 Drakes. And if they can actually manage to get Soul, Drake Soul by themselves, then I think it's still great news for them. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't think they're going to give up the Drake, Genji. So
well, you can see based on their vision that they're definitely not looking for it. That's a great taunt and a Justice Punch from Miru. 4 members up here towards the top side as BDD gets himself a bit of a trouble bubble, but he's otherwise not able to find anything. Hanwha Life, they punish the Pikachu. 2 minutes until the Cloud Drake, and it looks like they will be able to get some decent damage on this outer turret as well.
Yeah, and Mir, even though like he just picked Galio into Zoe, his laning phase is great, and he's tipping on the top lane probably.
Yep,
looking for more kills.
As BDD is the one up here underneath this turret, but Cuvee may have bitten off more than he could chew, and absolutely he did. BDD still has his own flash, by the way, and that's a bit embarrassing after what was a beautiful play to fall prey to that.
I mean, that could actually snowball really hard if they could get BDD, but that was really silly mistake by Cuvee.
Yeah.
That was Not
unfortunate.
understandable. I mean, it's not unfortunate. He just ran into Zoe. We don't call it unfortunate.
Yeah, no,
He
that's
straight up inted.
That's called throwing your life away for no reason at all.
No.
There's tactical inting and then just straight up inting, and that was just straight up inting.
But my point is, Mirror is doing so much work against enemy. I mean, BDD, you know, even though you're playing as BDD, you don't care. And you're not even behind in CS. I saw him, even like he's ahead in CS, you know, so I think he's doing really great job.
볼게.
Look, Cannon,
봐줘.
look at me, please.
봐줘. 괜찮아, 안 죽어.
It's
안
fine,
죽어,
you're not
괜찮아.
gonna die.
나이스!
Nice.
이거 미드라인 가야 되긴 한 명.
We have to go mid lane. And he went to top side. What is that?
That's Stein. Not great news for Cuvée. But he will still be Wukong in the later stages of the game. Just needs to spin around on top of the carries of Gen G.
But then just look at the CS of Mirror. Like, he's doing so great job on Galio. He's making all the proactive plays by himself. So
might have been just the breath of fresh air they were looking for as Bubble lands on to Lehens.
Drake is up.
Yeah, and this is where Gen G have to fight. Wukong is on the bottom side. We're going to bring up the damage graph pretty early here.
I think because of Zoe.
Yeah.
And Ezreal.
Rascal trying to get in position for some sort of flanking play. BDD not going to take too much damage there. Portal jumps over. As now Cuvée is fighting against Clid and losing horrendously. It's absolutely not what you want to see. Cuvée now has to go back, but has teleport. Get himself back in here as Bubble's going to go wide. BDD picking up a bunch of buttons with his W. Now has a Ghost available.
Are they not giving up this Drake, even though Cuvée
Unless-
has no ulti? I think they're just giving up,
Yeah, they are. Teleport to the top lane from Cuvée, and the Clouds Drake is going to go over to Gen G. So not going to get any soul points this time, Humble Life. BDD held onto that mid lane very, very nicely. Bubble once again going to land. This Fate's Call has to be invested, and I actually really like that Viper made that decision. Hens would have taken basically critical damage for that one, especially with the Ezreal able to reposition so effectively. So Clid is going to steal away the Raptor, the big one. And Rascal just going to continue to have a good time. He's got 2 items completed already.
Yeah, and they're casually just pushing
that's another bubble that
I
has to
mean
use the
mid lane.
cleanse. Okay, 4 members in the mid lane. Spear is going to go wide as BDD portaling around. Viper's going to take a Mystic Shot. True Shot Barrage lands onto the Taric. And Harmon Life are just going to wander out.
They're trading top turret and the bot turret. And BDD is just going to TP on the top lane. And I think they already made such a great chance of just do 1-3-1 because of Tom Kench and Ezreal having mid prior. And yeah, Gen G just basically snowballing because of that on the bot lane.
Yeah. And Clid's looking like a solo queue Lee Sin right now, just making as many plays as he possibly can. Currently ahead of an Italy in farm, which is just absolutely insane. Ruler should be able to take down the Brambleback comfortably. Does so, moves back to the mid lane, which is where Ezreal loves to be around this time. He's got his Muramana transformation completed. We'll have to see where he goes as far as the second item, whether it's going to be the Frozen Fist or if it's going to be the Trinity Force, and he's going to go back to base and let us know at this particular moment in time. I would like the Frozen Fist this game. Stop the monkey from getting on top of you, but Ruler doesn't. He just wants to hard carry with his 2-item power spike, and I don't blame him after last game.
Because of the Kalista, I would say, yeah, just go for the Iceborne Gauntlet, but he doesn't care. And I think they can easily outrange them with their abilities when it comes to mid game.
So Rascal has to flash to get out of the way of Mirror. Now Clid's been found by Cuvée, or has Cuvée been found by Clid? Kick back Mirror, good sidestep. The Q lands, but Clid not able to go too far as Rascal finds the stuns onto Lehens, who hasn't pressed R yet, by the way. Rascal goes golden, perfect timing, Cosmic Radiance comes in, only Miru without it, and the Tahm Kench is going to go down. A lot of AoE damage here from Gen G as Haru tried to do something, not sure what that was about, but did manage to go 1-for-1. In the end, BDD is still alive, Hanwha Life not going to be able to go for a Baron or anything like that because their Nidalee is dead.
That was aggressive, and that was great response by Hana Life. Maybe that was a little bit too much of aggressiveness by Genji side, but still, that was kill trade, and I think if you trade some kills, Hana Life is more smiling.
Yeah.
When it comes to trading some kills, because they were behind, and yeah,
We'll
they are saving mid first turret for a long time.
It is very, very low. I have a feeling that Genji probably could have put a little bit more pressure onto that one. As Ruler comes back, he's got Boots of Lucidity now. Still waiting for that Trinity Force. Still needs his Stinger for that one as we have a look at the replay. Split fighting against Cuvee. Gets an ultimate. Has to flash, of course. The kickback going to be utilized as well.
And yeah, I mean, if Raska only aimed for Taric, then I think it could be fine because he could get back. But he was aiming for both targets, so that was a bit hard. Trading some kills, yeah. It's still great for Hana Live Esports because they need to game messy. They need to.
Yep. Just checking out the fact that Abyssal Voyage was used to get back to lane, I believe.
I think, yeah, maybe. And Jonas Strong showed a flash of Galio. Probably he forced out Galio flash with Tahm Kenchi ulti.
Ooh, perhaps. That would be cool.
But we don't know.
Well, still. Genji, pretty far ahead. Still. As BDD Zoe about to hit her stride. As it looks like it is going to be Zhonya's Hourglass to be the next choice. A lot of healing there for Haru as they put down Shirley in the mid lane. Should be able to break open that turret, and they do so. Clid gonna safeguard his way out. Now the ulti is going to be on cooldown for the Wukong. Rascal in flanking position. No flash, but does have heal available now. Oh god, Rascal does a lot of damage actually, and has his Morellonomicon already completed. So going to deny a lot of the healing out of both Lehens and Haru.
Yeah, and their positioning for Drake is so much better, so I don't think they can ever contest the Drake against Genji. There is only one chance with the Miracle Spear.
Not going to happen this time around. Clid keeps his wits about him. Locks that one down. So, Double Cloud Drake's here for Genji. Could be moving a bit quicker. As I believe Haru did see Rascal there in the brush. Not going to get baited or anything like that. As Rascal just pushes out this minion wave once again.
Yep.
Still ahead by a lot of CS, close to 30 at the moment. Zhonya's is done by both of our mid laners.
Yeah, and I think the reason why I said Genji is still in a great position is all because of Ezreal.
Yeah.
When you think about the Hana Live Esports competition, then there's no tool for like when you play against Ezreal, you must kill him. You must like make him shift it out instead of like he shifts in and he kills everyone, you know. But on Hana Live Esports, that was Cuve's role that he really needs to go on Ezreal, but he's really weak right now, like because of the early game.
Yeah.
He's not gonna able to one-shot or compete against Ezreal, so I think Genji is gonna win it slowly by pokes and team composition because their comp is just made for that. Kennen can protect all of them if they are just running into Genji's team comp, and also BDD is having free time on the top lane even though he's not the side lane champion. Tahm Kenchi is helping so much on the side lane, especially when you have pressure in the mid lane, you know? So everything is just set it up for Genji, and all they need to do is just set up the vision, hit some skill shots, and get objectives, and that's all.
Well, Cloud Drake going to be coming up in about 3.5. That could be the next objective that they look for. Ruler going to pick up this minion wave very comfortably after securing that outer turret in mid. Genji currently 4 turrets to 2, having eradicated the bottom lane of all of its turrets. Cuvee going to answer this one right here, which is nicely done.
I mean, they're trading National Vision with the bottom tower, and bot lane first tier turret doesn't mean anything at this point, so
yeah,
it's fine. And when Tahm Kenchi is level 11, then it's gonna be a disaster for the Hana Live Esports side laners because of the patch. TK's level 1 ultimate is similar as Nocturne's level 1 ultimate.
Yeah, it's not great.
So it's not that impactful as before. So they're just waiting for the timing, Genji. They know when to fight, where to fight, and yeah, they don't need to rush it because they are winning side lane. They are having Praya. So Hana Live Esports is on a rush, you know. They have to do something. They have to pull the trigger. They have to get the vision control as 5-man because they have no Praya on the side lane. So we just need to see what are they doing as 5-man.
There's absolutely no Baron vision available here, as you can see. I'm going to spot that one out right now, but going for a bit of a reset, Hana Live. As Ruler happily farming here in the mid lane, trying to catch up to Viper. He's been farming very, very well. 10 CS a minute here for both 80 carries. Control ward pretty comfortably taken here by Ruler.
Yeah.
Looking for a second one as well. Man, it's a bevy of wards for the Ezreal.
They're 5-man this time,
that one.
so because of the tempo, because Rascal pushed all the way into the bot lane, so he has so much free time. So he can just stand in this brush and look for the fight, potentially. Oop. Well, Cube is looking for TP behind him.
Yeah, there's the rend in. As Viper does have the Fate's Call available, Devour has to be utilized, and the Tonkin just dies. The bottom lane's taken down. Cosmic Radiance working beautifully as Klid has to safeguard his way out. Still has the kick available as Cube doesn't find the Cyclone, and now he's looking for the Wukong himself. As the Baron has been started, BDD still very scary, and Rascal is a devastating force. He's got the smite already. As BDD gets on in there, Taunt working out.
3 smites,
oh
4 smites, 4 smites.
4-man ulti.
Oh.
It is taken by Haru as Rascal falls down. BDD not going to get the work done, and Hanwha Life turn it all around against Genji.
Yes, I already talked about it. They need to get vision control, but Genji, they were just having a silly mistakes about the vision, and finally Cube landed a great TP behind engage, and yeah, that was great engage by Mir and Lee Hans and Cube.
Knockups galore right there.
That one ward.
Yeah.
And yeah, Genji tried to steal a Nashor because they had 3 smites, but no one could land it. And I think they could actually do that, like burst right now, using all 3 smites at the same time.
Wow, what?
But yeah.
That was insane. Also, their level of healing, I think that Lehenz's Taric is doing all sorts of amazing things right now for this team. And yeah, 1 spite is better than 3, apparently.
Yeah, they're so happy. I would be so happy.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is looking like the Viper hard carry now, as he's got 3 items, Bloodthirster now completed, 600 gold bounty on his head as well. Klid's clearing out vision. It's not represented necessarily in the gold lead, but they do have Soul Point now, as next Cloud Drake will be up in 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, this is one of the great opportunity for Hana Live Esports to take down Genji, especially when they are having 0 wins. And I think this is a good opportunity. They can actually just dive on the turret, and it will snowball. This time around it's Rascal with Ghost.
Looking for that teleport. He's going to Ghost on in. There's the kick back onto Viper, immediately deleted as he can Cosmic Radiance, but that takes arming time, and now Cube has to try and get out. Haru already booked it, doesn't want anything to do with this fight. No heroic entrances this time for Miru. As Genji answer back, they get rid of so many Barons and now look to push down mid. Look at the minion wave they have top lane as well.
Are they looking for End actually?
Oh my goodness.
Or?
They potentially could. Abyssal Voyage brings 4 people over, as they should be able to at least get an inhibitor here at 30 minutes.
Maybe 2 inhibs. There is 24 seconds for Wukong and 10 seconds for Kalista. Probably outer turret as well. Such a great move by Genji.
Just brute force as well. I love it. Genji, I mean, that was a losing scenario.
Yeah, that was a losing scenario, but the top laners, they are changing a lot of things.
Yeah.
First time it was Cube, and this time around it was Rascal. That was great engaged by BDD actually. Let's see how it hits. Oh
right
man.
through.
And look at the combo.
Instantly from Klid. He's already running as he sees that bubble flying through. God, BDD is super good at this game, Wooded. He's just real good at the game.
I mean, if it was Tariq, then it doesn't matter. They could actually win the team fight as well, you know?
Yeah, right?
But through 3 man,
yeah,
hit the Kalista. That is just crazy and insane play.
Super good.
Game saver by BDD.
Now Clid has his Guardian Angel, and Void Staff is being completed by BDD. He's now grabbed himself some fire from his Unsealed Spellbook. Ruler's Flash is about to come back up again. Life has his, as we're having a look at this gold graph. Gen.G had that lead for a really long time. Hummerlife stole it away! And now it is so very close to being even. 2 minutes on this Cloud Drake.
Yeah.
You could imagine that Gen.G is going to try and find a fight around there.
Yeah.
See whether they can find it in the crazy way that allows them to win.
They should still look for flanks, Hummerlife.
And,
and Gen.G, they really need to clean up the vision control. Because if they get vision one time, then it's really easy to really easy for them to play the game, because they can just simply throw some skill shots and get some ultimates out and flashes out, you know? So it's all about vision control for Gen.G, and for Hummerlife Esports, they need to do something fast enough before they get the control, you know? They need to do something random. They shouldn't show on the side wave so simply. They just need to keep up some waves and maybe look for some random plays, because teamfight is the way how they take the win against Gen.G.
Oh yeah, definitely. Viper needs to be hopping around, getting the kills. And needs to have his summoner spells available as well, because the amount of dive and the flank potential here is just real scary. Oh, is this the face check? Haru going to get kicked back into BDD. Immediately does go golden. Rascal also doing the same thing on the bottom side, as Haru might be in trouble. Clid looking for it, but Haru might actually just come down and help grab that kill, as Rascal is going to fall. Now Miru finds himself the exhaust onto Ruler. Devour comes down as well, as Ruler wants back in on this fight. Miru getting forward as well as BDD. Gonna help Clid grab that kill, and the Gargoyle also gonna go down, as now this teamfight composition not looking so hot, as Fate's Call has to save the Taric. And with 25 seconds on Cloud Drake, Gen.G could not have found a better timing for that fight.
Yeah, they are Polcom. Cannon is only a tool for just to use it to protect your damage dealers. Their main is just Zoe and Ezreal, right? So Gen.G already knew that.
Yeah, I really hope that Gen.G go over and grab the Drake. I don't think you give away Soul for free, as they can see that Kalista is on the top side.
Soul point.
Yep, so Soul point for both teams as this one goes down. We're going the distance with this particular game, 33 minutes in. Gen.G just reclaimed the gold lead. Ezreal does take that one down. So let's have a look at this fight once more. It was definitely very split.
Yeah. And Mira was just tipping behind the cannon already, so that was great direction. But at the same time, Clid was looking for insane play. So it started off kind of half-half, but it looked fine until this position.
Yeah, the exhaust was good out of Miru, but Devour's one hell of a spell.
Yeah, there is no damage or tool to go on Ezreal this timing around.
And Clid and BDD together as well. Like, the way that they're teaming up to make sure that they can always confirm these kills is really, really cool. So you talk about like Ezreal Lee Sin being a good combo. I mean, Ezreal Lee Sin Zoe is just real oppressive.
I mean, their ping pong is just crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts. As another bubble's gone.
They go in, but they go out at the same time, and like that's just insane, you know. But you need so insane mechanics, because you have to hit some skills. It's not a joke, you know. Like that's why there is good Ezreal and bad Ezreal.
Oh, 100%. Ruler hits a lot of his. Bubble lands onto a minion. So
it's all about
going to work out as BDD hops over that wall. Good taunt from Miru, but you can't stop the portal jump. As Cube, that's going to be a 3-man knock-up. Heroic entrance, probably going to be avoided here by Gen.G, but not by Life, who does go golden for the moment. Q landed onto Viper, but it looks like they're going to give up that one as Bubble connects onto Viper as well. Not going to be enough. Decoy soaks a lot, as Haru also going to be tagged.
There would be no wave if position is going to be like this, because Gen.G can clear it.
Yeah.
But they're protecting the wave.
There's the flash forward, immediately flash to come out. There's now Rascal over here. BDD teleports back in. Shurelias, they're trying to corral them here, as you can see. Bubble connects onto the Taric. He's now out of this fight for the Cosmic Radiance. Now going to use it, and here's the turn from Hanwha. Clid going to get taunted up. Now they're going out of it, and Rascal will collect so much damage out of Ruler. Rascal even escapes, and that's going to be the ace in seconds for Gen G, and this will be the game.
This is Gen G. This is Gen G, guys. Like
that timing on the ulti out of Rascal, just amazing stuff.
Oh my god. Do I need to just vote for Rascal because of that last play?
That one
that
play?
was so clean.
I mean, he also solo killed Cuvée under turret multiple times in the early game, but damn, Gen G, they clawed it back. It was looking real rough for a few moments there, but 35 minutes, and Gen G do manage to secure the 2-0.
I think it's either BDD or Rascal, because both players kind of saved the game, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think Rascal probably deserves it.
Yeah, I think
he
it's
had a
Rascal.
few really good ultimates.
Yeah, I think it's Rascal because BDD, in the early game, he couldn't stop the Galio roams, right?
Yeah.
So he could actually have some...
And Mira actually had a great game.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. So I think it's Rascal who should get some POG because that last moment team fight. I just want to see it again.
Yeah.
Fast!
We're going to see it. We're going to see it. It's coming up. Don't you worry. You can take us through it, as I believe we'll probably have team comms for that one as well. But like watching his brain count down until he needed to press that button immediately after the Cosmic Radiance wore off.
Yeah, and during that, like, there was so many things that were going on, like Ruler, he could literally die in 1 second because he was just like doing so many things. He was going in and going out at the same time, and also BDD was going back to his base because of low health and like making a new item and keeping back, and he knew that he can pick up Shurelia, and they were just kiting all time until they used the Taric ulti and
just knew exactly how they were supposed to fight against that composition. Ruler might be a bit robbed here. I think it was back-to-back great games on the Ezreal. Game 2, not quite as impressive as Game 1, but still did his job. But Rascal, that cannon there, just looking real good. His cannon when he was on Kingzone last year was actually really cool as well.
True.
Damn. Gen G looking pretty clean. I mean, there were some moments there where Hanwha Life really did look like a contender.
I mean,
unfortunately, that last team fight was just too much.
That cannon ulti reminds me of Smap's cannon ulti.
It's not the time that you want to scratch your butt, I don't think. This Kesman got a little bit caught out there. Unfortunate.
Yeah, but that cannon moment was reminding me Smap's cannon.
Yeah, man.
Back in the day, you remember, right?
I mean, there have been a couple of cannons that have found some really fantastic timings. Noguri comes to mind as well in their one win against Gen G, actually, so far this season. So Gen G do get the 2-0. It's pretty quick in the end, but Game 2 was way better than Game 1 for Hanwha Life. Certainly showing signs of life for this team.
The TP flank with the front lane engaging, that was so clean.
Yeah.
After that, yeah, BDD just did BDD, yeah. Exactly, you know?
Yeah, BDD is pretty damn good.
He saved the game.
Yeah. And he honestly, he could get the player of the game here. I think Rascal also played very well. But we saw why Lehens and Viper are so good, right? Like, they did crush the lane. Viper was able to find team fights this time around. And Miro, I think, was a good addition. Like, you can see, got in, secured the kill under Rascal. This was the moment that Hanwha Life were looking like they were able to take some control.
Oh, yeah.
And it was once again Miro finding some great taunts.
Yeah, I think Mir showed off his abilities that he can compete against top-tier mid laner, which is BDD. And yeah, I mean, he did a really great job, but I think rest of the team, I mean, I guess...
Are we going to get the ultra slow-mo on the Baron Dam? We are. Okay, 862.
I mean, they had 3 smite Genji, so they could actually burst it at like 1.5k. Or
yeah, right. They probably should have pressed some of those smites.
Yeah, but that BDD save.
That's one hell of a bubble, guys. With immediate answer.
Actually, I'm wondering why he didn't, I mean, Lehens didn't use ultimate instant when
I mean,
Viper,
he did, right?
No, he didn't.
Oh, no.
He didn't use it instant, so yeah.
Oh, immediately as soon as he got bubbled?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, like...
That could save him.
That could have, potentially. But maybe they didn't know that the massive flank was coming. They probably saw the teleport though.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Just on ward, you know. So
A little bit greedy, wanting to make sure that they had the Cosmic Radiance available in case he didn't get taken down.
So I guess it's not the players, it's just Kalista targets that is actually really hard to pull off, you know. So I'm just defending myself.
Yeah. It's not with it.
Yeah,
it wasn't you.
I'm
It
just
wasn't
defending myself, you know. It's not me, it's just Kalista target that is really hard to pull off.
you. Yeah, it's tough. Maybe it's Viper's fault. Like,
Oh, yeah,
I mean, who's
maybe.
the common denominator here?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
He
there we
lost
go.
with what is Tarek and
Yeah,
Tarek.
and Tarek.
Yeah, so maybe it's Viper's fault, yeah.
I mean, if you and Lahens both lost with Kalista Tarek with Viper beside you, that probably makes you the same level of skill, right?
파이팅 파이팅.
Right? I think
상관없어,
that's
상관없어.
confirmed.
파이팅 파이팅 파이팅.
From this point, let's listen to them.
카리 노플.
I think Tarek no flash.
야 빠져.
Back.
파리공.
나 괜찮아 나 괜찮아.
No, we are fine.
10초.
봐줘.
10 seconds. Look at me.
칼리 노플. 오케이 앞에.
Kalista no flash. From
나이스.
Penta, yeah.
미드. 야 라인
Go
내가
mid.
못 막게 와봐.
거리 이제 있죠.
The fact that Rascal didn't die was just absolutely insane, by the way.
That was so clutch. All the calls were really clutch as well.
Yeah.
And really saying sorry to all the teammates.
니들은 밀려냈어야겠다. 얘는 계속 다
Bit of a smirk on BDD's face. He had a pretty quietly fantastic game on the Zoe.
잘했다 광희. 짠. 오케이.
Looks like they're not too happy with themselves. Gen.G being pushed a little bit harder than they were expecting against Hanwha Life in game number 2. And you can see Hanwha did manage to fight back towards that mid game, and winning a game like this with only 3,000 gold in the lead when Hanwha have been struggling so much is not what you expect. You could imagine that Hanwha are pretty gutted to not have a little bit more to show for this particular series. And Ruler, despite the fact that it wasn't necessarily his game, he still did the most damage out of anyone.
Yeah.
It's just, I guess, Korean Ezreal things in the end.
Yeah, true. Nowadays it's not happening that much because our international tournament resort is not showing off. But Gen.G kind of team can show up this year, for example. And there is DRX, there is Damon Gaming.
And I mean, any combination of our top 4 is probably not going to make people too upset unless T1 continues to play like they did against Dynamics. But I have a feeling they're not going to.
No,
it's a squad that can learn from their mistakes. They get better as seasons go on and as tournaments go on. So let's just hope that they have tidied that one up, because our first series tonight was not what we were expecting, and absolutely disappointing showing from one of our top teams. But Gen.G turning it around and showing us what's up with 800 points going over to BDD. Is it going to be back-to-back BDD seasons? It may just be.
I guess. We were talking about how low is BDD's stats, you know? And I really think Viper should just flash out.
Yeah.
But he didn't.
Oh, he could have almost made it to the minion wave. I don't know. That's a tough one, because hindsight is 2020.
And this one.
I mean, that wasn't a BDD super play. I think that was.
I mean, it wasn't a super play. It was just
play.
super play. Super play by Cuvee.
I mean, this was the game when he played though, right?
I mean, was it on cooldown? Tarek ulti? No, I don't think so.
No.
I think he should use it instant.
And that bubble lands as well. What the heck? Yeah. Crazy stuff. Really impressive out of BDD.
And I don't know how many votes he got, but yeah, look at it.
He's about to double. If he gets another back-to-back player of the game in his next series, he could just double the next highest. And I guess we go home after that. Like, you win player of the game for a season with 1,000 points. BDD's done that before. It's literally happened.
He did it before, so I would not surprise if he does it again. You know,
crazy. The form of this guy is very, very strong. In a league with Chovy and Showmaker as well, both of them playing very, very well. Looking forward to hearing from him. So here is Jisung for some translation.
Here with BDD, the POG or maybe the PO and the player of the match. How do you feel, BDD? We were having a really smooth ride, but in game number 2, we had a mistake in game on the top side, so the game got a little bit extended, but outside of that, we were pretty satisfied with our performance. Game number 1, you are popping off with your blind pick Twisted Fate. I think most of the top teams are just insta locking it in. So how do you rate Twisted Fate in the current meta, and how confident are you in that pick? just watching the games here, Twisted Fate, he just managed to get his own tempo regardless how strong the opponent mid laner champion is. And for you, what is the counter play or pick into Twisted Fate? Traditionally, on the mid lane, we say just we have to kill Twisted Fate. So I think maybe some strong AD champions. Yeah, like Zed. Are you sure that's a tip? Should we count on you? Well, moving on. Game number 2. Miru subbed in. BDD, you have a very long experience, and how was this match up against this rookie player, Miru? Nothing really special, but I also thought that if I were Miru, yeah, I must be really nervous, so I tried to utilize those kind of mind game. We had a lot of highlights and also the triple smite moment around the Baron. Didn't you actually think that you will be able to get the Baron? I think none of us actually managed to use the smite. Well, because Zoe, she can spell thief the spells on the ground, so at that moment I just pressed my W, so I couldn't really take my smite of the spellbook off. And tell us about the turnaround team fight. Well, the opponent had the invade comp, so we had a calls to back and then re-engage, and Rascal had a really great TP angle. Both game number 1 and 2, Hana Life Esports, they were going really strong in level 1 and 2. Watch it, Ruler and Life react to that plays. Hana Life, just looking at their roster, their bottom duos are the most reliable players, so I think we all knew that they were going to play around the bottom lane, so we weren't too surprised. But in game number 2, they got solo killed right away. I mean, even though they get solo killed during the laning phase, I believe that they can still recover the lane priority, so we weren't too worried about it. BDD, it is now again the time to rate yourself. Well, game 2 could have been cleaner, but we overextended in the top lane, so I will go down to 1.5. You're being too harsh on you, BDD. Anyways, your last opponent for the first round, Robin will be Africa Freaks and Fly said, BDD, please go easy on me. What's your reply to Fly? I never thought of one, but we have a long way to go. So we're just gonna go hard and pass by. I get your vibe here, BDD. Totally understandable. Wrapping up, Genji fans will be happy with this another wins in a row. Is there any message you would like to say to your fans? I will keep showing myself developing to my fans, so please keep supporting me. Thank you. This will be the end of the interview with BDD, and I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for another fantastic week of translating. That will bring us to the end of week 4. And next week, week 5, is going to be the end of round 1, which is going to be super exciting. Of course, Genji's final match against Africa is going to be a big one. If Africa can win, they create some distance between themselves and T1 as well.
That is true.
It's just some crazy possibilities here. And actually, if it's 2-0 for Africa, they actually move ahead of Genji.
Yeah.
Insanity. absolute insanity. Some real exciting stuff to watch out for, of course. DRX and Damwon, both of them still on a tear, and we'll see which one is going to reign supreme. DRX have a pretty comfortable last game of the round robin, which is going to be up against Humble Life Esports, who haven't quite managed to find a victory yet. Still 0-8, looking probably like going 0-9 in the first round robin.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the people are just looking at match 48, T1 versus Genji, but also, guys, match 49 is really interesting as well. Sarheon Prince versus Hana Life Esports, which is just
Can Humble Life come back?
It's from the hell. Fight from the hell.
This is definitely a fight from the hell. Unless DRX decide to lose to Hanwha as well. They've lost to KT already. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. They seem to be able to lose to anybody and beat anybody as they manage to take down Damwon.
And there is round 2 between
Damwon and
17.
Afrika.
Yeah.
That's a big one. That's a really exciting match. Afrika versus Genji going to be our first one on Wednesday, though, as Dynamics versus Damwon for Dynamics' final match of the season. That's going to be super sick, because we'll see whether Dynamics are going to be a true contender for the western side of the bracket. Yeah, I just feel like the end. We've also got a Telecom War just on Thursday. Like, Telecom Wars.
Watch.
Yeah, so many things, so many things. Telecom War not necessarily as interesting, but maybe after the Dynamics win, it's a bit more exciting, because T1 not necessarily looking at their final form. We might have Tucson back for KT as well, as our Smeb versus T1 is always a fun matchup. See how it is going to go here as we do wrap up week 4. So thank you so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back for week 5 and the end of round 1 next week. We'll see you then.
And I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark, I'd see. You've always believed and have faith in me. You'll always